me take a stance, all I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I us what we can do. But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's
bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Donis, why you sad? I said, I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicated. Bad, someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. Of darkness.
try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids, we're grown-up kids.
On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be flat. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
I hang on every word you say.
Res for an ES, he can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the bigger one, falls up 1 and 2 in the back, 3 men back in the ball, Tim's on top.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships Grand Final Day. My name is Danelie. I'm very sure you guys can tell what my name is, but today I'm going to be joined with Keith yet again. What's up, Keith? Welcome to Grand Finals.
Yes, exciting day. The only matchup that's happening for today, okay, it's Geek versus Boom Esports, but it is a best of 5 series, so it's going to be a long one. Don't worry about, the lack of games that's about to happen, because I assure you, there will be no lack of games.
We will get at least 3 games. That's the good news. And I think for all of us, we'll be pretty happy if we get 5 games, because today we are going to be having a best of 5 series, no longer best of 3s. It's the last game. And for people that are not quite aware of what our prize pool is for the tournament, we should be showing that for you guys in a moment. But just a reminder, first place gets $8,000 US.
But more importantly, winner of this tournament actually gets seeded into the ESL 1 Birmingham, the C Online qualifier. So that's the bigger deal. Win this, you go to a bigger, even bigger tournament, which is really sweet. Of course, the money, 40% share of the $20,000 US prize pool as well. The 8,000, as Danelie mentioned, 25%, $5,000 US goes to the second place, and so on the third and fourth, 2,000, fifth and sixth, 1,000, and seven and eight, $500 US, all in the currency at least 3 times from where we're from, Malaysia. So it's all good and dandy.
Wait, isn't it 4 times if it's US dollars for us?
Oh man, I'm a bit outdated. Have we fluctuated? Have we gone downwards?
Is that 3 or 4?
Well,
I'm very sure it's
now.
4 because the Australian conversion is 3.
Okay, all right, then even better then. So today's matchup, let's go through it. Danelie, take me along.
All right, so we only have our last game of the entire tournament, which is our grand final. We have Geek, who actually won their match yesterday against Motivate Trust in a convincing 2-0 fashion, whereas Boom Esports, they took 2 games over Adroit, who managed to take 1, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports, they came into this tournament serious. They really want to get that slot through to the next round. And now they've got to fight Geek I believe, again, we've already seen Boom Esports play against Geek correct? Or am I mistaken?
No, yeah, I think we have. And in fact, it's Southeast Asian Dota. I think the scene is relatively smaller, so I'm pretty sure they fought each other, if not in this tournament, some time ago in some other tournaments. So that's for sure.
Yep, so we're scheduled to start the game in about 10 minutes. As of now, the teams, they're still prepping. They're probably in the lobby. I think at this point as well, they're going to have to start talking about strats, look at replays from yesterday, all the normal shindig. As for us, though, we get to talk about the players, how they performed yesterday. I think, if anything, I was really happy with how Geek played in their opening match yesterday. They seemed to have a lot of synergy together. They also seem to figure out how they want to play, and it seems like they play mostly around Raven. Not to say that Carl isn't really a factor, but I feel like playing to their strength, which is having Raven be their main hero to play through the game, and Carl being that backup to protect Raven during those team fights, it's really worked out for them. And if anything, I wouldn't really change anything.
To be fair, Carl proved himself. Okay, yesterday, I think it was him on the Amber Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
No, the Necrophos game. I feel like Necrophos as well. He was pretty crazy.
Yeah, he actually had, and he was featured as the MVP on one of those matches we had yesterday. So, hey, the guy pulled his own weight. He came in clutch at the grand final, so thankfully for that one. And I guess we get to see him in action once again here. Will he keep that composure and play the way he did yesterday? Or will he be a bit more reckless and trigger happy as he was before, like the fan said? We can only find out. So, their opponent for the day, Boom Esports from Indonesia, Dreamocell, Mikoto, FBZ, Hyde, and Kezcute. Walking in against their match against Adroit yesterday. Game number 1, they look wonky, but number 2 and 3, man, they are convincing. Okay, they actually take down what arguably is the best team in Southeast Asia, that is Adroit, and they made it look like there was no competition at all.
Yeah, I have to say I was very impressed with how Boom Esports played. I would not be surprised if poor Hyde does not get to play his Tusk. The 2 games that he played Tusk, not only was he brilliant, but the amount of utility that he provided to the team and how he was able to protect, I believe it was a Dreamer Cell or Mikoto? I think it was Dreamer Cell's Alchemist, wasn't it? During the Alchemist
No, it was
game.
Mikoto. Mikoto was playing the
Was it
mid. Yeah, it
Mikoto?
was an alt mid. Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, during that Roche team fight, Hyde's reaction and retaliation to the engagement there, that was so good, blocking the pathway for the PL to chase down Mikoto's Alchemist, and ended up killing him. And they didn't get to kill the Alchemist. I really think that game could have gone longer if the Alch died there, but at the end of the day, it really just seems like, boom, they're on a whole nother level when it comes to a team. Yeah, they can get a little bit reckless. We've seen it happen. But because they play so fast, it's as if they don't give their opponents enough time to recover and consider what are their other options. So far, Keith, I want to ask you, looking at the games that we've played, do you feel like we've created a definitive meta so far, like a playstyle that we're only really seeing now? Or do you feel like we've got a very versatile playstyle currently coming out from everyone?
I like that you bring that question up because truly the answer is I don't know, because based on like statistical evidence, it seems that like all the fast-paced gameplays seem to work out, right? Like when you're drafting fast, when the teams start drafting fast, like Boom Esports game number 1 against Adroid, they've been playing it slow. Didn't quite work out for them, but when they got back into how they made it this far, and that is by playing fast and aggressive, they made Adroid look like, well, I for lack of a better word, trash, right? But Geek Fam, on the other hand, plays the exact opposite. They play the 4 Protect 1 traditional Dota, traditional MOBA, and it seemed to work out for Raven as well. So it really is. We really don't know, because these teams play 2 different style and they've made it this far into the grand finals.
Yeah. I want to probably make a quick mention. Maybe you've noticed this or not. I feel that we're seeing a very big absence in split push, especially for Geek Fam and Boom ID. They don't really seem to favor the split push style of Dota. I think if anything, maybe Raven is the only one that shows signs of split push, but minus that, it seems to be mostly this 4 Protect 1 style, and if it's not 4 Protect 1, then it's just snowball Dota. Because both of these teams, I think they've made their way to the finals mostly through just snowball and knowing when to push, when to back off, when to get their items, when to time their BKBs, and also when to figure out Roche. So maybe we could see a change in style today. Maybe they try and pull out a completely different strat. Global hasn't really been in favor of these teams either. We haven't seen any global strats picking Spectre, Zeus, Nature's Prophet. I know that the only team I think picked global was Chonburi. But minus Chonburi, yeah, we haven't seen global pop out at all.
I mean, we have seen some split push yesterday. I believe it was by Team Adroid, who ran the super fast split pushy lineup. They had the Lycan, they had the Bach on the Death Prophet for the Exorcism. But it just seemed like they tried, but with all the whole cooldowns, they could not take towers down in time. I guess they are up against someone like Boom Esports as well, who knew how to handle it, knew how to handle the pressure and play around the big cooldown of the ultimate. So what I'm saying is they've tried it, but it just didn't look like it was the strat to go with, because they failed miserably on that one.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see today if we're going to maybe see these teams go back for their comfort picks first, or if maybe someone decides, okay, let's try and pull the rabbit out of the magician's hat and let's just see what happens if we pick a different hero. We could maybe see that split push style or that global strat. Until the match actually starts, we really don't know what these teams want to pick up. Any notable heroes that you feel like are going to be banned straight away, maybe minus the Tusk on the side of Boom ID? Are there any standout heroes that you would say are on Geek Fam that we could expect bans on?
Ban everything Raven plays and you're good. I mean, if Raven's gonna carry the entire team, then you just focus on banning all his heroes. What
about Troll
whatever he
Warlord?
wants. Exactly.
I feel
that's
like
a Raven
Raven's
hero.
Troll. Yeah, Raven's Troll. I think that's caused a lot of problems. Terrorblade? I'm a bit mixed when it comes to Terrorblade, because I feel like there is an opening to stop a Terrorblade. Troll, on the other hand, that hero is always valuable.
And like, I mean, if Boom Esports really want to take this game number 1, then maybe they have to ban the troll, because they also lost to Adroit because of a troll in game number 1. So maybe they don't want to face it. And I think Raven picking it up is even more scarier. Let's be honest.
Maybe. So I believe the game should be starting in a moment. Keith, I actually want to know what your prediction is for today. How many games are we going to go to, and who do you think is going to win the series before we look at the draft?
Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Okay, the safest prediction I'd say should be around 3-1. I think that's the safest I could think of. 3-1.
But who's going to win?
Don't get me specifics, because you see, you have Geek Fam, who is an absolute giant in the scene, and then you have Boom Esports, who is a giant slayer, as we watched yesterday. So I really don't want to put an emblem to the numbers, but I think it's gonna be 3-1 one way or another.
Radiant team ban. Dire
Okay,
team
I
ban.
see you don't like to take a gamble.
I don't. I really don't.
Radiant team ban.
Alright, so as you can all see, we are currently in the draft, and game 1 is well underway between Boom Esports and Geek Fam. Looking at the bans, it seems that we're more or less getting the most predictable bans you could expect for Geek Fam, actually removing the
Dire
Oracle
team
themselves. I would have expected Geek Fam to maybe pick up the Oracle for them, if they maybe wanted to go for Troll, but I'm guessing Troll isn't on their agenda at this moment of time, so unless they're expecting Boom to maybe
Radiant
consider picking up
team
the
ban.
Oracle and going for Troll. Batrider, Mars, and I presume another offlaner is going to be banned out here, since we've seen a lot of offlane hate over the past 2 days.
Yep. And I think the chat was going on about this, and Mars is a Boom Esports staple hero. So maybe it's a respect ban coming out from
remaining.
Geek Fam against Boom Esports. Also worth noting, Boom Esports banned out the
5 seconds
Earthshaker,
remaining.
which Zephyr has showed absolute success on yesterday. That guy's insane on it. Don't want to deal with
I think
it.
it's just a safe ban. Yeah, it seems like it's just such a safe ban. Remove the Earthshaker and eliminate that terrain control that could have actually gone in favor of Geek Fam. So we've still got 3 more bans to go. Boom Esports, they're thinking about it.
Dire team ban.
I wonder if Geek Fam is going to have that ban for Tusk. Because if it doesn't get banned out, there's a good chance that Boom actually picks that up.
I actually think they will. I think they will at this point. Like, I think Geek
Because
Fam.
they were happy to pick it up early yesterday. First 2 picks.
And they showed a lot of success on it.
10
I think they
seconds
might
remaining.
open with it as well. It doesn't seem like it's being banned out by Geek
seconds
Fam.
remaining.
It's either Geek Fam is ready to deal with the Tusk, the pressure of the Tusk, or I don't know. Do they have a solution around it? I'm not too sure. About Boom Esports, surely game number 1 they can play it a bit more safer and just test the waters, pick up the best heroes, and see where they can work with moving on forward.
Yeah. So it looks like for now we're going to be seeing Ember Spirit and Void Spirit make it on through to the first phase, since it seems like a lot of teams, they're more than happy to let them get picked during the first phase. But yeah, we've really seen a lot of Void Spirit and Ember Spirit. Whenever you see... Oh, sorry, Ember got banned, sorry. But Void Spirit
Yeah.
is likely going to make its way through
And
unless
team ban.
Geek Fam decide to ban it. Or I guess they could first pick it themselves if they really wanted to. Since they're more than happy to put it on Cuckoo. Does Carl play Void Spirit? He does, right?
Yes, he does. He does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Geek Fam respecting Boom Esports' performance yesterday, especially on the Alk, takes it out, and with the whole reduction in
10
gold
seconds
across the
remaining.
entire map, Alk and Bounty, those heroes just seem super
5
valuable to
seconds
have in,
remaining.
especially when
I'm
the
surprised.
price of the item is still all up. Yeah.
It's quite shocking that they banned it first phase, because last time Boom picked it, it was last pick. And most teams wouldn't favor picking up an Alk early because it
Dire
gives the
team
opponent
pick.
plenty of time to draft around the
Radiant
Alk.
team pick.
Oh,
And Geek
that's
Fam,
why they let it through.
oh, the deny pick. So Geek Fam, they watched the games yesterday. Now Boom are probably thinking, oh, sorry Hyde, we tried, man. So Geek Fam, I'm really curious to see how they're going to play around with this Tusk, because we've seen it in the hands of Hyde, but who would play a Tusk for Geek Fam? Would it be
10 seconds
would it be
remaining.
Zephyr?
Yeah, most definitely Zephyr. Zephyr's like the pulse 4 playmaker.
seconds remaining.
Geek fam. Whitemon loves the Oracle. He's been playing a very good Oracle, but surprisingly they banned that one out. So it's most likely a Zephyr. Surely you want him to be a more active hero on a Tusk.
Yeah. I wonder if Geek Fam might decide to pair up the Tusk with the Disruptor. Then they'll have two heroes that have a lot of displacement between the two of them, and Tusk is really good to set up with the Disruptor because you go for the glimpse, you can ice shards when they glimpse back. You can snowball them while they're trying to run away, and Boom Esports, they're going to go for the Phoenix again, paired up with the Void Spirit. Interesting, okay.
They're going with the same draft they had against Adroid in the first game, the game which they unfortunately lost. As soon as Adroid Natsumi on his troll picked up the BKB because they didn't have a way to control the troll at that point. But still open-ended. I don't see a troll being picked up by Geek Fam just yet, so maybe they still have a way around it. They can still adjust accordingly.
Likely. Snapfire making its way through since she's been banned, I believe, all of yesterday. So we're finally going to see her. Honestly, a really good pair with the Tusk as well.
Remaining.
There's a lot of setup for the Snapfire once you play with the Tusk.
5
AA
seconds
got
remaining.
banned on Boom Esports. It feels like this might be a setup for a Morphling, since Morphling and Alk as well typically do not like dealing with a Ancient Apparition. But then again, I guess it may have been... They might have tried to set up for the Alchemist, but I think Geek Fam may be catching on to it. They have to be aware that Morphling is also in the pool, though, so it could be Morphling. It's hard to say at this point of time. I'm not sure if there's anyone else that actually struggles against AA. It's mostly those two, unless I'm missing somebody.
Radiant team pick.
Well, Geek Fam's clearly not going for the sustain lineup as they would. There's no saving grace kind of passive hero on the side of the supports, so the AA ban seems redundant at this point because I get it. Usually Geek Fam picks up the
10
Oracle,
seconds
right?
remaining.
So
Well, another reason why you could ban the AA is that Phoenix
5
is a
seconds
healer on the
remaining.
side of Boom Esports. If they win a team fight, if the Phoenix is alive, you get that percentage-based heal from the Sunray. So I guess that's also
Dire
something to
team
consider.
pick.
Maybe they want to make sure that if they win a fight and the Phoenix is alive, they can still get the heals in. Clockwork going to be the support partner with Phoenix. Interesting combination. Not your classic support duo, and they decided to go for supports that don't have your typical disables. Phoenix, not necessarily a disabler, and Clockwork, I wouldn't say
seconds
he's a
remaining.
reliable disabler.
5 seconds remaining.
But I guess they're working a lot with vision for this game since they have the rocket flare to work with. They've got the long range initiation with the hook shot. Also combos all with Void Spirit and
Radiant
Phoenix, since
team
both
pick.
these heroes have gap closing if they decide to chase. And DK. Wow, okay, Geek Fam. They've decided to go for a tanky mid laner that also can push.
he could very well run it in the safe and the off as well. The meta right now, especially once you get the Ags, the Black Dragon, that one's a bit broken in my opinion. It doesn't care about
10
the
seconds remaining.
terrain. He goes through it all and he's got the damage. So
5 seconds remaining.
very tanky the frontliner for Geek Fam for sure, with a lot of support damage coming out with the Snapfire on the back lines. Seems very straightforward. Boom Esports should be afraid at this point, because besides the Phoenix, Sunray, and the Firebirds, I don't think they have much damage to work around with against a DK.
Phoenix Sunray could actually put a real big... You could burn
Exactly
a
what I
hole
said.
through
Besides the
DK.
Phoenix,
Yeah.
they don't have much.
Yeah. I do like the DK pick though. One of the advantages when you run DK is that he's just such a solid laner. It's really hard to bully him out because he's got the passive health regen. He also has his flame breath that also makes CSing a little bit harder against his opposing mid laners. He can also pressure with it as well. So it looks like maybe they're trying to set up for Carl to at least have a decent lane, so that maybe we're looking at a weaker lane for Raven, and they might have to dedicate their supports to making sure that Raven gets his farm. Unless they want to
10
go for a
seconds
mid-timing push,
remaining.
they could do that as well. Maybe just pick up something like a Juggernaut. Then you have
5
extra
seconds
healing for Geek
remaining.
Fam because now you got the Juggernaut ward on top of the DK who
Radiant
can
team
passively
back.
heal himself.
Riki.
But they're going to go for the Riki. Okay. And if you look at Boom Esports lineup, they are really susceptible to Riki silences. They don't have a good way of dealing with Riki at all. Oh, Geek Fam, they've actually got a really spicy draft today.
10 seconds remaining.
Clockwork, yeah. I mean, you have Clockwork, but to get his true sight
5
on his
seconds remaining.
rocket flares is gonna take so much time. I don't think they could get there, get to a point of the game where Clockwork is at that level to get the true sight as well for the
Dire
Riki.
team banned.
Especially with DKs pushing in very fast, and with the Tusk Snapfire as the support duo, a lot of pressure is gonna go on this game.
Yeah, and normally if you run Phoenix and Clockwork, these supports are a little bit more demanding compared to your usual
Dire
supports,
team pick.
simply because they require their levels to really come online, and especially for Phoenix, you do need a few items before you're able to, I guess, go commando in these upcoming team fights. And because there's a Riki on the field now, you need to buy that dust early, those sentries. And if they don't manage to grab kills on him, or if they can't take objectives to help supplement the Phoenix's gold income,
10
this
seconds
could
remaining.
actually cause some problems for Boom Esports supports, especially as the game goes
5
later and later.
seconds
If
remaining.
Phoenix and Clockwork don't get a solid income of gold, then they could actually be starved quite
Radiant
badly.
team pick.
It's just the nature of Riki. You gotta have supports that can actually play with a
There you
little bit without gold. And I guess we are looking at Carl, Queen of Pain. So we're looking at Raven DK. Oh no, Raven.
No, it's an
Raven Riki.
offlane DK. Yep. I think it's gonna be a Raven Riki offlane DK. I think he was always traditionally suited for the offlane. He's just tanky, sustainable. The
10
Dragon's
seconds
blood is
remaining.
there. Yeah,
I preferred
it's
him in the
decent.
mid lane, to be honest. I felt like
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't know. I feel like DKs in the off lane, they just don't get enough to really function for the team. And boom, they're just like, alright guys, troll warlord card, let's do this. Okay,
That's
troll,
like the
hmm.
anti-DK pickup right there.
It's not even anti-DK, it's also anti-Riki, I guess. Because most of the time, Riki wants to man-fight someone that's running away. Troll does not run away. You run away from the troll.
I mean, Riki could arguably kite the troll if they didn't have any detection or whatnot, and he has the blink strike to get out in case of anything happens, or the tricks of the trade. So I think Troll hates chasing after the Riki, but the DK is a straight-up target he can run towards and, you know, deal a lot of damage. Plus, they are the frontliners. Besides that, in Geek Fam, it's pretty squishy. Tusk, relatively tanky in the
10
early,
seconds remaining.
but yeah, DK is going to be the frontliner of it all, and Death Prophet
5
is tanky
seconds
as well.
remaining.
Troll gets relatively tanky. Clockwork can get pretty tanky, so it's like 3 people on your face while the others do damage in the back lines. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I actually think this is going to be pretty interesting. Raven on the Riki, this doesn't really feel like a Raven hero at first, but then again, you consider his play style, he can get quite aggressive. I don't know which draft to pick now, because they both have their own quirks.
Yeah, Geek Fam is
I'll have to
definitely
think
going to
about
rack them in the sense of hero pickoffs. They definitely have that one in the bag with the Tusk and the Snapfire. Like, Riki could just join them early. I guess when he gets his defusal, he can join Tusk in the roam and actually pick them off one by one. That'll be ideal, but in team fights, it's pretty hard
Yeah.
going up against the Exorcism and the Egg. So,
I mean, not just that, you also have to think about it's 5v5 and there's going to be Dreamo Soul. Obviously, the supports and everyone on Boom's going to try and keep him protected. I'm not sure. This is a really interesting game for Riki because he's got a lot of advantages, but then one of the biggest disadvantages to him is that the hero is very squishy. You don't normally see him tank up till about 15 to 20 minutes once he's got his first, even his second main item. And he can be susceptible to burst if he's not careful. In particular, one of his biggest problems is going to be FBZ on the Death Prophet.
Prepare
If he
for
lands
battle.
the silence on the Riki, there's no way Riki gets out of these team fights unless the Tusk has to come in and try and snowball him to buy some time during the silence duration. But even then, the duration of a max level Death Prophet silence, I think, even exceeds the snowball duration. So there's a lot of things you need to consider if you're Raven. How you approach these team fights, whether someone else can draw attention. I think that's where Cuckoo really has to be very calculative when he engages in these fights. He needs to make sure that they've got vision of those main heroes that endanger the Riki. Clockwork's not a problem as long as the silence doesn't land, because Riki can just jump out. He's not that scared of the Clockwork. It's mainly the Death Prophet silence. If that lands, even the silence coming in from the Void Spirit, that's also something that Raven needs to think about.
Yep, so they're just going to try to contest the runes. Zephyr already in the area. Shows himself, so he's definitely going to the top. But they do see FBZ. Tide comes in with the battery assault, but Zephyr has the tag team. Actually, they're turning this one around. Zephyr falling pretty low. Overstepped himself a little bit. One more right click. FBZ drew his first blood against Geek Fam.
Oh, that's going to be a bit painful there, unfortunately, for Geek Fam. And are we looking at a tri-lane here for Boom ID, or will they decide to rotate? So Dreamer Cell is going up into that top lane. Interesting. So aggressive tri-lane, aggressive dual lane. It looks like
That's
Phoenix Troll up here. Yeah. That's not going to be a good Raven lane. Where is Raven? Oh, there he is, behind the tower. Yeah, if I was Geek Fam, I'd try and get Raven out of there.
Meanwhile, down at bottom, Cuckoo, the DK, is up against the Death Prophet. Should be relatively even trade. She's got away with the Spirit Siphon, but Zephyr, if he can actually zone FBZ out in this first wave, it's already doing a whole lot. But the Spirit Siphon will sustain her, move forward into her lane. I think it's going to be relatively fair with the Dragon's Blood regen and her Spirit Siphon. It's Raven who's going to have the lower end of the laning phase right now, as the harass coming out from the side of Boom. Very, very prominent.
I like the respect coming up from Boom ID. They know how integral Raven is to Geek Fam's lineup and how strong he can be if he's left ignored. So the fact that they decided to tri-lane his lane, it's going to put some pressure onto Carl now, because now all of a sudden Carl has to elevate himself to a very, very big tempo controller. He needs to win this lane. Mikoto, we've seen what Mikoto can do on the Void Spirit though, and Void Spirit can kill a Queen of Pain if she's not very careful with her positioning and watches the cooldowns. But we'll have to take a look later. It's a bit too soon to tell, but Mikoto is taking a lot of pressure there from Carl. But yeah, we've got to give these guys some levels before we can really say who's going to do what. It looks like White one though.
Look at that top lane again, zoning Raven out of experience range, out of the whole gold, no farm. The whole entire creep got denied, and this is what we said, right? Yeah, how to beat Geek Fam? You take out that one guy who always carries Geek Fam in the late. You make sure Raven's lane is pressured. Don't give him a good time, as he always gets away with it. And this time around, I think Boom Esports have a clear strategy on how to take the play style, go against the Geek Fam play style.
Yeah. Cuckoo, on the other hand, fun lane. He's doing great. He is way over the DP, and he's done a pretty good job denying AXP from FBZ as well. So this is going to slow down the progress of that Death Prophet. But if anything, we have to also put our eyes onto Cuckoo, since he's going to be pretty important when these team fights happen. His Dragon Tail, where his target is, the duration for Dragon Tail is ridiculously long as well for how quickly you can cast it. Especially when you're in Dragon form, the range is pretty insane on it as well. So if anything, Cuckoo and Carl, they're going to have to tag team so that Raven can eventually catch up, because this lane, it's a little bit easier now, I suppose, since the Clockwork has decided to rotate out of that top lane. But it's still going to be a tough one for now. At least the good news, I suppose, is that FBZ's been shut down, so Geek Fam doesn't really have to worry about the Death Prophet for a while. Oh, we got a TP up top.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Zephyr making his rotation. Yeah, it's a tri-lane now, so they gotta make something work. They can't rotate them all the way up and not make anything happen here, because then that's just a waste of space. It's not efficient, and it's only gonna eat them in their progress, especially when it comes to experience. So Zephyr shows himself. Maybe he can zone them out of the lane like Raven has been zoned out for the longest time. So Zephyr trying to change the tide here. A lot of damage, by the way, coming out from Geek Fam with this tri lane. This duo support,
fortified.
especially with the tag team and the burst coming out from the Whitemon Snapfire, has to respect it. Have to back off.
Yep. They still need to be careful if they try to gank that troll warlord though. Fire spirits this early on is a big pain because a lot of these heroes rely on right click damage, especially when they're ganking this early on. So if they can't burst down the troll before the fire spirits come out, they might just have to back off because we've seen the power of troll. He's more than capable of soloing a hero all by himself. And it looks like Kezcute, he's going to be pushing out Whitemon. And we've got 2 points in fire spirits for this Phoenix, so he's not gone for Sunray yet. Looks like he'll be investing in that later on.
Yeah, it's always better to invest in the fire spirit first. For the harass against the enemy carry, slows down his attack speed, but oh, Zephyr comes in. And the dive is always, it's a must just to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, especially with these heroes as well, just with the Tusk roaming around. If you don't have the dive available, then you're asking for a lot of trouble. Looks like we're getting to the 5-minute mark, and Zephyr wants to take this rune. Kezcute, unfortunately, on the Phoenix. The issue with Phoenix is that you don't have a stun, so likely Zephyr will just take this for free. Yep.
Kezcute has to be careful though. One thing about the dive is it has a very long cooldown, and like I said, as I say that, he immediately turns to re-engage. The scatter shot is there, slows him down. The cookie forward. Tag team is on. Kezcute, oh, he just got that one up just in time. Will he tag down? No, he won't. But now Hyde has made the rotations. Yep, battery assault. Mikoto can come into the burst. Will take, no, will not actually. Hyde will take the kill. So could have been way worse if Mikoto had it, but a kill's a kill, and Zephyr's just gonna TP right on front of his face.
Yeah, Kezcute was a really nice play there. He actually tried really hard to go in for the bait. He was watching the cooldown of that dive, came out perfectly, and they get a little kill for themselves. It just supplements that middle lane. Now that they got the kill onto the Snapfire. This does mean top lane is free for the Riki though, and it looks like Raven is still farming, so this pressure from earlier on, I don't really think this is going to be too much of an issue anymore since it looks like Raven is officially getting his farm. Although, does he know that there's 3 heroes up here? We could be looking at a game.
I don't think he does. He doesn't have a ward. He doesn't have a defensive ward.
Is there detection?
See him in. No, they don't. Immediately they go in for Whitemon. Whitemon's the easier kill at this point. You probably don't want to go against the Riki, and battery assault forward. Whitemon's gonna go down. Tries to use the cookie to buy some more time, but they won't. FBZ far forward, tries to go for the TP, but Snowball will cancel it, and he will go down. Could he actually? No, he will not. Will not take the kill onto K, onto Carl, and he will trade his life for Whitemon. So an absolute win going on the side of Geek fam, I feel.
Yeah, just bringing in the Queen of Pain, grab that kill onto the Death Prophet, slows down FBZ's progress. FBZ is going to be in a very interesting spot when it comes to that mid game because he farmed alright, but I don't feel like he really got the lane that he fully wanted just because he was up against a DK, he's been killed, he's all by himself. So he might hit this weird timing where he might have to level up his ultimate late since he might need to stick around in lane a little bit longer. I don't think it's going to cause Boom any problems. I don't think they're ready to push yet either. They want to wait for Troll to get more items and levels first. And yeah, FBZ's not even level 6 yet, so he's not even going to leave lane. I'd say 15 minutes is where we're going to see the Death Prophet move around, especially after that Yule Scepter, because with the Riki Silence, anything, even including a Yule Scepter, can save your life there. Just buys time for your team to come in and protect you. But Makoto is looking really good. 37 CS in that mid lane compared to the 30 on the Queen of Pain.
Yep, they actually tries to go for it, but he is way too far and way too tanky right now. Spirit Siphon, I guess, one of the best spells you're gonna have against a tankier guy. Just sucks their life away. Cogs on forward, defensively solid rotation, will back off. FBZ. It's not having the best of lane, but better your off laner gets the harder lane than your carry. That's what I believe. But for some weird reason, Android loves giving the hard lane to Natsumi.
Oh, looks like Hyde's going to be the one to spot out both of the supports in the enemy jungle. It's going to be quite tough to kill the Clockwork though. He is one of the tankier supports, and Zephyr going to be pressured by FBZ. No kills, but unfortunately the supports for Geek Fam, they're trying to make these rotations, but it seems like Boom, they've been able to intercept them. Ideally, you'd want to get more kills than this just to slow down the progress on the Death Prophet. If anything, I guess. Oh, Makoto!
Sonic waves forward. The burst. Did he actually forget that Quap has a really strong burst? He was actually dancing with her with like a low HP.
He may have tried to sidestep it, although the cone is still quite large from the front. So maybe he was trying to bait out early. I guess the good news is that there's no Sonic Wave now, so there is an opening for Boom to maybe go for a gank themselves or make a play, knowing that Sonic Wave won't be available. They've got 2 down bottom, and look at how many heroes are here to gank FBZ.
Mikoto, if he becomes the target, he just died earlier on. That's gonna be like at least 2 deaths under his name. Oh, Astral steps forward. Doesn't have the vision onto the Ricky, so he's just gonna focus himself onto Zephyr, but he's gotta be careful. The snowball is there. Pops the exorcism. Do you really want to fight into this one? Oh, the damage is actually enough. Geek outplaying the side of Boom Esports. If you simulate, will take down at least one of them, but that's only the support in the trade of 2 of your cores. Boom Esports thinking that they were safe, but they're far from it. And Hyde joining in the party real late. It's about time you get out of there, man. But you won't, because Dragon Tail's gonna hold you for the longest time, and you caught yourself in there, or you're sacrificial. Can they actually take it off? Yes, they will. Just in time before 10 minutes. All this goes the way of Geek fam. That was some crazy efficient play.
All that jungle vision as well paying off, grabbing them those kills. Boom! They made a mistake. They didn't know where Raven was. I think at this point you do have to give a little bit of respect to Geek fam, bringing Raven in there, knowing that, especially 10 minutes in, you wouldn't expect a Riki gank of all things. You'd be thinking that he'll be in the jungle after having not the best lane, but sometimes you gotta make those weird little plays just to trick your opponent, make them feel a little bit too safe. So it looks like Boom, they're still trying to farm. Troll's doing great, 4.8k net worth, almost hit the 5k mark, followed by 3 heroes on Geek fam. They're a little bit behind, but honestly, you'd be pretty happy where you are if you could see your net worth here as Geek fam. Troll might be ahead, but your secret weapon, the Raven, he's growing.
Well, he's got a very rough laning stage. That worth gets overshadowed by the Dreamer Cells and his Troll Warlord, but eventually that is time bought for the side of Boom Esports. If Raven can get back up on farm, he could be one heck of a threat to deal against with. Good news on the side of Boom, they haven't lost any map control. They still have all tier 1s up. They can play in their jungle comfortably, so they might have to look into amping up the tempo, trying taking over the enemy's jungle instead, because knowing that Raven is low on farm, they should expect him farming in the jungle, but immediately Hyde goes in forward with the pods, hold him back in place, but under the tower, that's 3 heroes coming up from Geek fam, overextension coming up from Boom Esports, very questionable.
Yeah, they didn't really have the best vision on where Geek fam was, and in particular, I really don't think they expected the Riki to be there. He just sniped the Phoenix. The Phoenix already used the dive as well, so there was no way he could have gotten out anyway. Decided to go for an aggressive dive rather than saving that defensively. So Boom, they're getting a little reckless. They had a sentry in the mid lane, but looking at where that one was, not necessarily the best coverage, I guess.
And I mean, they knew their teammates were in 2 different lanes. Like Dreamer Cells farming down at bottom, and then Mikoto up and top, and they still decided to commit mid. I like that Geek fam's placing in some deep observer wards right now, because they know they're stronger in the pickoff, not the team fights with all the egg and the exorcism. The pickoff is their game, and they're playing it perfectly. Deep observer wards going in for the ganks. They do see Hyde in the area. They know Dreamer Cell is there farming. They have to try and intercept it if they can, but it's only 2 in the area here. Oh, actually makes it out of the cogs. The rotation is in with the outpost. Hyde will go down first. Oh, what a great hook shot away. Snapfire comes in with the Mortimer's Kisses. Will it burn him down? He is almost dead, and he will.
Almost there, didn't quite make it. Something to note as well, Phoenix is still level 5. We haven't hit level 6 on him yet. If anything, they've got to put some priority onto this Phoenix. At least get that level 6 before he tries to go around and look for these ganks with the clockwork. Not having the Supernova is a really big asset that Boom ID is going to be missing out on, because especially if a 5 versus 5 team fight erupts, Phoenix's contribution is going to be nil. Because if you've been watching how Geek fam have been playing, whenever Ricky joins into the fight, he always snipes the Phoenix first because he knows if he gets in there, goes for the smoke screen, Phoenix can't do anything once he's silenced up. And a Phoenix that's moving that slowly in the smoke screen is just easy pickings. The hero naturally just has such a tiny health pool. So they've got to get that level 6 because without that supernova, they just don't have the control that they want in these team fights. It basically just means, Geek fam, you can do whatever you want. Because that Phoenix ain't doing anything to you.
Geek fam.
Okay, looks like they at least have it now.
Yep. Geek fam, although they have all these deep observer wards, they can't seem to secure any sort of pick-off or crucial means or crucial action to slow down Dreamcell so far. They still have the fact that Dreamcell is a easily kiteable heroes. Not much lockdown as well coming out from Boom Esports, so Geek fam can play around that fact. They're a bit more elusive, but yeah, they gotta get those pickoffs just to get the lead back onto Raven. Raven is now falling 3rd place, and in that with shot being your hard carry.
It's a Ricky. Ricky's not the best farmer, so I don't blame him falling behind the Queen of Pain, but he will want to catch up eventually once they start taking towers, once they go for these kills, although it's going to be smoke versus smoke action, and Makoto's trying to TP out now, but oh, so close. Nighttime vision, saving him there.
So you can tell they really want it. They're placing all these deep wards. They're smoked up, and they just cannot work with it. They have to go for the initiation, but it's them who's initiating against it. Paul falling pretty low and will go down. Smashing with the pushback with that cogs. Cuckoo has to back off, but they're coming in from behind. Raven comes in with the cleanup kill. Will take one down. It's good enough. The Walrus punches up. FBZ's falling low, has to back off. Breaks off the Spirit Sight, but he will walk off fine. But now Mikoto's in trouble. Raven's just gonna backstab Mikoto in his way. Dissimulate. Will get him out of there. Out of sight, out of might. And they lose only the Phoenix. So a relatively good trade going out for the Boom Esports.
Oh yeah, it'd be really good for Boom. If you're Geek fam though, we're really seeing the power of that silence. You silence the Queen of Pain, it's a Death Puppet silence, it's level 1 right now, but it's still quite long. Phoenix gonna die again. Oh, Kezcute.
Oh. Okay, so a relatively even trade in that sense, but Phoenix there is kind of a big deal because now they know that the Phoenix egg isn't around, but it's only forgone for like the next 10 seconds. So
it's free gold. If you can kill a support as quickly as you can kill the Phoenix, I'd take it, especially when you're running that Ricky. Ricky now in 2nd place, catching up, 6.2k gold. Not quite there with the troll, but as we all know, a fat Raven is a happy Raven, and he's slowly getting there. And yeah, the Diffusal Blade is now finally complete as well, so that is step 1 for Ricky. First is Diffusal Blade. Next step, possibly something like BKB, and honestly, it'll be good after that. Actually, now that I think about it, he might have to go for a Manta first, just in case he gets hit by the DP Silence. Once he's got the Manta, he'll probably be very good.
You know what I realized so far? Boom Esports actually playing the style of Geek fam. I don't think Dreamcell has been in a fight for the entire time of that event down in mid. Has he been just farming the entire time? What is he have? He already has queued up the BKB, has the cleave already, Battle Fury already on his side. So he's gonna play the farm game.
Yep. Well, Raven's technically farming as well if you think about it. How does a Ricky farm? It's called killing heroes, and if he can keep doing this, it'd be great. Let's be realistic though. If Boom ID can fight well enough against Geek Fam with 4 heroes, yeah, maybe they lose Kezcute every single time, but if they don't have any major losses, they're drawing that attention away from the troll. And essentially the troll was their win condition. So if they can get away with this and just have troll, farm, get whatever the heck he wants, and he joins once he's got his BKB or his first major fighting item, and it's a big win for Boom because we've seen what happens with a fat troll.
Oh, immediately Void Remnant pulls Cuckoo into place, but wow, immediately the damage coming out from Boom Esports just way too immense. We'll take them all down. Hook shot forward, perfectly placed by Hyde into the tree line. Catches Whitemon out of place. Cookies forward, and here we go. The power of the throw. Just claw them down one at a time. Although they are lacking the control, they have the burst with whatever they've got. And they will get the kill. Nearly a full man team wipe. They can immediately translate this into a push. Dreamercell feeling more comfortable to take these fights as it is. He has been farming the whole time. He's getting fatter and fatter, and at this rate, Cuckoo's not going to be an issue. The DK is not going to be an issue. He's only 5k in the network chart. How tanky can he get? And Troll just loves to play against the tanky heroes.
Yeah, not just that though. DK has a similar issue such as Gyrocopter, in that he's a great laner who's really hard to push out of lane. He will get farmed. The only thing is that DK, he has an inflammation when it comes to his peak. He peaks during the lane, then he goes down during the mid game until he starts picking up his damage items. It looks like Cuckoo is trying to go for utility on this DK, which is fine. My only issue is that if the Troll joins these fights, I don't think they have enough damage to kill off the Troll with just the Queen of Pain and the Riki. Because we've seen what happened just now. When all 5 heroes for BMID engage into Geek Fam have no control over that Troll. Every single time it just seems like Geek Fam, they're baited in by the KFC. KFC smells too delicious, they use everything to kill Kezcute, and then they have nothing left to kill this Troll Warlord. So they might have to change their approach to this. I think they're going to have to spend some farming time, get those items that help them team fight, bulk up Raven as well. Looks like they tried to kill the Phoenix again.
Yep, Zephyr will be an easy kill. Onto the side of Boom Esports. Yep.
It's tough playing as KFC sometimes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So we've still got this push happening, but yeah.
I think Boom has to play this way because they have the Death Prophet, they have the Exorcism, and now that Dreamercell is decently farming. Not decent. That guy's rich. He's 11k.
And you push so much faster as well. If Geek Fam want to try and base race, you're not going to win against the Troll Warlord and Death Prophet on the same team. So I wonder how Geek Fam wants to approach this now, because they tried early game to win through team fights, to take map control through brute force. It was okay before the Troll joined. Now that the Troll is here, he's got his items, he's ready to fight with the team. Team fighting ain't going to work anymore. So the only other option now might have to be split push. Because if you look at Boom ID's lineup, they want to fight together. You don't want to separate. If you separate, then you're leaving weak links on the map that could potentially get ganked up by Geek Fam. And if you look at Geek Fam, Queen of Pain, great split pusher. Riki, really hard to track down unless you have detection everywhere. So you could also see maybe Raven himself trying to go for the split push. Slow down the push from Boom ID by constantly forcing someone back to defend the lanes. Oh!
Yep, they're committing onto Raven, but his allies is in the area with the wall response. The burst damage is there. Will take down Mikoto and Hyde. Joining next, blocked out with the shots. He's got the battery assault. A bit annoying, but Raven eventually can get the blink dagger, but will just use tricks of the trade. He's in the AoE. He will go down. Cuckoo, he's on his dragon's form. Surely he takes tower real easy at this rate. Gotta wait for the wave to push in, but actually I think they spot someone. Dreamercell, they know that he's down in bottom. He's the bigger kill. If they can cut his movement off and maybe get a pick off, this would be crucial.
Radiant's top tower.
He's got a TP though, so if he TP's down, he'll be fine. I'm quite surprised about that mid lane play though. Mikoto getting a bit too overconfident, thinking, oh, I can just go in here, do a little bit of cheeky chip, but you don't want to go for chip like that, especially nearby a Riki when he can silence you. That mid play, unnecessary, but I think it's just Boom going back to their roots, sometimes getting a little bit too excitable when they see food on the map. They're just going to reel it back in, maintain composure, just do what they did during the beginning of the game, just take these fights as they come, don't overextend, just try and hold the fort down while that Troll reaches critical mass. BKB gonna be the next item of choice onto Carl, who's also got an Orchid. Now, Queen of Pain. It's 22 minutes. Her Sonic Wave is still viable. The only thing is that that's going to hold Carl back is that cooldown. After the BKB, I suspect he's probably going to pick up something like the Aghanim Scepter to reduce the cooldown. But he won't be doing as much damage in these team fights compared to earlier because everyone started to get these items. Roche is happening, and we might be looking at a team fight here. But look how quickly it's dying.
Geek Fam knows about it, immediately shots inwards, they scout it out, they know that the exorcism has been committed, but they still gotta respect the Phoenix Egg is still around and Dreamercell has already finished the job. probably not the best to take the fight there.
It would have been too scary too because the BKB also just got picked up on that troll. So even if they did try to fight DreamerCell, there's a good chance that maybe he just cuts them all down anyway.
There it goes.
Oh, we
They are
got another
smoked up,
smoke
though.
here.
They
Well,
know
FBZ, you know,
they
they
go immediately onto FBZ. Phoenix just dive his way out of there, but they committed everything, including the Mortimer's kisses. But FBZ is a big kill, and they're gonna get more with KSQ being silenced up, and he's already used the dive. Raven will clean it up.
Wow, Geek fam, they're doing such a good job at invading the jungle, and whenever Boom feels like they're safe, they decide to just go out of lane. Look at the vision for Boom ID. They only have one ward in that top lane. Aside from that, they don't have any vision. The map is dark. And for them to just move around like this...
Dragon Tail. Oh, he blinks in. The cookie was there to hold him in place, but Zephyr, DreamerCell will just stretch him through, and now he's gonna root up the DK. This is exactly what he's for. Claw down the tanky beast. The dragon will not live forever. He is falling low, but can they actually fight him? They will. Cuckoo kiting him. He lived way too long in this fight, and now DreamerCell's feeling a bit desperate. He's going into the second life with the Aegis, but he bounced out real fast.
Boom! Oh my goodness, they're getting too trigger happy with these fights. There's legitimately no reason for them to take that engagement at all. They probably thought, oh, we've got a troll warlord, he's hit critical mass, but you have to respect that Geek fam. Especially with the DK as well. If you don't respect the DK Dragon Tail, that stun is ridiculously long. And if a troll warlord isn't hitting his target, he's extremely vulnerable just to getting killed off like that. That's a wasted Aegis. They didn't even get to push with that. Now everyone on Boom ID is basically gonna have to stick around their base because how many ganks has that been? That's been 3 ganks on their side of the map, and they didn't get to spot any of it because they just don't have that vision. They need to... I really feel like they're not respecting Geek fam enough here. Yes, they won some fights, but the reason they won was because they had an advantageous position, they had their items, they were together. When you're not fighting together as Boom ID, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage, and a huge disadvantage at that.
Yeah, Boom Esports is finally feeling the lack of disables on their side. They don't have any reliable one besides the Clockwork, which he used the cogs to push the Cuckoo backwards, but unfortunately he could have just held him inside the cogs as well. It would have been better. He would possibly go down on that one, which he died anyways, but at least DreamerCell could actually finish the job on the Cuckoo. He was kited off, and this is what I was worried about, because DreamerCell, he's a big troll, but all he's in for is to kill the Dragon Knight. Everyone else can easily just kite this guy.
Oh man, Boom ID looking to play aggressive again, trying to bait with Kescoot it looks like, but yeah, Geek fam, they know what's up. They have wards everywhere, they can spot everything. And after seeing everyone from Boom ID rotate under the observer ward, they're just like, yeah guys, let's just back up. We don't need to fight this. If they're together, just split up, go back and farm, waste their time. And I think also after those horrible fights as well for Boom, they're too afraid to split up because they're scared of just being constantly ganked up by Geek fam. Because what does Geek fam do best? Ganking. They've got great heroes that can just split off, grab a quick kill and leave. And you can't do that if you're Boom. We've seen what happens. So for the most part, it looks like we still have a less than 1k gold lead for Boom ID. They're not doing too bad, but Geek fam, they're starting to figure out this playstyle by Boom. They just realize, pick them off if they're separated. If they're together, just leave them alone. Continue on farming. And as we can see already on the kill screen as well, 8 kills and 5 assists on Raven's Ricky. This guy hasn't died yet. He is playing so well on this Ricky, and as well got to give props to the supports as well. They've done such a good job at making sure that Raven doesn't overextend, making sure that they can also protect him too. The levels as well. Got Troll and Quick Pain. KFC going down again. What did I say? Everybody loves the good KFC, but here we go, another engagement. There's no Phoenix. I know that there's no Supernova, but FBZ's got the Blade Mail onto the high ground. I still want to engage this though. The Phoenix does have buyback. Supernova is available, but there we go. Blink forward onto the Death Prophet. Hookshot to stun up the Queen of Pain. Dream Herself coming in from the side. BKB onto Carl. He just backs up Phoenix diving forward. That's going to be a cooldown now, and that also forced out the buyback. And if you're Geek fan, you got to be happy. Forced out the buyback onto the Phoenix. They also used the hookshot as well. Unfortunately, no exorcism. If they could have forced out an early exorcism, that would have been the time for Geek fam to push, but just gonna waste their time. Keep farming up on that Raven, Ricky. Looking to grab his Manta Style next. So he actually went for BKB first, the safer option for Raven. He's still susceptible to the silences, but BKB pretty much solves all of his problems. Add some much needed bulk onto him as well. So next item choices, mine is the Manta Style onto Riki. What are we looking at for Cuckoo? Cuckoo's not queued anything up. Oh, it's got Ascent. Is the courier delivering anything? No, so it seems like he's mostly just trying to tank himself up. He's been playing the main initiator, and so far he's done such a good job just blinking forward, going for the dragon tail, and forcing a lot of attention onto himself. Oh, snowball, FBZ, fuel stuff. They're going to try and go for this tusk, though they managed to pull him back. Phoenix diving forward is silenced up, though, so couldn't actually continue on with the dive. Now they're going to go into FBZ. This Death Prophet losing so much health, and Hive having to back out as well. Raven going forward, killing off that Death Prophet, and also a quick snipe onto that Clockwork. And now the Phoenix again getting caught out, has no buyback for 70 seconds. And it looks like Geek fam, they've managed to call Boom ID after a number of successful games. And now it's high ground. They've got 2 buybacks available. Exorcism is still up. They also can buy back on that Clockwork as well. They won't have that Phoenix. But look at where the Troll Warlord is. He's actually up top farming in the jungle while their tier 3 is under siege. No one's at home defending. Oh wait, they do! Oh, it's Makoto! He actually gets taken down. Went way too far forward. Cuckoo coming in with the time. It looks like they may have just disassembled Boom ID in this first game. First set of racks is 30 minutes in. And Dreamer's still farming up top. To be fair, there's not really much he would have been able to do during that high ground push, but oh man, this has got to hurt if you're Boom ID. You're the team running the push lineup, and instead you get pushed by the DK Queen of Pain Ricky, the Ricky lineup. And it might be that they also intercept this troll. They have vision of roughly where he is. They knew that he was up there. They're scanning, but it looks like they'll just miss him if he TP's out. Now we're looking at a 6k gold lead for Geek fam, looking super strong coming into this mid-game. Shiva is completed on the Queen of Pain as well, so there's another way to control these team fights. Blink in Shiva, slow down all these heroes on Boom ID. Now it's going to be a lot hard to move around with the slow. And even Queen of Pain, Carl's getting tanky as well. He's got a BKB, Shivas. He's also going to look for a Lincoln Sphere. So soon this Queen of Pain will be practically unkillable unless they commit everything. And unfortunately, the lack of stuns on Boom ID, it's not making their job any easier. So for Geek fam, they just got to keep winning these team fights. They're getting all these items, preventing all these disables, and again, another jump. It's time onto Clockwork, silenced up. He's got no force stuff. He can't get away from that. Ricky blink forward again onto FBZ, Supernova to the side. Oh, he's actually been protected. But can they kill off FBZ? They have to back up. Dreamer Soul, Supernova. They all had to run out of the area. Now Cuckoo running right into that troll wall. Batches are there. Exorcism committed as well. They're using so much to kill off this Dragon Knight, but they finally will slay that dragon. In the meantime, though, they also managed to get the Snapfire with Makoto. So 2 big kills, and neither of them having buybacks on the side of Geek fam. Oh man, this game looks like it's going to be in favor of Geek fam, then it flip-flops back to Boom ID. They haven't fully come back, but a couple of good team fights, and we're starting to see that Boom, they still have some kickback left.
All they have to do is they gotta figure out on how to get them in place. Like I said, Geek fam, they're really good at kiting. That's what Dreamer Cell as the troll probably don't want to play against, but that Dragon Knight, you see, he's not as much of a threat as we thought it would be, because the troll just eats the DK, and besides the DK, which is already expected to go off, they can only kill Snapfire, so it's kind of the expected scenario coming out from that fight.
Yeah. If anything, it seems like Boom, they're starting to recognize the main threats. And the main threats mostly being that Ricky, and even it might seem counterintuitive of killing a DK, but in this situation, with how short the cooldown is for Dragon Tail, it feels like you have to kill Cuckoo because he's their main initiator. Without Cuckoo, you can't comfortably engage into these fights as Geek Fam because outside of that Dragon Tail, you've only got your Tusk as your main source of crowd control. So to kill off the DK, that's when you have to run away if you're Geek Fam. Yeah, they're showing a lot of strength. They're starting to show that they're also tanking up. They're getting a lot of control. But you can't look at Boom ID and say they don't have the same. They do have the same level of power. It's just they are currently they're lacking in disables. Once those disables start to come up, especially with the Basher on the Troll, and they can guarantee these kills, Geek Fam won't be feeling as confident initiating with Cuckoo anymore. They might have to change their plan. Maybe even consider going in with the Tusk first, since Tusk has a much more reliable way of defending himself compared to the DK who has to expose himself in the middle of a fight by blinking in. Oh man, so we just got a game pause here. Unfortunately, it looks like we've got some TeamSpeak issues, but hopefully that gets resolved. The game so far looks like it's going to be tilting into Geek Fam's favor, but with how these team fights are happening, yeah, Geek Fam have been winning a lot of them, but Boom, they're also showing that they are still ready to bear their fangs. They are also willing to lend themselves these team fights. But we'll have to see if Raven... Do they have detection on the Ricky? They don't. Unless there's a support coming. I don't believe they do, unless Kezku miraculously has dust. Oh, sorry, it's an illusion. I don't know what I was looking at. Oh dear.
They're not taking chances. That's what a good mentality they're having. You know, they can't take chances.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Geek Fam here. But yeah, like besides the DK, DK is just absolutely not gonna have a game this one because Troll is just out there to eat him up, shred him down. But they have to find a way to hold down Ricky, hold down the Quap, hold down the Tusk, because they're the more elusive one to play around with. And I'm not too sure, but does Tusk already have a Blink Dagger on him? He does.
Yep.
So
2.3k health on top of him as well.
So they're all pretty elusive. He can always come in with the snowball and then blink away. That's going to be an issue for the Troll in terms of kiting, but just the fact that Cuckoo is not an issue anymore, that gives a lot of space for Boom Esports to play around with, because then it becomes a 4v5.
Yeah. I love FBZ's itemization because previous to his Aeon disc, he's been the primary target of Geek Fam. They have just been bursting him down straight away, but now with the disc, it's a lot more difficult to kill off that Death Prophet because he gets that period of invulnerability to all sources of damage. So Geek Fam no longer able to jump onto FBZ. The best they can do is try to pop it preemptively. Pop it before a team fight happens. If they can do that, oh, that career gets taken out. They know that Roshan's happening, but DK's a pretty fast pushing hero too. Now they have TP some heroes home though, so it looks like FBZ as well as Kezku TP home. Let's try and slow this down. Are they going to TP home though? Looks like they've sent 2 heroes on Geek Fam into the Roche pit. They're going to see if they can chase down these heroes, but it looks like for now that top lane will survive for now.
They just can't possibly take on a 5v5 fight right now, Geek Fam. Geek Fam knows that when it comes to a whole full 5v5, there's always the egg, there's the exorcism. It's a bit too tough to play against. So they have, that's what they gotta do, right? They gotta put, if they're going for Roche, then you commit down in bottoms, force them back, and when 2 rotated down bottom, they try to rotate up top, but unfortunately there's no kills there. So it still swings the way of Boom Esports. I think they held the tier 3s, did they? Or it was taken down? I think
they held
it. Yeah, they
but
held
they're
it.
healing it. Yeah. So interesting for the net worth situation though. If you take a look at it, Carl is actually currently tied with Dreamer Cell. So this Troll, his item progression has slowed down. And so something I'm very curious about with Carl is that he's built up Shivas, he's built up Assault Cuirass, he's going for Lincoln's next. He's gone for 2 defensive items up until this point, just to make sure that he survives. But at some point, he's going to have to transition to another damage item because as the game goes later and later, Queen of Pain can't just rely on her spells for damage. He has to do some kind of right click. And Queen of Pain can hit pretty hard too if you give her the right items. So I'm wondering when that point of time is and what she replaces to put that damage item. If you're wondering what it is, it's likely a Mjolnir as her item of choice to get the extra attack speed. You also get the chain lightning procs as well, helps with pushing. Because if he just goes for this, yes, he's tanking up, but where's the damage coming from outside of that Riki? Because the only one that's really scaling for damage now is Raven. And if Raven dies at all during these fights, then
it looks like they got the silent off onto Quap though. Carl has to pop his BKB to get out defensively. That means how many duration is on his BKB left? It's down to 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's a defensive BKB. I mean, it's worth it since she lived, but you know, it's never nice. It's never nice to pop a BKB defensively and get out of there.
And it's getting really short too. One more BKB pop and it's going to be down to the minimum 5-second duration. 5 seconds, especially for a Queen of Pain, is not long.
They're trying for it, but right now Raven already has his Basher, has the Manta style. So can have some sort of a control on this goal. Oh, immediately comes in with the initiation. Raven with the smoke screen by the backline. Mikoto jumps straight with the Astro step. Will take him down. That's the Carl gone on the swamp. With the Astro already. It's too early. They don't take this fight, but Raven far too forward. Has to pop his BKB again to get out of there. Astro steps forward, catches two. He sees that Zephyr's now in the area. He's going to roll his way onto the creep and trick away. But oh my god, the Yule Scepter catches him in just in time with the silence. Raven is not going anywhere. The egg will pop, and Cuckoo will cut the loss and TP away.
There's just some big kills as well. 70 seconds off the board with no buybacks, and you have to think if you're Boom ID, you push now. This is the biggest opening to push, and once they realize that there's no buybacks on these two, I actually think we're going to be looking at 2 sets of Raxes gone. We've seen what a troll can do to a base. He loves bases. He eats them up for breakfast. Geek fam, pretty big mistake. I'm just props to Boom ID though for using that opening. They knew that the Cop's BKB was on cooldown. They utilized the opening. Silences. Even if there was a Lincolns on the Queen of Pain, it would not have protected her from the silence. So now, the poor tier 3 is under siege. Look how quickly it's going to go down to Dreamercell once the Glyph is down.
Just going to claw him down. Dreamercell, this troll is big and tanky right now without Raven. I don't think they have the damage, especially with Quap. The burst isn't there. And even if they could kill him once, I'm not sure if they win the game in that sense. Even Cuckoo, the tankier guy, has to play in the backline knowing that this troll just shreds him to pieces. So it's even Cuckoo, the frontliner, playing in the back, that's gotta feel bad.
Those 2 kills just equalized the game. The game was in favor to a certain degree to Geek Fam because they had that the mid-Rax advantage, but now that it's tied, we're looking at an equal game again. So the creep's no longer going to be a nuisance in that middle lane for Boom ID. They're more free with their movements. They know how strong that they're getting, and Keith, we're starting to get some tier 4 items.
Should be the game changer. The leveler pretty good in taking down towers, so maybe if they really want to make Cuckoo a split pusher, they probably can. I mean, he just can't go into this fight knowing that this troll's going to shred him to pieces now that he even have a DD. So if they really want to go that route, at least they have the leveler. They know they can at least do decent structural damage if they choose to do so. He has a Heaven's Halberd for the disarm against the troll, but how long before it can you stall before they actually come in and do the damage?
Yeah. If you take a look at both squads, so on opposite sides of the map, trying to push those creep waves. Big creep wave in that bottom lane though. Geek Fam, I don't think they're looking to commit to that, but look up top. Dreamercell, he sees tower, he eats tower with the double damage rune. Ooh, backdoor protection as well, and just run out, but still half HP. Where is everybody?
With Exorcism, they are definitely going to take the racks for sure on their end. With even the fortification coming out on their side, K is trying to play push, but he's not the best hero to do so. Immediately the hook shot forward, pushing it back with the cog. Will take the Snapfire down. That's a lot of the AoE damage gone. Zephyr's next. Tries to pump the ring for some sort of HP, but will go down eventually. Assimilate gets out of there. Mikoto, they lose no one on the side of Boom Esports, and Geek Fam, they are looking hopeless at this point. Exorcism still up, can still chip off the racks, but it's about the timeout, so they will respect and go off Cute is down in bottom, so they know that the Phoenix Egg isn't around if they would like to play around it. Respect the timing, play around the cooldowns.
Yep. Oh man, BMID, they are jumping onto this advantage, and they're starting to do this. They're starting to do the smart thing with the Phoenix as well, realizing that if they just leave the Phoenix in the fight, he's just gonna get killed off by Raven. So instead, he's decided to Supernova in the backlines. Doing that, Geek Fam can't engage into Boom ID because they're currently fighting under the Supernova range. And if you put yourself within that range, there's a good chance you get stunned, locked down. If you get hit by the stun, you're practically gone. So unfortunately for Geek Fam, they are losing this advantage that they managed to accumulate during that mid game. They were doing so well with these pickoffs, utilizing these openings where Boom ID, maybe getting a little bit too overconfident, tried to spread out, tried to farm, ended up getting ganked up, Geek Fam getting their core items, but the game is starting to get too late. They needed to end this game a little bit sooner than this. But now that the fights are going in favor of Boom, there's the chances of them being able to win a 5-on-5 are very slim, especially with these items that are now up on Boom ID's main heroes. And the Divine Rapier is also in the works for Dreamer Cell. Carl, honestly, I like what Carl's doing. He's trying to backstab all these buildings to try and force someone back on the side of Boom. The only downside is, who's the same
yeah, they
doesn't
actually
go?
caught the initiator. That's gone. The Clockwork is forced to buy back on this one. Dreamer Cell probably has to get out because without the clock, they really don't have any disable, and they maybe can kite this troll around. So Mikoto staying in the area, drops down to Void Remnant just in case. Oh, he uses the rocket flare. I'm not sure if he has the true sight though, but they're focusing their way onto Zephyr. Zephyr's used up their arm. Look at the troll! He will melt! He will go down. That's 100 seconds. The impossible is nothing. Mikoto to fall next. He's falling pretty low. He has the linkage, gets away with the BKB. Then he comes with the Sunray, trying to keep his TP up. FBZ's left in the area. He has his exorcism. So that's definitely already a win fight for Geek Fam, and they want more. They in fact, they're going to take FBZ down. Not only did it force the exorcism, they forced the buyback from the clock, and they took down the troll. That is all Geek Fam. They found the perfect initiation onto this clock, and that was key.
That juicy bait coming in from the Tusk, he drew a lot of attention to the left side of that fight from Boom ID, leaving, unfortunately, the troll in the backline, and Geek Fam, they just latched onto him, used everything, killed that troll. Once the troll was gone, everyone was in complete disarray because troll does most of the damage. Mikoto dropped very low as well. He wasn't able to turn around. Free Roche. Now for Geek Fam, this is also a Roche with an Aghanim Scepter. Is this for Queen of Pain? Who gets the Ags? Or was I tripping? It's for DK. We've got the Black Dragon coming into play.
Black Dragon is coming. Let's go. Now he's super elusive. Now we're talking about kiting the troll. All 4 heroes from the side of Geek Fam. I mean, not Snapfire, but he's always playing in the backline. All the other heroes from Geek Fam can kite the troll except for the dragon. And now with the Ags, terrain is no issue. He too can kite the troll if he so wishes to. So this troll,
bottom barracks are under
he's got to take them down in whatever lockdown he's got from the clock.
Best thing you can hope for now, if you're Boom, is to just wait out the Aegis duration. Don't die. Let the creeps do the talking. Mikoto got to make sure that he doesn't taunt the wrong hero.
Yeah.
BKB also now up with the DK2. Yep.
The whole time he has the leveler, so that's why he was doing the split push. Like you said, you like that play, and he's doing something on the side of Geek Fam. Secures them some sort of hope in. They're smoked up.
Are they trying
Rocket
to
forward.
punish? Are they going to punish the Queen of Pain?
Surely not. I don't think they have the lockdown for the Queen of Pain. They have one hook shot, and they have to silence her in that duration. Otherwise, they do sponsor out Yules afterwards. Can they get the silence? No, the hook shot follow-up is there, so they will have the control. We'll pop the Aegis. The rotations are all coming in. Raven's in the back line. He's popped his BKB. Again, a defensive BKB has been used by could she be baiting? Carl gets the move again. Gets pulled in, but Zephyr comes in a little bit too slow for the snowball save, and he will go down. Now the action isn't committed, but that is for 2 kills. 1 on the core and 1 on Zephyr, who's down for at least 90 seconds. So that's a lot of space for Boom Esports to play around with.
Oh man, I think they're going to try and get the Divine Rapier and Dreamer Cell first. He's holding on to that 5k gold. He has buyback. Ideally, you'd want to make sure you have buyback before you get the Divine Rapier, but I can see what they're trying to do. They're biding their time. And I'm not sure if Geek Fam is going to be expecting this. They might, just because Dreamercell hasn't progressed his items for quite a while. And that might be the reason why they tried to make these aggressive plays, because they want to finish the game before the Divine Rapier comes up. But it's so hard now because they've lost 2 heroes. Luckily, they still have buyback on most of their core heroes. The only one that doesn't is the DK. That one's a little bit risky because if they don't have Cuckoo for the upcoming fight and they're going up against 5 heroes on the side of Boom, they're going to be lacking one of their main not crowd control, but one of their main disables, which is that Dragon Tail. He'll get it in 300, so I think he will have it up for the next fight. But ideally, you need to finish this soon, because it just looks like Boom, they want to push bottom lane and say that's it.
There's always a way in. I think Geek Fam has showed it in a previous engagement. As long as they take out the control, the only control actually being their clockwork. Sure, they have the Yules into the silence, but if you can take out the clockwork, that's a lot of room for Raven to go ham in the back lines or whatnot, uncontested, because no one else has the control necessary for Boom Esports to play around with. So Geek Fam needs another crucial engagement onto this clock. Just catch him off guard, take him out of the match before the war begins, and they could potentially just turn the tide around.
Yep. Just looking at all the neutral items as well. Much thanks to our observer for all keeping us updated. No tier 5 yet though, but if this game keeps getting longer, we're gonna hit those tier 5 items, and I think that's when things start to get a little crazy.
If it isn't crazy as it is, this is only the first game of a best of 5 series, ladies and gentlemen, and we're already get this close call matches, which is insane.
So looking at the Snapfire, I'm really glad that we're starting to see a 4-stuff coming up on the side of Geek Fam. I don't know why Southeast Asia tends to fall into these trends. A lot of the supports don't tend to favor picking up all these defensive items in Southeast Asia. Normally they go for a lot of these other items such as Greaves or an Ether Lens for themselves. A 4-star?
We have a huge engagement now. Just Mortimer's Kid says zoning them back. No threat so far. But they know that one is out for the next engagement if they so to immediately re-engage now that Dreamercell is in the area. Still has the Phoenix Egg. Is Exorcism up on FBZ?
Strict Dragon Form.
Yep.
That's gonna run out.
They're committed onto this. They baited out the ultimates and now they have to really come into the initiation. But the Yule Scepter, as I say it, dare I say it, this is the perfect initiation for Boom Esports, but they have to meet to control this Troll Warlord who is to the background. Just gonna, the burst will actually take it down once again. Perfect target. Now the control is gone. This is all Geek Fam. They're trying to do damage. FPZ is on the line. Walrus Punch will cancel his TP, and immediately the tide has changed. Boom is the one losing 2 big calls on their side, and the Phoenix as consolation. Geek Fam showing them they are not out of this game just yet.
What did Troll buy? He had buyback just now. Oh, he finishes Abyssal Blade. So he didn't end up going for the Divine Rapier at the end of the day. Oh, he's got no buyback. I'm quite surprised he didn't wait for his buyback to come up before he died. Oh, man. I'm not sure if they can defend for 50 seconds. They've got a buyback on the Death Prophet, but there's no Exorcism. There is a Supernova Egg. Supernova is a really good spell for trying to buy time. We got Nullifier up the Ricky. Yep. Nullifier picked up on the Ricky. That's gonna hurt.
Was the troll being disabled during the bottom engagement? Because it seems that when he was cooking forward, he went into the backlines against the dragon, but was not hitting the guy. I think it was the halberd, which Cuckoo is holding in his backpack, in his inventory. So like,
at the end of the day,
he
uses BKB early, and Walrus Punch goes through BKB as well. So by the time that Zephyr finished punching him into the air, BKB ran out. He just died, pretty much. They've got to hold 5 seconds.
Boom! There it goes.
They They managed to hold, but just barely. Now this game is tied yet again. Both teams down 2 Raxes.
This is by far been the closest game I've watched during this entire series, the ESL C Championship. This one takes the cake. It's 50 minutes. Scores are relatively even. 10 kill difference between the two teams. And it's anyone's game at this point. Both of them has lost the lane of Rax, more so on the side of Boom Esports, which was surprising seeing as they had the lead early on.
Invisibility.
Oh, I'm not sure though. I think Geek Fam did a pretty good job at bringing themselves back in. Looking to go for another gank as well. They are missing the DK in the middle lane, but you can tell now this game's getting so late that everyone's now just starting to huddle up as a team. If anyone gets caught out by themselves, they're just going to die in a matter of seconds. We're in the late game, folks. This is when any kill can just tip the game onto one side's favor. The unfortunate thing here for Boom ID now is that their main hero that they have to keep alive is that troll. As much as Makoto on the Void Spirit might be their secondary core, he just doesn't hit as hard and isn't as threatening as that troll. So the moment the troll drops, unless they've also killed the Riki on the side of Geek Fam, they have to retreat. And this is sort of the disadvantage that you're looking at if you're Boom ID, because you've invested all of this gold into Dreamo Cell. That the moment Dreamo Cell drops, that's the majority of your team's net worth down the drain. Whereas at least for Geek Fam, they can somewhat rely on Carl. They can somewhat rely on Cuckoo as well, because those two have decided to transition into semi-cores, and they're starting to hit hard too, considering that they're now level 28 on the Queen of Pain, getting very close to level 30. And we all know what happens when they hit level 30. All those talents suddenly become available.
Radiant are scared.
Look at Dreamo Cell though, he's already queuing up the Divine Rapier. He is done playing around. He's probably just going to go straight for the throne at that point, because if you're going to kite him, then he's just going to go for a stationary target. And
I call this a desperation rapier at this point. It could work, but again, it depends on their positioning. Yeah, the halberd in particular, that thing hurts him the most.
This is smoke action. Who's gonna pop who first? Cuckoo gets the initiation with the Dragon Tail. He's far forward, but yes, the Black Dragon Ball get out of the high ground. Six and tricks there. Can they actually finish off Hyde? Hyde is under the Mortimer Kisses, force the egg forward, and now they know Cubic Ultimate from Boom Esports is down. This is almost looking like a win for Geek Fam as it is. Control on Mikoto. Mikoto will go down. No more burn. Dreamo Cell's running in the back line, but being kited to bits. Walrus punching upward. Stun is there from the Basher. He cannot do work. It's a little too late for Dreamo Cell to do anything. He's been kited everywhere, left, right, and center. They just waited him out, and now Dreamo Cell's the one going low. He will die. 100 seconds. Has a buyback though, but Toto, he brought back to this fight, and he looks like he's about to go down as well. He will. 100 seconds on all the big cores. Only Phoenix left without an egg. GG has been called with the side of Boom Esports. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series goes the way of Geek Fam.
Oh man, that looked like it was going to tip back into the favor of Boom ID, but it just seemed like, especially during this late game, they had no way to pierce into Geek Fam safely. They were so afraid of so many things. The snowball saves, the ice shards preventing their movement, the halberd late game was huge, because Dreamo Cell, especially during that late game, he really wanted to go in there and fight, but he tried to do the smart thing. He tried to go in, he tried to tank the halberd, and he realized, I'm just going to back up, wait for halberd to expire, then I'm going to come back in. Mind you, his BKB was already on the shortest duration possible, which is 5 seconds. In a fight like this, and especially when there's something such as a Walrus Punch, 5 seconds is nothing. And if you compare the two disables on both teams, if you look at Geek Fam, superior disable, they had more crowd control. The one thing I found rather interesting was that I can understand the supernovas being super far back, but you have to consider at some point, you can't just supernova behind your team. You have to eventually go for an aggressive supernova to force the enemy team back. All they did was maybe sidestep, a couple steps to the side. Didn't have to worry about the Phoenix at all, because, the Phoenix wasn't an issue. Late game, I guess what they tried to do as well, they tried to use the Sunray to heal the troll, but it doesn't matter if you're being healed if you're not doing damage. There's just no setup for the late game for the troll. He relied on himself to do the damage, but there comes a point when you still need disables, and without the disables, Dreamer Cell just couldn't do it. And Makoto, do you see how quickly Makoto died as well? Again, down to the disables. They just had one stun, and that's it. Makoto just evaporated.
Yeah, it is what I said it was going to be, right? Like, they had the troll that was merely to counter the DK, which initially was what he was doing. And I was worried about that because every single teamfight engagement they had, it seems like the DK it always dies off, which is expected. And none of the core, like Quap is going to live, Raven's going to live, Zephyr's going to live. It's only Whitemon and Cuckoo dying because, guess what? It's not a perfect troll game. Kiting is an issue, and the moment DK had his Ags, it seems like Dreamer Cell just couldn't kill anyone at that point. He was being kited around, he was just running here and there, not to mention Walrus Punch. It just bought so much time, but his BKB went out, and, well, he was just there taking all the hits, couldn't do anything at that point. And Geek Fam, they played it right, and they got the necessary items to handle him, the Hellsberg as well. It's just perfect play coming out from Geek Fam.
The support items on Geek Fam, huge lover of Force Staff, and I think especially in that game, Force Staff just kites Dreamer Cell. If you find someone getting caught by the troll, Force Staff, that's fine. Just Force Staff, keep them away. And then if you look at the support items on Boom Esports as well, an E-Blade on a Phoenix. I'm not quite sure what the E-Blade was supposed to do for Kezcute. They don't really do that much magic damage where I could have seen the E-Blade be useful. Maybe just to put someone into ghost form to protect them from maybe Raven. But I feel that if they were just going to do that, maybe just keep the Ghost Scepter on Kezcute and then have a Force Staff. Then at least you would have been able to Force Staff your teammate out of those disables or Force Staff them out of that Riki smoke. It's just, a lot of things went right for Geek Fam, but they also knew how to prep for that late game with the items and the supports, with the items that they picked up on their cores as well. The Halberd, MVP of that late game, outright.
So let's take a look at who the feature player is in this game number 1 of a best of 5 series. Boom Esports versus Geek Fam, and Zephyr takes the cake. Although he wasn't as active as we hoped he would be during the lanes, but credits to Boom Esports. They played the lanes right, I'd say. They were winning the lane, they were pressuring Raven out of it. The Tusk could not do the annoying roam as he should, but man, he showed up and he actually was super crucial, especially when it comes to controlling that troll Warlord who's trying to go rampant in the backline. That Walrus Punch, what is the cooldown on that Walrus Punch? It seems like he's always getting 2 punches off at every single engagement they had.
Yeah, the fights are quite long as well. They tried to drag it, but seriously, Zephyr, I'd also say props to Cuckoo on that DK. He always got those stuns off. And again, the halberd that he picked up, so key, because they knew that Troll was the main threat. It wasn't Makoto. Makoto wasn't the one that was killing their team. So at the end of the day, Troll is killable. Geek Fam, I think they played enough games against Troll to realize, okay, late game, Troll's strong in pushing, he's strong in fighting, he's strong in fighting, he's strong in team fights. Just neuter the Troll. If there's no secondary core, then we've got a way to deal with him.
Fair enough. So I guess that just concludes game number 1. I think we're going to get into a quick break before we get into game number 2. Stick around. Once again, my name is Keith and this is Danelie. We'll see you in about 5.
They're looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. I think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can break me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can break me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain. The only thing between me and you is a bullet with your name.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls off.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championship Grand Finals. Game 1 has just concluded and it looks like Geek Fam are currently leading with 1 win under their belt. It's a best of 5 series, they've still got 2 more wins to go, but for Boom ID, they got to win 3 games. And I think after a game 1 like that, taking a hero such as Troll, that's considered very strong, has a very high win rate, especially in this tournament, to lose not going to be feeling too good about that one.
Yeah, but not taking away anything from Boom Esports though. Like Geek Fam are walking into this as giants, and Boom Esports showed that they could actually stand toe to toe. They could spar with the beast, and this was, like I said, by far one of the closest matchup I've watched so far in this whole entire tournament alone. So we really got the best of the best out of the bunch to play up against each other in this grand final here, and I'm really happy to see what happens in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I want to see my heroes get banned. Tusk, since both teams can play it. Outside of that, I guess Troll's not really going to be a factor, I suppose, since I guess Geek Fam, they don't mind having it in the pool if they want to take it for themselves. If you're a Boom, though, I'm not sure. I presume Boom would want to be banning something like Troll. I'm guessing Oracle is going to be a priority ban as well, since we've seen how big that hero is for Geek Fam. Mars, I think a lot of people have been saying Mars for Boom ID since that's one of their signature heroes. I think from that last game, could we see a DK ban? I feel like DK was a bit situational there, but to be fair, it worked out really well.
It was a third pick DK. The Troll only came out in the end, so it's either Geek Fam already knew that they were gonna bait the Troll out from Boom Esports, hence they picked hero. No, I think they didn't actually see that. They actually forced the response onto the DK, because if you notice, everyone else from Geek Fam could easily kite a Troll, but that DK. So I think they were actually baiting it out for Boom Esports. But I guess enough with that one. Let's have a clean slate walking into game number 2. Will this series be tied, or will Geek Fam further on the lead with a 2-game victory? We'll find out in this game number 2.
Yep, they are feeling pretty good about themselves. Tusk banned out by Geek Fam. Dang. Of course it was going to be banned out. Snapfire so far is still in the pool. Actually, Snapfire was pretty good in that game as well. Geek Fam, they really used the Snapfire in that late game. They just, whoever they caught with that Tusk, they just sniped them down with the Mortimer Kisses. Did so much damage. And Boom Esports, they kind of struggled against the Snapfire as well. Earlier on, not so much, I suppose, since they had the control. They could jump into the backlines, pick off the supports, but when that late game popped, yeah, Snapfire really showing up with that power.
Yep, and as you expected, the Tusk is out. Zephyr seemed to be the banned hero right now. Take it out. The ES is out. That's a Zephyr signature. And you were talking about Snapfire. Well, they don't want to deal with that one as well. But I guess the pool is wider. It's still open because like you can get any hero into the pause 4 position and make the plays. And I guess that comes down to what Zephyr can really do with it. And yeah, I think just the fact that you can't possibly ban all Zephyr heroes and let Raven still run in around, right?
Remaining. So yeah. There is still room for an Oracle here for Geek Fam. As we mentioned before, really big fans of Oracle, especially if you've been watching Geek Fam. What else is possibly in the pool? Void Spirit. Although to be fair, I don't think these teams are going to ban Void Spirit. Ember Spirit got banned last phase. He could also be banned out too. What else could we possibly look at for bans? Morphling? I know some teams ban Morphling early, but typically that only gets banned out if there's a AA ban. And Ember Spirit gonna be banned out here for Boom Esports.
So immediately that opens up the Void Spirit, I think.
Yeah. No Mars again. So maybe they're just making Boom feel hopeful. Maybe the Mars will make it through. Gets banned again. So with that,
Boom Esports, what would they like to open with? I think Boom Esports, known for their fast aggression, should have at least a bit more active support duo. I feel like the Phoenix is a bit super passive and reactive, right? They were playing, like I said, they were playing the Geek Fam style. Unfortunately, Geek Fam plays that way better since that is their style. They went into the late way better and they know how to, well, as I say that, they pick up a Phoenix again, thinking that wasn't an issue.
Dead set. Yeah, they're dead set on keeping this Phoenix. I just feel that, especially during the laning stage, Phoenix doesn't really provide much up until that level 6 once you have the Supernova Egg. And then after you also get a few points into the Fire Spirit, Sure, there's other reasons why I'd pick Phoenix. The
5
Fire
seconds
Spirits are
remaining.
really good against melee carries because it reduces the attack speed. The Supernova, the Fire Sunray. Oh my gosh, everything's fire and sun and everything. Happiness. The Sunray providing
Radiant's
heal does
team pick.
percentage-based damage, but the biggest payoff, I suppose, is all the damage that Phoenix does, but then the trade-off is you're lacking stuns, you're lacking early game presence. I don't think I've seen a game where Phoenix just dominates the early game. Normally it's just Phoenix playing passively, reactively, just trying to survive, and if there's another support there and you're trying to
10
gank,
seconds
then
remaining.
yeah, a couple of Fire Spirits here and there, but don't really see much from a
5
Phoenix.
seconds remaining.
Yep, and Geek Fam responding to that Amber ban once again. This time, Void Spirit goes to the hand of Geek Fam. Again, Flex Hero. Could it be a mid? Could it be an offlane? Cuckoo has been popularizing the offlane pick, and a Weaver.
Ooh.
Second time this
We've
tournament.
Yep.
MSC Chombury picked it first. It was a pos 4 Weaver. Could this be a Zephyr hero?
It could. Weaver's really good against the Phoenix Egg just because of the Weaver passive
10
where he gets that
seconds
secondary
remaining.
hit with the bugs. The main reason you run
5
Weaver
seconds
in the
remaining.
supporting role is you want a very annoying position 4 that harasses the backline, especially during the laning stage as well, because you get to do the free damage, and in particular, the minus armor capabilities of the Weaver. Normally you'd go for an early medallion, so that not only do you reduce the armor of your opponents, but you also give vision when you're chasing under the cover of Sakuchi. So maybe what Geek Fam wants to do here is they want to play aggressive, use the Weaver to provide vision to the Void Spirit so that he's able to chase down his targets. This really, really sucks for Phoenix because not only is he weak to the Weaver in regards to his Supernova being technically countered, but
Dire team back.
Phoenix has really low armor in general. So he
Oh,
might
Boom Esports.
have the same... Yeah, they take the Ricky. Phoenix could be having the same game like last game where he just got sniped before he could do anything. So this looks like it's going to be another hard Phoenix game. No Raven Ricky, which I suppose is good news for Boom, but this is a very early Ricky pick. Ricky was
10
picked up
seconds
3rd,
remaining.
I believe, in the last series. So at least the entire
5
lineup
seconds
wasn't countered
remaining.
around the Ricky.
Yep. And so far, this Weaver, I want to see what they run it as. They do ban out the Slaughter, recognizing, so I guess Ricky is going to play a crucial role. They're surely running it as the carry. Again, like you said, second pick Ricky feels a bit like you're asking for it. You're actually asking for it at this point. Ooh,
They could be
no synergy
trying.
needed here.
They could be trying to force the Weaver into a position
10
4 pick
seconds
because
remaining.
I'm not sure if I'm tripping. I feel like I've seen Raven play a
5
carry Weaver
seconds
before,
remaining.
and Weaver fits Raven's style of play pretty well. He's really good at going into those fights and knowing when to back out. He's a pretty safe
Radiant
player. I don't
team
think we've
pick.
really seen him overextend. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I have
That makes
alarm.
sense.
Oh.
It makes sense. Ricky initiating onto the Weaver with the smoke screen would prevent him from Sakuching or time lapsing back. I said time lax. That's like laxative, like for the nasty stuff. But yeah, prevents the Weaver from time lapsing, which is good against the
10
Void
seconds
Spirit. I think
remaining.
smoke screen is just all in all generally great for all these
5
elusive
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
Because if you can't execute on your skills to get out of there, then you're as good as
Dire
dead meat.
team pick.
Oh, Grimstroke. I'm a big fan of Grimstroke. We saw him yesterday. I don't believe they won with the Grimstroke. Who was it that played it? It was the second series. It was Adroit playing Grim. Am I mistaken?
I think it was the first. No. It was no. It was Boom Esports who
10
had the
seconds
Grimstroke.
remaining.
We were wondering if the Walrus Punch actually connects onto 2
5
during a
seconds.
soul bind, and it doesn't. Unfortunately.
Yes.
So,
Thanks for reminding me. But Grimstroke paired up with the Weaver. I really want to know what role this Weaver is. I feel like this is more leaning towards position 4 though. Just because if it is position 1,
Radiant
there is the
team
threat of that Ricky. And Rubik gonna be picked up. Lots of spells to steal. Sakuchi, really good spell to steal because then Rubik has a source of initiation, runs under the cover of Sakuchi, comes in for the lift for the team. Lots of Brimstroke spells you can steal. And also, I suppose, the magic amp and everything. Bonus for the team too. Combos pretty well with the Phoenix and PL being picked up for Geek Fam. So looking like it's going to be a support so far, as that's going to be Raven's hero. And Raven, pretty well-renowned Phantom Lancer player.
I guess at this point you can give every late game hero to Raven, and it's gonna be his hero nevertheless. The Terrorblade, the Spectre, the PL, the guy just knows how to carry his team. There's a whole reason why the chat is all about Raven carrying Geek Fam once again. And it looks like he's gonna do that exactly in this game number 2.
Alright, so Boom Esports, they not only have to deal with an elusive Weaver, but now they have to deal with Void Spirit and PL. Looking at the lineup, they're a little bit stun heavy. Most of their stun is actually this Rubik, so the last 2 heroes that they go for will need to have reliable lockdown because they don't have enough stuns. Full stop. And we saw in the last game, one of their main issues was just having some kind of disable so that their main carry could finish off their target. But the thing is, what do you pick here? Because you're still looking for a mid. Unless this is some unconventional mid-Ricky, it's happened, we've seen it before. Legion gonna be popping in. Legion, I do like the Legion pick, very reliable. Her duel is a really strong stun. Laning-wise, does pretty well against a PL as well, so Legion, I really like this pickup for Boom Esports. Has the stun, has the lane. The thing is, how well is that Legion lane going to be? Because Legion, in this game, is the main initiator for Boom Esports. Phoenix can't initiate, you don't want to start with a Ricky. We're going to have to get an early Blink Dagger here. Without the early Blink, I just feel like Geek Fam will have the advantage when it comes to engaging a fight, just because that they have the vision from the Weaver, and they've got 2 heroes that can actually jump in quite safely.
I mean, to be fair, Legion has always been a traditional counter to the PL. Great lockdown, overwhelming odds, just does even more damage around the more numbers it hits. So it's a great pickup there. It's decent. And I think like elusiveness isn't an issue for Boom Esports at this rate. They have way more lockdown now in this game than they were in the previous one, and Smokescreen is just super value here. Any pickup, any catch from the Ricky onto like the Void or the Weaver with the Smokescreen is just gonna somewhat rather secure the kill at that point, unless they've got a Force Staff to force him out of the range of the silence, and maybe it's going to be a tougher game. But just items aside, Smokescreen is so great in this game. PL can't doppelganger away if he's silenced. Weaver can't time-lapse. Void can't dissimulate, can't astral step. So it looks good.
Looks good. Clearly we need a bit more. So the last pick, so Razor ends up getting banned and no Alchemist. So Geek Fam, they were waiting, they were saying, okay, just in case. No Alchemist. And here we go. DK is going to end up being the mid for Boom Esports. We saw this last game. This time we'll be in the mid lane, unless there's some safe lane shenanigans. Great stun. Very tanky. Scales quite well into the late game. The only downside is that after the laning stage, before DK gets items, he's quite weak. He doesn't really do too much damage. He's mainly there for the Dragon Tail. His team needs to carry him through that mid-game while he's farming those items. But I'm a big fan of the DK pick here. Lots of tanky heroes. It's going to be quite hard for Geek Fam to kill him off too, even with the Weaver minus armor, because Dragon Knight offsets it with his own passive armor gain.
Yep. No, I've actually seen a couple of Dragon Knights who actually builds into damage, and they can actually hit pretty hard. I'm not sure if he gets into that one, knowing that because then it's going to be super greedy, right? Like people run DK in the safe lane and then he builds into the damage. But you have a Ricky who's taking a safe, surely you probably don't want to split the farm amongst the two, and then you're going super greedy at that. And if you're going against a late game PL, actually I think DK actually can shred PL.
Yeah, he can shred PL. I just feel that PL will actually be more viable during the mid-game compared to the DK, unless the DK is exclusively roaming. But I'm not sure if you want to be roaming only this game. You do need to get that farm So maybe we see Boom ID go for a tower pushing timing here, because they've got Legion and DK who push reasonably well, whereas Geek Fam, they need a little bit of downtime. They won't really be ready to move until about 15-20 minutes, where Raven will start being able to contribute. I just want to know what this last hero is though, if it's going to be the Cuckoo Void or if it's going to be a Cuckoo hero next.
I think it's definitely a Cuckoo Void. Geek Fam has always run the Void in the offlane, but yeah, sure, it's open because it is a flex pick. I get it's most likely gonna be a Carl. They always pick him in the last. There we go, the Carl Necrophos. We saw it yesterday. We're gonna see it again today. Yep, absolute beast. Great against tanky heroes like Dragon Knight.
Yeah, so he won't get pressured out of the DK lane. He even might be able to push out Mikoto from that mid lane. And Necrophos, he's not easy to kill. If you look at Boom Esports' lineup, they don't have the best heroes to just delete a Necrophos in a matter of seconds. So this, looking at the lineup, I'm totally fine with the Necrophos pickup. So Carl will have a great lane. To be fair though, Mikoto should have a decent lane as well. Looking at the safe lane, Raven's matchup is against FBZ. That might be the tough lane for Geek Fam because Legion Commander can pressure a Phantom Lancer. Depends if they put Kescoot or Hide down there to also pressure Raven. If they put Hide, they have kill potential. If they put Kescoot, then all they're doing is hoping to zone out Raven.
Oh, take a look at this. Ricky's going mid. It's a mid Ricky.
Oh, Mikoto! Okay. It'll be a tough lane. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's better than a DK up against a Necrophos because you know DK is gonna lose that one. The Heartstopper aura is percentage based, so DK having a tankier, more HP pool, he's gonna suffer that lane. So maybe moving Mikoto to the mid lane shouldn't be so hard, I guess, in a sense.
Well, it depends. We could maybe Dreamer Cell wants to take the mid. Sometimes teams, they flex with their players, and if they feel more comfortable playing a certain hero, then they do occasionally do the lane swap, but I don't think we've seen Boom do that. I think the only exception being Morphling. We're seeing DK for the first time, so we'll have to see what happens if Mikoto wants to take the lane. If he does match up against Carl though, this is going to be a tough lane for Ricky unless he gets some help. And I don't see them being able to kill the Necrophos either, just because Ricky in the lanes, before he gets items, he doesn't really hit that hard. So game 2 is well underway. Yep. Grand Finals, best of 5 series. Will Geek Fam secure themselves a second victory, or will Boom ID redeem themselves and tie it up? Picked up some pretty interesting lineups so far. It's a stall lineup on the side of Geek Fam, whereas if you look at Boom ID, they want to fight after those lanes. But at the end of the day, we need to see who comes out of the lanes better, who gets their items, who's going to be the one to make the move. And even though it looks like a stall lineup from Geek Fam, I would not be surprised if they decided to move around with their supports. Weaver is really annoying during the laning stage.
And it is a Zephyr Weaver, so it's a support Weaver. Mikoto going in mid. I like that rather than a DK, because a DK, at least maybe he gets some sort of chance at it. DK is just going to lose to Necrophos. It's a really hard matchup to have. Top lane is going to be is that Legion Commander? Yeah, it is. No, Legion Commander is going down bottom. Dre Marcel taking the top lane. They're going to try lane bottom most likely, I think, because Dream Marcel's a bit more self-sustainable in a sense, and you really want to get some kills on the way of FBZ, at least when he gets 6. Maybe not now, because then he's going to slow down his levels. So maybe once he gets 6, they're going to get aggressively push down the tri lane, pressure down the bottom lane.
Yeah, Grimstroke PL, they could also get a kill themselves with the oh, I'm not sure actually. I was thinking maybe they can grab some kills, but I think the safer option here would be to not try, because press the attack purges off the stun from the Grimstroke, so maybe not the best idea. Yeah, I think the best option here would be just have Raven farm. Make sure he doesn't die at least. Secure his lane. If he can not get pressured out, there'll be a bonus as well, but just make sure that Raven's farming. Try and lock down the other 2 lanes. In particular, if they can actually cripple the DK or the Ricky, That's really going to slow down the progress for Boom, because they really need everyone to come online at the same time so that they can start fighting, pushing towers, and closing that map up so that there's less room for Raven to farm.
Like Cuckoo already takes off the outpost for some sort of reaction coming out from Boom Esports, at least knowing so that they have to take it back before the 10-minute mark. So they do have time, but it's an annoying play I've seen people do every now and then, forcing your supports to address it during the laning stage. That means you are without your supports for at least a good period of time. And Dreamer Cell just moves forward, kicking in some harass, should be fine.
So 2 runes for Geek Fam and 2 runes for Boom. So no rune trades, no rune advantages, just equal across the board. Alright, I want to see how Makoto goes up against the Necrophos, because I suspect this to literally be maybe the worst lane of his entire life. You don't want to play melee against the Necrophos.
He's got a great start. Already got 1 last hits in his lane. Oh,
That's
harassing K out of the lane. Mikoto actually doing his job. K is the ones who seem to suffer in this thing. But he obviously with the Ghost Shroud, he can sustain himself in this lane far further than Mikoto ever could. So
yeah, as long as Mikoto keeps that pressure up, doesn't let Carl just get this free CS, at least trades with him, then maybe Makoto could dominate that mid lane and really throw off Carl, because Carl's role in this game is to sustain in the fights. He just needs to keep staying alive, Ghost Shroud, constantly be there with the heals, keep his team alive so that they can keep fighting. Whereas if you're Boom, you don't want the fights to go long. You want to end them as soon as possible, get the duel in, get out. Get that damage, get out. And it looks like, ooh, first blood!
First blood has been spilled.
So this lane already going pretty well for Boom ID. FBZ getting first blood. If they can keep this up, maintain that lane pressure. Raven's still farming, but anything to speed up FBZ's progress towards a Blink Dagger, or I suppose a Vanguard as well if he wants to tank up first, then FBZ could be a pretty big issue for Geek Fam, because they don't necessarily have the best heroes to deal with a Legion. They don't have a Disruption, they don't have too many expendable disables. They've got no way of protecting someone if they hit with the duel. All they can hope for is put the minus armor to the Legion and kill her before the duel finishes.
A sign to heed.
So FBZ already has a great start in the bottom lane, and it seems like he might get more as Whitemore falls pretty low. 1 more harass with the Fate Bolt hide. Takes another kill for FBZ. So this lane is definitely going the way of Boom Esports as it is. They kind of have to pressure this. They know that a Legion Commander counters the PL in the lanes hard, and they have to abuse this timing. Oh, Void Random pulls Dreamer Cell in. Zephyr being slowed down by the Fire Spirit. Cannot do much. And yeah, these should be pretty sustainable for both ends. No kill potential yet, I feel.
I wasn't sure if I looked at this properly. I think Zephyr might roughly know where the sentry ward is. When he went under the Sakuchi, I think he tried to right-click Kezku to see if the creeps aggroed to him, but I don't know if they did. He might be aware of it. Oh, Makoto.
Yeah.
Now lane gets tough. Level 4 on the Necrophos, and Makoto, the sliver of health,
He's just
gotta be
gonna dive
careful.
in, K. He's got the Death Pulse. Ooh. Far too close.
Makoto's job here is just don't die. Survive the lanes, keep ferrying the salve, and it looks like Phoenix ends up getting taken down in that top lane. Phoenix can't do anything when there's a Weaver in lane. So far, if we look at the lanes, it's gone pretty good for Geek Fam. Currently in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, more or less in the same place. Whereas if you take a look at Boom, the lane that's struggling the most is that Ricky, and this lane was to be expected. He's gonna have to catch up through ganks later on, just because he can't really make his presence known in that mid lane. Although we have a rotation coming in. Rubik's trying to come in. I think they're guaranteeing that regen rune for at least Makoto to heal up for free and not have to buy another cell.
It's a good find. It's a good find.
Yeah, I don't know if this is called a good time. It probably sounds like a horrible
No,
time.
a good
here.
find. It's a good find.
Oh.
A golden thread.
2-on-2 now on a kill. Feed. 1k, slight less than 1k net worth lead going to the side of Geek Fam. Rotation has been coming in. They know Zephyr's in the area. Will scout it out. Hyde scouts him out there, so at least Mikoto wouldn't get pressured even more so as he already is being pressured by Cuckoo though. They're rotating a core in. They actually want to kill Zephyr. The swarm onto Hyde, so he's using a whole lot of armor. The boys ran and pulled him in with the Reaper side full secure. At least a 35 seconds cool down on his death timer.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Mikoto. Is he gonna try and kill the Zephyr? Looks like he will try, but is he gonna die for this? Got hit with the urn, he will die.
Oh,
Fairy
fire.
Fire?
Maybe he'll live. The death pulse didn't
Just-
catch him.
Radiant are scanning.
Still chasing. Does he know? He roughly knows where he is, but I think he gets away. Oh my goodness, the plays.
So it's not all lost on the side of Boom Esports. Sure, they lost the Rubik, but they also lost Zephyr in the process. And both mid laners live. If anything, I'd say maybe Geek Fam lost out a little bit. They actually rotated Cuckoo into the area earlier on. So that's some efficiency loss for Geek Fam right there. But nevertheless, not too significant.
Alrighty. So lane-wise, I think if you're Boom, you're pretty happy with how the lanes are going. Sure, you're not winning this Mikoto lane, but Makoto's surviving. He's getting his goal. He will eventually catch up. The biggest winner, though, being the DK and the Legion lane. Those guys are doing great. Coming into the mid-game, they'll be very important for Mikoto to lean to, so that eventually he'll also be able to get that farm as well. And Kezku will make himself known. I think they know Zephyr's there as well. 2v2 in this mid lane. Looks like it might be 3v3 because look at where Whitemon and Hyde were. They were also thinking of jumping into the mid lane.
FBZ, he's in the area, but Hyde is too. He'd have the kill potential. Actually, he's low on mana and he's low on health. Probably would not try for it, although...
Got one more coming in though.
Yep.
Mikoto
Rotation's
coming in from mid.
right there. I don't think he should leave his lane, at least at this early on of the game, right?
I think what he's trying to do is give some of that EXP to Kezcube because he's been more or less holed up in that top lane. And ideally, he probably tried to stay out of EXP range because you want to give all that EXP to DK. So I think just to share the lanes probably helps out the Phoenix. Get to that level 6 because I think they don't want the same thing to happen in the previous game where Phoenix got, I think, the Supernova at 13 minutes, which was quite late. Ideally, you try and get it at 11 minutes if you can. Unfortunately, they're losing Hyde in that top lane, Zephyr being the one to finish him off. Especially in the PL lane, you don't want to lose anyone. And at the end of the day, Raven still farming away, so even though this was a pretty good matchup for the Legion, you haven't slowed Raven down, you just essentially secured farm for your off lane.
Yeah, this Legion lane has to get something done. They rotated Kezcube over, so a duel into the Sunray, into the Fade Bolt should be enough burst to take him down, but can they catch him? Good sense coming up from Raven. Oh, mid lane is rotation. Yep, they tried. They're all in the area, but they gotta make something fast.
The thing is, there's a ward in that jungle though, so I think Raven's well aware of how many heroes that came in. We're gonna bring one more into Ricky as well, so it looks like we're gonna see a tower dive. If they're gonna do it, they have to do it now. Reinforcements are coming.
They have the silence from the Ricky. He could just blink strike in with the smoke screen. Cascute actually throws himself into place. Tries to bait Raven at it, but oh, Hyde tries to take the outpost before the 10-minute mark. He will do so. Crosses the rotation, but they will get the kill, and the dual damage is down, and it's nearly secure. Can they finish it? No, they can't, but they will get the kill at the very least in return with the Reaper Scythe. They get 2 supports for 1 Raven. I'm sure it seemed like a trade, but it could have been better if they got the duel as well.
And let's not forget as well, they get 2 shrines. Because if you take a look up top, it's a Radiant Shrine. So unfortunately for Boom, they tried to go for a kill, sure, but they missed out on some Shrine EXP. And losing 3 supports there, not the best. Sure, they killed Raven, but I don't know if that really slowed down too much because you're feeding other heroes such as Necrophos, as well as the Void Spirit. So now that Dreamersoul's in the dragon form, it's about to run out, but if he can, he'd want to try and hit that tower a couple times, just get some of that acid burn on. Weaken it a bit, but that's, yeah, Boom would have liked that to go more their way. And while that's all happening, PL is now rotated into the top lane. They've decided to put the Weaver down bottom to give him some EXP, get access to his time lapse, so at least he can go for somewhat crazy plays at least. If it goes wrong, just time lapse back 4 seconds, should be fine. Mid lane though, under a lot of pressure. Yeah, so far these lanes, it seems like Boom, the idea is to try and dominate the lanes, but I don't think anyone looks dominated so far. If anything, the only one that got dominated was that poor Ricky lane. That was an awful lane to be in.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected, right? Like, it's either the DK go to mid or the Ricky does, and you really don't want to send in a strength hero up against a Necrophos, and then at least Ricky's a bit more elusive. He can get out if he plays it right, plays it safe. DK he's just got no escape against a Necrophos.
Radiant's courier.
Alright, courier goes down. Looks like Yules is the plan here for Necrophos, though Carl wanting to have that mana so that he can constantly be on the field, healing himself, healing his teams. Extra movement speed helps as well, plus the mana. What's Dreamer still looking to go? Is he tanking up or is he going for a blink? He's gone for a Radiance DK. Alrighty, so this will give him some much needed damage.
Oh, top lane duel. They will not secure another damage, but they do take down Raven, which was the big objectives nevertheless. Slows him down in the farm, and yeah, that's the carry DK I was talking about, who builds into a Radiance, builds into damage, and so he can actually hit hard now that he's taking the safe lane and not actually Mikoto. So he's got farm priority.
F in the chat for FBZ though. 2 duels, got the kills, but they just didn't get the damage. It's quite tough with this lane. They need to get the damage onto the Legion as well, so that Legion can also transition into a pretty hard right clicker in this game.
Yeah, Raven DC too, so would he have not gotten the kill had it not been for the DC or the internet lag?
May have DC'd during the duel, so it's hard to say. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered, although they did have an observer ward up top, so if he did disconnect before the duel happened, then that's just unfortunate.
F's in the chat. We've got a lot of time to kill, so I guess perfect time to plug in ESL. If you're watching the stream from home, Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, whatever the platform, do hit the share button. Get this one around. Get C Dota back to where it was before. The crazy fanatic game that everyone loves. You know, it still is there. Still is there.
You make it sound as if we're dead.
Well, I mean, statistics shows we're slowly growing up. We're not dead. We're slowly growing up. You know, people know the game. It's some people just get triggered by the toxicity it has. But welcome to C Dota, right?
I don't know if it's welcome to C Dota. Maybe it's more like RIP Dota.
If they got the tome, it's probably for the Phoenix, who has been underleveled. Yep, needs to get his egg up.
Yeah,
he's so level reliant.
Even if the supernova is there, though, The only time I would see that tome being worth it is if they want to gank with the Phoenix. Use the supernova, the damage from the supernova to try and secure themselves a kill. But what are they killing though? Because you can't kill the Weaver with it. Maybe the Necrophos? Necrophos takes bonus damage from magic. So maybe that's a thing.
I mean, Supernova is good for sure the magic damage, but more so the stun it gives, right? So maybe if they keep this up, whatever FBC is doing, he's doing it great. He's saving the duel exclusively for Raven, and if they can do it over and over again, maybe sooner or later they need to tie it up with the Phoenix Egg to just hold Raven there even longer, get the kill onto him almost exclusively. That should put him on a more crippling note, at least for the longest time, but eventually, obviously, he will catch up. So, Boom is playing the tempo, and we know they were good at that. So, it is demonstrating it right here and now.
Got to keep it going, though. If only they got that bonus damage onto the Legion. So, I'm assuming Legion's saving up for a blink. He's... Oh, okay. So, alright. I'm not going for blink first, so instead he's going to go for the Hood of Defiance. Just get that magic resistance in, since there is a lot of magic damage coming out from Geek Fam. Necrophos as well as the... Actually, Necrophos and Grimstroke. That's a scary combo.
Void is relatively magical damage as well, right?
Yeah, I'd say more Necrophos because you'd want to protect yourself from the Reaper's Scythe.
No, I mean, it's always good to have a pipe. I think he's building into the pipe, actually, for this Legion commander. Knowing that the Weaver is a plus 4, his right click isn't that, it's not going to be that threatening. So Raven's going to be dishing out most of the physical in this matchup. The pipe is pretty good here.
I think they did build pipe in their previous Legion match. Yeah. That was the first item. I remember that game, actually. The one where poor Legion had a really rough time. Built the pipe first, but they needed the initiation that game. And I could see it working out here, too.
The last Legion game I remember was, I think it was Adroid Boom Esports' first game. I think FBZ had the worst time with the Legion, who had no game at all. And he got like 10. Yeah, he got like 10 dual damage at the end of the day. But this time around, he's getting a great lane, so shouldn't be the case.
Maybe we'll start seeing an FBZ game. Who knows? Alrighty. So game of pause, like the players mentioned earlier. Oh goodness. It's really unfortunate though that we have some of these internet connection problems. It must really suck too, especially for someone like Raven, when you play a game and you're in the zone, then all of a sudden you just get pulled back to reality. Just like, excuse me? Got other things to do.
I mean, it's the lockdown. What else? What other options do they have, right? Are they even in the same gaming house right at this very moment? Probably not. Right?
They might. I would probably say not. Just for safety reasons, but I personally have no idea where Geek Fam is currently based.
People are saying it's PayPal transfer.
PayPal transfer. Oh no, don't say that.
Successful.
Don't say that. Oh.
It's clearly not, but it's funny how the chat goes about it. Oh, look at that. That's a turtle.
It's so cute. A turtle that flies. Hey, look, we've seen some weird things fly in this game, okay?
Like, you'd have, like, like, humans turn into a courier, which is weird, because then you thought they're, like, life-size. Like, all the heroes are at least life-size, not giants, but then you get, like, these creatures being miniatures.
Well, there are some, like, if... Take into account, let's say, what's the most humanoid character there is in the game? Kunkka? If Kunkka is the average size of a person, I'm very sure these couriers are really big. They're probably the size of like a really big dog, maybe a German Shepherd.
Well, that's how you know that we've ran out of things to say. We're talking about dogs and German Shepherd. Just bear with us, chat. We're doing our best here. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Aegis. OG, Wings, Newbie, IG, Liquid, EG Alliance, Navi, yeah. Where's the second
Wait,
OG?
Where's no, at the top. At the top.
Oh, there we go.
2019 World Champions, and then 2018 was them again.
I think Wings was like the most surprising win that they had for TI. Like they were, I think, the first team who uses every single heroes in the pool. So they were impressive. I think they were the most creative team to win it.
I also think personally for me, one of the hypest grand finals was I hated the meta, but the Alliance grand finals still has to be one of the most hyped grand finals I've ever seen. Alright guys, so we just got notification from production, so just a couple more minutes, and I suppose if we don't get a reconnect then we may have to continue. So hopefully we do get a reconnect very soon from Raven, otherwise we may have to start without him.
Whoa, is that an option? To
Sorry?
go on without Raven? Is that an option?
Well, I mean, what else can you do?
So it's
Alright, so he has
4v5?
reconnected. At the end of the day, it's the rules. Can't say anything about the rules. I think the only alternative is if Boom decides to give their free time to Geek Fam. I'm not 100% sure on how it works, so if they're allowed to do that. Some tournaments they do allow it, but I'm not quite sure how they would go about here. But we will be continuing on, so we're still going to have Raven. He's still there, he's still playing. It's just in the fountain for 20 seconds.
Yeah, that would be pretty scary if you're a Geek Fam, knowing that the guy who carries you most of your tournaments just can't play the game 4v, and it becomes a 4v5. That's the worst possible situation.
I'm very
So,
sure
if
even if they play 4v5, he's still allowed to reconnect, it's just they can't pause.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has
Okay then, so it's not all lost. So mid lane, they lost the tower. That's a lot of the map open now for the side of Geek Fam. Raven can look to farm in the area if he so chooses to. If, you know, he's not all laggy, he can look to farm the area. It's a risky area to farm, but, you know, PL is a PL, and he needs that.
It's pretty difficult to catch still though, even with the Legion. Unless they have a blink, he can still doppelganger out most times, so shouldn't be too bad. This Radiance though is slowly coming up on Dream Missile though. And looks like Hyde looking to catch the Weaver.
With the lift and the Fade Bolt and the Dragon's Breath will be enough to take him down with the Magical Burst.
Crispy, and there we go. So already starting Hyde, having that Sakuchi, so good for trying to catch someone with that lift. Gotta be very careful now after Geek Fam.
Oh, actual step forward with the Void Remnant pulls in back. Kescute actually falling low, pops the egg just in time. Cuckoo has to back off now. He has a GG, but unfortunately, Mikoto cannot finish the job with the lack of damage in this early stage of the game. But Dreamo Cell already on his Dragon form will push down the tower, but FBC gets his fuel onto Whitemon. Secure the damage, will it not?
Oh no!
Damage for Whitemon, really?
Oh man, maybe if they decided to focus the Grimstroke first, I think they would have been able to grab the kill. Oh no, we got more lag! Oh, that's not good. 20 packet loss, I'm assuming?
That was 3 duels, no duel damage, and yeah, it's the lag, guys, it's the lag.
F in the chat there for FBZ. Oh, okay, we got some ping problems.
Middle V on the chat 27. Let me talk to Keith. Oi, Keith. Oi, what's up, dude? What are you doing? What are you guys saying? The pause is too long. People are just they're just being interactive. So cool. What's up, man? I've acknowledged you, so I will wait for you to reply when you hear this because it is a delayed stream.
I believe it's 5 minutes, so 5 minutes later. Alright guys, game of pause.
Like, hey, we don't like it as much as you guys do, okay? But, you know, it has to be done. It is a tournament after all. It's not just entertainment, so they wanna actually perform the best and win this. And I know it kills the hype. Luckily, it's only 13 minutes in a game and nothing's too crucial just yet. So it could have been worse. Imagine if it was like a hyped up match and these pauses just showed up.
I'm a little concerned because it seemed like, I guess, the server was stable before we started, but then now that it's unstable, we're at the point where the game is too far gone to go for a remake. I suppose if the players don't mind it, I guess it's fine, but then all of a sudden, all these lanes, you can't remake a game like with the CS and the gold and all the kills because it's just too awkward. So we may just have to wait this out. Worst comes to worst, if both teams agree and they don't feel like they're, I suppose, leading that much, they might just go for a complete remake. I don't know if they can do a redraft. They might just have to make a new lobby. And that'll be unfortunate too. Because Makoto would have to go through all that pain again.
Oh man, I feel a bit demoralized when I heard that. Like, oh, a remake, really? Let's go 4v4. There we go.
Oh no. Okay, wait. FPC came back. So no 4v4. It'll be 4v5.
Sounds fair.
Okay, so whose pause time is this? This is this still Boom's pause? They're waiting for Geek Fam.
$150 ping, packet lost 20.
Yeah.
I mean, we have all been through it, guys. So let's be understanding. Okay, we've played in a lag game before. I've had it.
Nice.
Usually mine happens during the draft, and it just makes me leave. But yeah, theirs is happening unfortunately before the draft, so there's nothing we can do about that. But wait,
The worst ones I feel are when the server gets a huge spike. And then I suppose the screen freezes for quite a while. Not freezes, it's the one where it's like your character runs into the wall because you can't control them. And then you come back and your character's like all the way on the other side of the map and you didn't even realize you clicked there. But that's just where you ended up and everyone's just like, lag in capitals? Lag? Lag? Lag?
lag is not an actual reason when you're playing in pubs. They just think it's an excuse.
No, but seriously, those are legit lags. It's horrible. It's the worst.
But to be fair, it's like the boy who cried wolf, right? Like people had trust and then someone abused it because some of my friends do it. Okay, they're pretty toxic when they they failed an execution. They just DC and then they relog later and just to cover the shame.
Okay. I'm glad I don't play with them then.
Your anger is useless here.
But they're funny, though. They're super funny to play around with. I mean, we laugh about it because we know he's not actually lagging, but it's all about the facade.
Alright, so apparently, according to Boom ID, if they DC, it's really hard to reconnect. So maybe the server is suffering from some kind of lag issue now.
Well, let's see which teams can be creative enough to draw the best artwork in this game. I guess should be. This is a subsection. It's going to be a subcategory, guys. This is how we kill time. Let's see what the best drawing the players could do.
I'm trying to see if there's any outages for the servers, but. Hard to say. I can't really see any outages. Might just be, you know, why sometimes Dota just targeted lag, targeted spikes.
I actually feel the spikes now. I think I hear your voice like clipping through and through. But
are you sure it's? I might be because I'm tapped out.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay. So it could be something else because now you sound super smooth. Look at the artwork, man. They're drawing Homer Simpson on this thing. What is that? I have no idea.
I think, hang on, who is it? That was Raven. He drew a king. I think there's a triangle for... Wait, is that Whitemon? No.
I'm just trying to figure it out, man. This is like kindergarten artwork all over again. Scribble your character green and call it skin. What is... Yeah, Maybe we go on to commercials. Do we?
Everyone's
At this point.
reconnect. Oh no, sorry, Phoenix is still disconnected.
At this point, there's only so much we can do. Keith, answer me. What was the question, bro? I didn't even see that one in the chat. It was "Oi, Keith," and then this to follow up. What does that even mean? Let's continue tomorrow. That's what the people are saying. Yep. My yup has been a meme now, just because, guys, when I say yup, it's just that when I accidentally talk over Danelie and I just want to like her to continue, I'll say yup. So I'm like signifying that I ended it. Okay, I ended it. Like, okay, go on, move on, Danelie. I'll go like yup. And they're saying
Sorry about that,
yup,
guys.
it becomes a meme now.
Yeah, not just that though. I mean, like, it's kind of difficult for us too because we've got some delay between us. So we tried to organize a solution for this yesterday. It was such a silly idea. So we're saying, if you're done talking, you click. But then we figured that that'd be too annoying for you guys. So we just decided to go through the pain of talking over each other. So apologies by me if I talk over Keith. I don't mean to.
Well,
I just think he's done talking and then he has an afterthought. And then I do the same thing too. I think I'm done. And then I want to say something, then Keith starts talking.
So we'll do the yup thing.
Sorry, dude.
I guess we'll continue the yup thing. Yeah. If I ever cut into it, that's why the yup comes up, guys. Okay. Alright. So wait, they said G. Well, what's going on here?
Okay.
There's a G and there was a don't start. Well, I guess the
Hang on,
game
guys.
is the go.
So players are saying go. I'm getting in my ear from production that we might have to go for a break, I think, to wait for the packet to settle. Yep, okay, we got confirmation. So we are gonna go for a quick break just so that the players can settle their connection. So we'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Hopefully everything's fixed. Or are we not pausing? If
We'll
it's time
see
to
you in
pause,
about
we'll go.
Stick around, chat.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, true.
call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It looks like we are finally unpaused. Hopefully we've settled all of our connection issues and we'll be able to continue on with the game. Welcome back, Keith!
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Oh, that was a much needed pause. I had some snacks in as well. Finally feel a bit more energized. Let's get it. Game number 2.
Okay, so going off of what we spoke about earlier on, the condition for BoomID here is to hit their 15-minute timing. They need these items on their cores. FBZ gonna be okay. So FBZ will be going for a pipe. He's not going for blink. So it looks like main source of initiation might have to be the DK. So they'll just run in with Dream herself, and he'll start the fight off. Although he's going for Radiance. Is there a chance of going for the late game? I think he might be going for the late game because he's not setting up for Makoto at all. He's setting up for himself to go late. Whereas if you're Geek fam, you have the PL, and PL always goes late. So are they trying to out late game?
I mean, the Radiance pickup is also very good against the PL, right? Like, he gives some sort of missed chances, it helps damage over time, helps clear the illusions on top of his Dragon Breath. So, and he isn't like an off-lane DK. He's going with a carry DK, so he really needs that damage. So, he has to farm more bigger items, I guess, with the Radiance. That speeds it up a little bit further. FBZ, though, that guy... He's doing his roles right. He is taking crucial kills, getting good duels off. Unfortunately, not ending the job to get some sort of dual damage, which is somewhat worrying at this point.
Yeah, he's missing out, I believe, was it 30 damage? Because he gets 10 damage per duel at level 1. So 3 kills with duel, 30 damage that he could have had, which essentially equates to a damage item. So for him to miss out on that, it's a really big loss. I believe... Oh, Cuckoo's there. They don't have detection though, but they know that Ricky's nearby.
So they're playing on each other's sides of the map, which is great, right? You want to deny some farm from the PL, but by clearing off his jungle, FBZ is doing that clearly. They have taken a bottom tower, so that side of the jungle is not safe for the PL. PL would try to go up to top, but unfortunately top lane is also pretty volatile, seeing as though that they lost the tower. So they're going in for the smoke. Has to make some desperate plays here, has to actually get some space going for the side of this PL. Tries to secure this place, and Dreamer Cell, he is on his own. He's trying to farm up the Ancients, sees that only one is in the area, immediately comes in with the Ascent Snap. Void Remnant pulls him in, all the damage in the world, and he's on his own with the Reaper's Scythe. He will go down 70 seconds, so that's a long way. That's one way to keep him at bay.
Yeah, and considering that he is also going for the Radiance on that DK, he doesn't really have too many stats to work with. If he went for the traditional tanky initiating DK, he may have been able to get out of there, but unfortunately this is sort of the price you pay when you go for this style of DK, going for that Radiance. You don't have stats, you're just building to farm more.
Dire's middle tower.
Yes, cute. He's in a radio in the area with FBC. If they could actually get a duel off onto Cuckoo, that would be very good, but he's covered.
Yep, Invis Rune, no detection, and he gets out scot-free. free courier kill. Good news though, Ricky has picked up a diffusal blade and it looks like it's go time. They're going to go at the Ricky, just look for a quick pick off with the diffusal blade. And I suppose even though Makoto had a pretty bad laning stage, he's still going to be the one to carry the momentum of the game. Make that space for Dreamer Cell to farm on the DK. And FBZ, he's nearby, smoked up. He has to run. Oh,
he's got to press the attack. Gets the duel immediately onto it with the Phoenix Egg. There we go. That's the combination to make sure the stun is ideally better on Raven since he is the PL. But Mikoto, despite being from behind, we've seen in a previous game, Raven got back with the Ricky as well, and he can do the same. Raven again falling pretty low, has to get out of there. FBC, they're fully committing to it. Tricks up the trade, he double damages out of it. Blink strikes forward. FBC, enough damage coming out from Ricky. The right click will end the job as he found himself trapped in the tree lines.
Oh, we're starting to see some of the weakness here for Geek Fam's lineup. They don't have countermeasures if someone gets caught in any kind of disable, such as the duel. No snowball this time, no disruption, no astrals, nothing. So we saw there that they lost Cuckoo extremely quickly. PL tried to get away, but unfortunately when you're going up against something like a Ricky, that hero is so good at chasing down heroes. But yeah, I guess they got the tether off. They found
As you say that, he gets another kill, and this is why it was never sure you lose the lane. I mean, Raven lost his lane as well in the previous game with a Ricky, but like you said, he's not a farming hero. He's here to pick you up, and with a Legion on the team, they are so great at doing that.
Yeah, good team fight on Geek Fam, but they get ganked like this. They just don't have any good heroes that can TP, and now Makoto. How many kills is this now? 3 kills in the span of 1 to 2 minutes? Double damage rune. The diffusal blade is just paying off for him, and he's reasonably tanky too.
6-0-1. Yeah, let's take a look at his net worth. I want to know how much he's gained from that one alone. Well, still not as close as the Necrophos, but I mean, he had a bad lane, but that's something. He is still very much in the game, as if anything.
Top tower is under attack.
Viper's done. The Radiance is well on its way for the DK. Radiance recipe out, so I believe that is for Carl, who's finished his Radiance. So the timing will be quite similar for this DK and Necrophos for their Radiances. So basically, Radiance for Radiance, I guess. Counter the Radiance with another Radiance of your own.
FBZ, his duel is up, might look to make something happen here, but unfortunately they have no sight on where Geek Fam might be. But if only they knew that this PL was by the Ancients, which they should read him like a book. They knew he needed some farm. But Mikoto, he also, one thing a Ricky does in a team fight is actually provides you that vision, being under the cover of his own invis, but they do scout him out there. Oh, the swarm will clip onto here. No, it won't. He'll make it out of there.
This is the issue when you're coming into the Ricky, so if you take a look at the poor net worth of that Grimstroke, he has invested so much gold into all this detection that he's basically just had to completely sacrifice himself. He said, okay, Weaver, you buy your own things, I got this.
Oh, they go straight forward though, the Ink Dwellers there. Did they time it right? No, they did not. The Yukes have the far too long, but they have the silence to hold it there pretty long enough to at least get the kill onto him. And now the Link moves on to Hyde. Finally times out. Soul Minus in there. Can they finish the job? They will. Raven gets the kill. Probably the worst case scenario coming up from Boom Esports right now. Hyde to fall in next. Has the Void Remnant, but he sidestepped it into the tree lines, which only is delaying the inevitable. I guess you'd say space. But space for who as a Ricky, the hard I mean, Dreamer-Cell, I guess. You can give space to Dreamer-Cell. So, in that sense, it's still not looking great for Boom Esports with that engagement down in bottom.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Nah, not at the moment, but maybe that's all they needed. Just draw all that attention. Like, they should have seen all 5 heroes there for Geek Fam engaging into that bottom clash. So then at least you would have been fine if your Dreamer-Cell just farm everywhere. He's also finished up his Radiance too, so he's going to speed up his farm significantly. And if he decides to participate in team fights too, all of a sudden that burn damage, if you look at the heroes on Geek Fam, a lot of them are really squishy still. Weaver, not very tanky, neither is the Grimstroke. And even the Void Spirit, he doesn't really want to be around that DK with that constant burn damage. Yeah, Cuckoo can absorb some of it, but he still doesn't have the best health pool to work with. And we've seen what happened. For them to kill that DK, they need to use everything in their arsenal. So this is where the DK starts to shine, but also this is where Raven is going to have to come in clutch because he's also got his own Diffusal Blade. He's going to go for Heart of Tarask next. And Heart of Tarask PL in this game is perfect because burst damage isn't quite there for Boom. If they try to kill Raven, it's going to be a long struggle because they'll be chasing him for such a long distance. They've got decent lockdown, but I think if there's enough health in the PL, it'll be enough time for Geek Fam to come in and try and save that PL.
That is the name of the game right now. Whitemon, he is poor, and as you can see, he's queuing up all of these protections on his side. It's probably long way till he actually gets the 8th lens. But this next, they're gonna play a bit passive, at least for Dreamer Cell. Like you say, no stats means no war. This DK is pretty much paper at this point. But they have to make something happen around the duel. Every single moment a duel is up and they are not capitalizing on that could be a waste of efficiency. But Geek Fam looks like they might want to go for a smoke play here. They're all round up, pops the smoke, going straight forward to it. They have no vision on it, drops the scan, catches no one, but they have a feeling that Dreamer Cell is going to be farming in the area. And he is, they pinged him out. Who's going to jump in with the initiation? The Yule Scepter is there by Cuckoo. Void Ram and again pulled him in, followed up with the Fantasy Raid. Easy combination and end it all with a Reaper Scythe. 80 seconds of no farming that immediately defeats the purpose of the Radiance all in all.
Yeah, so far all they've done is just go in, kill the DK, and that's it. Interestingly enough, Geek Fam aren't really taking objectives, so I'm not sure how many times they can just go in and just kill the DK, because I feel like if you're just gonna do that, just kill him and leave. I think it's redundant, because that DK is going to big farms a lot faster now. So it's not going to be that easy to think, oh, there's a nice duel.
But Raven is just going straight in now. We know that the duel is down, so the lockdown isn't there, and they actually forced the egg. Surely if you're Boom Esports, you get out from this engagement. You have lost it the moment you expanded it. Have to get away, but all this side of Geek Fam is ready and prepped up on the high ground. FBC low on mana, good refusal. Void Remnant pulls in, and Mikoto tries to do something in the area. Sunray will keep FBC up for the meantime. The Ghost Shroud is there to slow him down. Can they actually finish the job? It looks like they might be able to. Can they? No, FBC is still living at this point. They're falling in real deep. The Death Pulse is following them on the trail, but they will not take down the Necropost. So it's a long drawn chase, but unfortunately no one loses in that one. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, they lost to Rubik, but they did keep FBZ alive. That could have been a lot worse. They had to use some pretty big spells as well for them to make that save. There's no Reaper's Scythe. DK is now back up.
Hyde actually bought back.
Dire's middle tower is
Yo, that was a dieback.
Oh, did he buy back?
Yeah, apparently he did.
This coming.
Oh, okay, that's not so nice anymore.
It's still early, so it's not too bad. It's not that expensive yet. It gets really expensive after 40 minutes. So he doesn't have much gold to work with anyway. He's got everything that he could really ask for though. He's mostly just buying wards, ether lens. I have to say though, Hyde has done pretty well on the Rubik. Because if he didn't sacrifice himself there, then I think they would have actually just lost FBC period. 4-star picked up onto Cuckoo. I do like this item choice because this is a great item for escape, great item for gap close, in particular with the Ricky when he catches you with the Diffusal Blade, at least you can still 4-star yourself and create a bit of space to get out of the smoke screen, which is the biggest problem as well. Anyone that gets caught in the smoke screen just gets destroyed.
Oh, they're going in for the duel. They see him out. Cuckoo gets caught out. Here's a glass cannon that Void Spirit will secure the dual damage onto the side of FBC. He has now 46 dual damage, at least something going his way. He has the haste rune as well, so immediately can cover the map. No efficiency lost there.
So I guess this is the time where we start seeing some aggressive plays coming out from Boom. They've spent most of the game farming, but now that everyone's pretty much got their main item of choice to start with, in particular that Legion, I could see a lot of disasters happening. But look who's getting ganked again. Oh, Dreamer Cell TP's out. They were going to try and backstab him. Oh, sorry, that was Makoto. I was trying to go for Riki.
You know what's super valuable this game? An Ags on the Weaver. Those duel, he can just time lapse your friend now. That way he doesn't get
Weaver's always been useful.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like super crucial this game.
Yeah, this game will be very good.
Yeah, it actually counters the Legion altogether.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they're gonna try for it though. Mikoto, oh, he's got the smoke screen, so there's no way he's getting out of there. Nevertheless, but the ball stop save. Dissimulate, he's trying to juke it out, and he will. Successfully has to disengage. Boom Esports don't want to make that same mistakes, but it has been popped. They know Geek fam is on the chase, and they don't want to stick around for too long to find out.
Oh, hang on, mid lane.
Oh, yep, soul-binded is this PK, but he's just gonna stand and fight. It's Mikoto that will fall down. Necrophore is probably not the best target to go against, but what other choice do you have? Locks him down with the field, and the Phoenix Egg actually pops. Tries to heal SBP up with the Sunray. A great trade, I guess, mid lane for a mid laner, but Cube now will, actually will not. Has to dive to get out of here. Zephyr is still in the area. Hyde is still pretty much healthy. It's all on the Dreamer. He's the one guy that they can't just kite around though, but they're turning this one around as the Dragon Tail with the lift comes on, tosses him back, but they don't have the tower power to actually finish Raven off, at least as of now. The boy Brandon puts Hyde in a bad position, but Zephyr, he's too far forward, will blow up under the cover of that overwhelming odds.
Yeah, blew up, but he may have saved his teammates' lives if it wasn't for him. I think the chase may have continued there for Boom ID, so they did manage to keep two of their big heroes alive. It's a Weaver, just a support Weaver. Very unfortunate that they lost the Necrophos there. They went for a big commitment. Yeah, they killed the Riki, but if you take a look at the net worth on the Necrophos, it's much higher than Makoto, so you'd ideally not want to be losing someone like him just to grab that Riki kill. And even then, they got the kill on the Riki, but you still got to deal with the dragon. Who's going to kill the dragon? It ain't going to be your Necrophos because he's dead.
Duel is now up for FBZ if he wishes to make another rotation around. This is the tempo they should be playing. This is what Boom Esports is known for. Very fast, aggressive plays. Mikoto, under the cover of his own invis, just going to get some more info. They have a deep ward in the area, so they know that the Weaver is there. An outpost, and for an outpost, they capture two just before the 30th minute mark. They have to hold it though.
Oh, we got another smoke as well. Are they heading into the dire jungle? Yes, they are. And guess who's in the jungle? His name is Dreamer.
He's gonna get caught up with that combination once again. There we go. Oh, they mistimed it. The fact that he raised his not connect, that gives him time to pop his BKB.
Are they going to lose anyone though? I think if you're Geek fam, yeah, you don't kill him, but you pop the 10-second BKB. I believe that's a 10-second BKB. That was the first one, so now...
combination, you know, and he dies off again. So that is arguably better. But they're going for the Roche. If Boom doesn't know that, then this could all be worth it for Geek fam. But they are heading towards the pit. They see them there. Surely they got a sense. Get the dual damage off. Tries to finish it. And they will. That's another dual damage going to the side of FBC. The war is not over just yet. There's the egg which will not pop. And so a lot of their huge controls is gone from Boom Esports. Has to force a buyback from the Phoenix. Oh, they're focusing down an illusion. Ah, that's a lot of commitment for an illusion. Yeah,
there was a tanky illusion. They thought it may have been Raven. Who knows? But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Hyde on the meantime. He's loving this. Oh wait!
Dreamer still has to be careful. They know that his Dragon Form is just about to be finished. It's just about to end. Then Raven will clean up. Goes for Dreamer Cell. Going next onto Hyde. Hyde was still in the area, but Mikoto, an even bigger target, gets scythed down. 100 seconds on his death timer. That opens the Roche effective immediately, and Geek Fams is starting to come online.
I think they've been online for the past 10 minutes. They stuck around way too long for that. And especially for Riki, for him to die to the Necrophos, he chased way too far. He was alone, had no one to protect him. Necrophos comes in with the Reaper Scythe, that's extra duration on his death timer as well. Well, it's a free Roche as well. It goes into the favor of Raven. And mind you as well, oh, there's Cuckoo. This heart on Raven is so good as well, not just because it makes him tanky. If he's about to die in the middle of a team fight, he just has to back up, wait for a couple seconds, go through the HP percentage-based healing, and he can re-engage as well at more or less full health. And if you take a look at Boom's damage, they have reasonable burst, but if they can't finish that PL, Raven just comes back and all the spells that they've used, all the damage that they've done, it's all been for nothing. Because he's so hard to chase down.
It's 100 dual damage now onto the name of FBZ. He is just gonna snowball if nobody stops him. Hyde is hasted up, gets the lift off, but Raven is in the area. Probably don't want to play against that. Recognizing the threat, will back off. FBZ choosing his fights wisely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The DK, what's his next item? Assault Caress. Dream SL still doesn't hit hard enough to be that threatening to Geek Fam. He needs more damage so that when it splashes, it does some devastating work, especially to the PL illusions. If he can get some really good damage in, then he can just kill off the illusions for his team, because the mana burn has been a big pain in the backside, especially for FBZ. Unfortunately for Legion, this hero just doesn't have the best mana pool, and any mana burn from the PL illusions really hampers what he can do. He won't have enough mana for press the attack, he won't be able to have enough mana for maybe a secondary duel. Especially press the attack, that's his most important skill during these fights, because we've seen it time and time again, press the attack, just saving teammates whenever they get caught.
Well, one thing's for sure, they have means of controlling the high ground when it comes to Boom Esports lineup. It is not going to be easy pushing up, especially with the overwhelming odds, the Phoenix Egg and the Dragon's Breath. Your creep wave is going to go off just like that, but we'll see what Geek Fam makes out of this. So far, he's in the area. He spots out Zephyr, has the Force Staff to go up onto the high ground.
Force Staff, Ricky's counter. The game gets tough now with all these Force Staffs, because there's one on Cuckoo, there's one on Weaver, likely going to be another one on the Brimstroke soon if he doesn't have one already. And with all those Force Staffs, how do they expect to kill anybody? We're almost running into the same problem as last game, where there just isn't enough lockdown on the side of Boom ID to finish anyone. And if that happens, we're looking at a very tough high ground defense, because especially when you're up against a PL backs up, regens full health, sends illusions in, brings tower damage. Yeah, maybe you do some damage to PL, but unless you kill him there and then, he just heals all the way back up again, and you're back to square one, and your towers will still be taking damage. Big item on the Riki though, that
That's the bright side. I was about to say, yeah, he's got a BKB now, so the control onto this Riki, he's gonna be less and less. It's a 10-second, and I think he wants to reveal it in a win, in a huge team fight. So surely they know that he's up there. They do have their own observer, which scouts Raven out. Oh, tries to go for the Q. They know which one to do. They scout out the one guy who's running away, and they will commit everything on this guy just to make sure that they actually have the egg. And now they have absolutely nothing. They can re-engage this one. Geek Fam, they can fight back. They gotta disengage. The Yules is there. Dreamer Cell gets pulled in back. With the same combination, the Practically attack will buy him some time. He pops the BKB and get out, but the Astral step into the backlines. Cuckoo zoning out the supports. FBZ still there in the area. Zephyr will time lapse backwards, but so far no one is dying off just yet. Mikoto now comes straight in with the smoke screen. Will just take off that Void Spirit into the backline, who's pushed out way too far forward. Raven now has the reject with the Heart of the Rask, but will they just contend for it? They have the Sunray here. That will burn into his regen and his HP full. And they will take the kill down onto him.
Let's go going, Carl, all alone.
Reaper Sniper gets no one. Do you have a second duel on it? This is so worth it for FBZ. If they can finish this one off, will they? They will. 152 duel damage of this guy.
150 damage! Oh my gosh, FBZ is snowballing! That fight though, that was so devastating for Geek Fam. So it looked good at the beginning, but then they just decided to overextend, trying so hard to kill Dream herself. They need to remember how tanky Dreamercell can be. They need to respect FBZ. They also need to keep in mind that Makoto, now that he's got a BKB, he's not afraid of disables anymore. His main issue before was that he would get locked up and bursted down, but now with this magic immunity, there is no control available on the side of Geek Fam that's going to be able to stop him from just going into the backline and just destroying all the support. There was no need for Geek Fam to overextend. They could have backed up, they could have waited, they had the advantage. Yeah, you lost the Aegis, but so what? And now that this has happened, there was no buyback on your PL. Free set of Braxes, you didn't even take a set of Brax yourself. And now you've reset the game, and you've given a whole bunch of items to Boom ID after that team fight. Because they just got a huge number of gold. And you can see as well the heroes on Boom. The supports aren't poor anymore. The Glimmer Cape on the Phoenix, I'm not sure if the Reaper Scythe before would have killed Makoto, but Glimmer Cape is the #1 counter to Reaper Scythe, because it reduces so much of the magic damage.
Yeah, and it seems like, wow, 152 dual damage on the side of FBZ. Suddenly that damage issue on the Dragon Knight is negated, knowing that one of his cores is dishing out something. And it's only going to snowball more as his duel is already up. He can look to make something happen again, knowing that Geek Fam is pretty much crippled to a certain extent. At least the supports are kind of crippled, knowing that they have to invest into all these sentries and detection and observers. And they are actually rounding up onto this one guy. This Necroforce might be tanky, but with everyone else in the area, this could be a viable kill. Rotation is coming in from the back lines though, which will be scouted out. Raven has the Ink Swell, but it would be timed nicely. Oh, Purge it up to press the attack. They all have the BKBs on. Under the cover of the Supernova Egg, they will just back off, respect it. Maybe look to re-engage after, but no. It's Smarte on the side of Boom Esports. Get out of there.
Yeah, they're just going to back up. Safe play. They didn't get the tower, but at least they didn't lose anyone there. They did try and go for Makoto, but we're already starting to see the BKB, the press the attacks. That Riki no longer is an easy target. He's also getting tankier as well. Is he going for is that Abyssal? What's he buying? What's that? Courier's coming. Oh, okay. Alrighty then. Oh, hang on.
They got FBZ, that's a big deal. That's all the damage they have. Boom Esports kicking it off for far too long and high. It looks like he's about to join in the grave next. They tried to kill him. Oh, he's stolen the Astral Step. Will save his skin for the longest of time. But the FBZ actually fought back for this. They have to respect that he has the duel all up and ready to go. Will back out.
Man, Dreamercell is so tanky, but even with all the illusions, it's just really hard to take down. And maybe Geek Fam, they're now going to run into the same trap that Boom had earlier, which was they just don't have the damage to kill that DK. And as the game goes later and later, DK is going to do even more damage. Compared to the PL, he does splash damage. So unfortunately for Raven, this DK might start eliminating all of his illusions early. Not to mention that DK has the support of the Phoenix, which, considering how tanky DK is now, he's also getting percentage-based healing from that Phoenix. So it becomes even harder to kill him. Going for Ags next as well, so we're also looking at Black Dragon mode soon. And once he has that, it's going to be very tough for them to chase him down, because now Dreamercell will be able to juke over tree lines.
This is definitely the snowball they needed. Boom Esports, again, playing these fast, aggressive lineup. This is what they're known for, and it is scary what FBZ could have done with this Legion. Yesterday, it didn't look so convincing, but today, my god, this guy has been playing around it. Mikoto has vision of it. Is he? No, there's not. He will be pinged out by the Necropost, so... But the rotation is coming up top. They're trying to play behind Mikoto, suspecting that maybe they might look to pick him off, showing himself in the lanes like that. Smoke play, maybe?
Likely? I mean, both teams, they have similar playstyles, very aggressive, but they also utilize their smokes whenever they can.
So they're
now
all
it's a waiting
huddling
game.
up. Yep,
Yeah.
Fam as well, huddling up. Might want to look to make something happen here. Just clears off the jungle. Is the Roche up? Roche is up, so maybe they're waiting for that moment. Scouts it out with the PL illusion, knows that it's there.
Yep, so they're sending Phoenix down bottom to deal with the creep wave, and I suppose they're just going to start parking themselves up there, getting ready for that Roche attempt. No river ward, unfortunately, for Geek Fam. They don't really have the best vision if they try to set up for that Roche. They will spot this out, so Boom know roughly where Geek Fam are.
They can fight the Roche pit. They have the Phoenix egg. They could actually take the war if they so wishes to. Recognizing that, immediately moves forward, gets Zephyr. One guy's down, that's one less bug to worry about. Going straight for more with his BKB, but he's being kited around. Mikoto with the backlines though, needs to drop up the smoke screen at the very least. The Simulate is there, drops the smoke screen, they will not pursue. The egg is far in deep, but it will pop nonetheless. The Yules have to use defensively to avoid that stun. And he's out of there, but the high actually comes in with the lift, will hold the Necro in place. Can they burn him down with the Sun Ray? They will. Mikoto is just dishing damage in the backlines. Oh, Raven tries to get out of this. Do they have the Dragon Tail? They do not have the range though, but the double silence with the Soulbind is there. Surely no one at it, but Whitemon is going to take down nonetheless, and they get the Dragon Tail onto Cuckoo, so they did not lose anything. No, they lost Hyde, but he bought back again. Doesn't matter. The Roche is now open for theirs to the taking. He still have his Dragon Form, and it's black too.
The Black Dragon, oh my goodness, that splash, if he didn't... I mean, if he did get that hit in, I think they would not have gotten those final 2 kills, but the slow from the Dragon Form splash, incredible. And again, same situation here for Geek Fam. So I don't know if Raven still has it. He actually picked up the Prince's knife prior to that fight. They still have it? Oh no, he's got the Illusionist cape. He picked up the Prince's knife last time. So maybe he was hoping that he would have been able to actually trigger the Hex off, but he again tried to go for Makoto. And Makoto, this Riki is so difficult for PL to lock down. But the thing is, like, who else do you lock down? Because we've seen them not be able to kill DK. They can't kill FBZ because he always has backup support from the Rubik as well as the Phoenix. They tried to go for Makoto, but look at how elusive this Riki is. He just hides under tricks of the trade, and what are you going to do when he's hiding? You can't target him. Raven's gotta be careful.
Going straight in. Yeah, he's gotta be careful though. He pops the Dragon Form already, so he will just claw this tower down. Well, I don't think they have the firepower. Oh, nice save. But they get the blue onto the right PL, and he looks like he's gone. He will go down. Cuckoo looks like the next target in line. He's been Yule Scepter up. That only sets up for FBC to move in closer. Tries to Astral Step himself out of there, but it's back to back, and Hyde gets the trade out of that one.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Forced out the buyback too. Boom. Looking much stronger in this second game. And Geek Fam, they're slowly crumbling. It doesn't matter if you have the PL, it's just Raven isn't dealing enough damage. And unfortunately as well, I feel pretty bad for Carl, because he's pretty much limited to just walking around in team fights, hoping that he will burn everyone down and then throws Reaper Scythe, but his Reaper Scythe gets countered every time. This Necrophos, it was great earlier on, but as the game gets later and later, unless he's Reaper Scything someone, Carl's ability to contribute to these fights is very limited. If you don't kill, then unfortunately that Necrophos is dead weight. Yeah, he's healing a bit, but you're looking at how much damage is being dealt by Boom and how tanky Boom's heroes are. These fights are lasting forever. If anything, I feel really bad for the Grimstroke because we've seen him just die within a matter of seconds if he just gets jumped on. Oh, it looks like we got push round number... I don't know how many numbers now it's been. Push round number 26. I think this might just be the high ground attempt. And now with a Manta style, I don't think they can lock Makoto down.
It feels like Geek Fam has cornered themselves into the same game Boom had previously. They don't have reliable stuns to hold down anyone actually. They just go in and go out. They have no answer for the Riki. Riki's just jumping here and there. And that smoke screen is just hard for them to play in. Especially when you're a Void Spirit. Or even a PL. Or even the Weaver, who relies so much in getting the spells off just to survive. Oh,
is Weaver going for the axe?
He already has the axe. He used it to take Raven earlier on. Oh, pulls him in. Void Remnant, but Marcel will just take it like a man because he is a tanky Black Dragon, and well, the illusion actually pops the imp spell onto him. He does have the Aegis. But he won't have the second Dragon Bomb if he goes down right now, so they have to keep him alive. Dream herself on pretty low with the vessel, will be purged off with the Presty attack. It will disengage and all that. And Boom Esports still walking out just fine.
So disciplined. Geek Fam could have been lured down onto the low ground to try and kill Dreamer Cell, but they know that if they step down there, they will lose bodies. So for them to be so disciplined to stay on the high ground, just throw spells at him, they almost killed him, they didn't.
Yep, straight on to this Necrophos, gets the stun up into the backline they want to take out the save. Zephyr, now gone, cannot get his next time lapse off, so now they can focus their target onto someone bigger and better. Raven is next in line, but the Crystal actually keeps FTC there, they lost all the damage. Dreamer Cell is next, he's just right-clicking them down. Actually, he has pretty decent damage, but can they fight this fight any longer? No, I don't think so. Running out of mana, he's gone, he's silenced, he is casualty at this rate, just back off. Boom Esports recognizing that the moment FBZ is gone, they've got no firepower to work with, will have to disengage.
Yeah, their main two powerhouses gone. They need both FBZ as well as Dreamer Cell to be in the front line so that Makoto can do his assassination, or at least moonlighting in the back lines, just killing off all the supports. But seriously, props to Geek Fam. They didn't get tempted by that original push from Boom ID. They waited, and until they finally retreated, then they decided to make their move. And then eventually they did kill the DK. Carl even held back the Reaper's side. He didn't use it because he knew that if he used it on the DK, there would have been the Aegis. So he held it, waited for someone else to get close to dying, and ended up being FBZ. And FBZ has no buyback too, so that hurts him quite a bit. So now high ground attempt for Geek Fam. Have to redeem themselves here, and DK doesn't want to use his buyback, but he may have to if they try and push bottom tower.
But regardless, 90 seconds without the damage coming up from FBZ, they can actually just go straight and just clear this racks off, maybe even get more. But they will
unfortunately for them though, yeah, top racks is down, lots of creeps. Only they had the creep advantage in that bottom lane, but it's too far gone there. Looks like Makoto looking for blood.
They know he's there. The smoke screen. Oh, actually can. The nullifier cancels his force up forward, but he was out just in time. We'll use the time lapse. Zephyr now can turn this one around. He's tight and Mikoto. They have the sentries down. They have all the vision in the world, and I think Mikoto is as good as dead, and he will die.
That Prince's knife for Zephyr setting up the cuckoo, and Makoto getting a little bit too excited there. He quite surprised that he's so insistent on killing this Weaver, knowing that Weaver has some really nice items on him. In particular, that 4-staff. Yeah, Nullifier sort of kicked in, but eventually he did get away. Too slippery for Makoto. And with that buyback too, I'm not sure if Geek Fam will suspect this to be... for Makoto to have no buyback. It looks like they might think he does, so it looks like they just want to sort of slow things down. Continue farming up. Are we waiting for any major items? Nice pickup for Hyde, by the way. At least we'll be able to keep himself alive. And Mjolnir is coming up on the DK, so we're starting to see some really big damage items come up onto Dreamer Cell too. So not only will he be able to push faster, but he's also going to clear those illusions from Raven very quickly, especially with the chain lightning.
And he's gonna hit hard when the Necrophos pops his Ghost Shroud. That's magical damage right there.
Mm-hmm. Got a small 3-man smoke coming in from Geek Fam, but I don't think anyone is in position to get caught. So this looks like it's going to be wasted. Boom, farming in the safest possible place they can. Their base.
I think Roche is almost up as well for the taking if they look to make a rotation in and take one for themselves. Dreamer Cell shows himself down in the mid lane. He's just gonna man fight this all. They do scout out that he has a Mjolnir in his backpack. Oh, what?
Oh! Oh,
wait, what?
That looks like a misclick. Misclick, or maybe he was trying to press his turrets. I don't know his hop. Yeah. I mean, that's 5 seconds, so it's fine.
Wait, what? Oh, hold up. That's 60 seconds.
No. I think they're dusting on purpose, maybe just to be sure that there was no invis heroes, but then they've got the gem on Makoto. Alright,
well, Yeah, I guess.
Is this-
They're losing the.
Maybe it was
they're
good
losing
luck.
control.
Good luck
Top
dust.
tower is under attack.
Just some
Dire's
good
top
luck dust.
tower
All right,
is
guys,
falling.
here. Take this. Still got BKB. Makoto's down bottom. Gonna force the
Dire's
push.
top tower is under attack.
Up top though, they got to clear out that creep wave.
Oh, I hear a smoke being popped. They might look to make some sort of gank engagement here, but it's a smoke and smoke action.
Invisibility.
Who's gonna catch who first? That is the real question here. They are making a rotation up onto the high ground jungle, but the Weaver
Oh,
will
Zephyr.
pop his smoke.
Cyclops
They
on
will
his
get
cute.
a scent of it. FBC with the BKB immediately comes in straight with the dual damage. Even pops the egg just to be sure about it. Tries to go check for the Roche, but it's nearly there, not quite just yet.
Safest way to get a kill. Just supernova right next to it. If no one's there, then more or less a secured kill. But that was really nice reaction time coming in from Kezkut, just getting the hex off and more or less guaranteeing that there was going to be no time lapse from the Weaver. No shenanigans. Is that another smoke? I heard a smoke.
I heard it too.
Oh, it's Ninja Gear. Sorry. Man, they
Oh.
gotta change the sound for that.
The Roche is now up, I think, and Geek Fam knows about it. Wants to go to the test. They know they cannot afford Dreamocell having it to come back twice. They will scout it out. They have a career in the area, so Mikoto's position up on the high ground will see everything. Can he get the snipe on the career? No, he won't, but the dust is there. They will. He will get the snipe. So they're gonna play a bit more safer, knowing that Boom Esports have all retreated. And they might just come in for the wraparound, though. But the high ground goes the way Geek Fam.
Do they have vision? There's dire vision in the river, but there is a really sneaky radiant ward on in the mid lane. So they'll see roughly, I believe that's Phoenix, yeah. They roughly saw Kezkut, I believe, and may have just clipped him.
Raven sending his illusion in, thinking that he is safe and undercover. They pop the dragon form, immediately pops the BKB as well. Are they going to just use the runaway? They might. Flies up onto the high ground, deals damage from it. But this is an ultimate force out of the side of Boom Esports. Leaves the Roche still available for now. They could look to go in and take one for themselves if they wish to. That's 100 seconds without the dragon form.
Yeah, they could try and use it now. They've smoked on the high ground, but that ward, I'm not sure if they caught that. Geek Fam may have.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, if
So
he's
they
just...
don't know that Dreamer Cell's in there.
Yeah.
Are they
That's
going to
a
go in as
cheeky
4?
play. They just might. Cuckoo's still waiting up on the high ground though. Doesn't want to take any chances. They snuck in without being caught out, and they will finish the Roche. The cheese is still there, but won't be picked up. Immediately a reaction with the sun, the Supernova's egg, just to keep them back as they make this engage out of this Roche pit. Raven's not taking chances though. Hold Dreamocell back with the Yule Scepter. He is under the cover of smoke. Not the ideal place. You want to fight him as he will just turn this one around again too. And Dreamocell, oh, that guy hits like a beast. Has to be saved by Zephyr. Zephyr used the time lapse over here, but now the dual damage is in coming in onto the Necro. Will secure the damage onto FBZ, who now hits like an entire truck. How many damage this guy hit? They're committing so much onto Dreamocell. But remember, he's got an Aegis which he just picked up in, but even so, they can't kill him off. They do have time enough to hold him just alive a little longer, but you can buy as much time as you can. You seal your fate with the devil, and he's gonna claim it. Cuckoo will make it out alive.
Cuckoo tried. He tried so hard. There was a huge clump of heroes there for Boom ID, but he just doesn't have enough damage in him. Yes, Raven. He's a tanky beast as well, but if he's going by himself and he has no backup up on that high ground, he's just going to get taken down eventually. There's just enough damage now on Boom to completely eliminate the factor of illusions. We saw it just now too. They didn't care about the illusions. FBZ's tanky, Dreamocell's tanky. The only thing that's really annoying to them now is the mana burn, but even then, does the mana burn really matter? Not really. You're not killing them.
256 damage coming out on the side of FBZ, just the duel alone. And now you might just get more as they are the ones initiating onto Boom Esports. Dreamocell again still has his Aegis and has his Dragon Form. He's got to respect that Geek Fam Oh, here comes that. That's a really clutch play right there. Actually gets the Reaper Scythe off. That Dark Portrait off the Dragon hits in their own team real hard, and they're gonna get it. It's a stolen Reaper Scythe. Hyde gets the kill on the Cuckoo. Valuable turnaround. Dreamer Cell will still live, and so is that Aegis. Has forced the buyback out of FBZ, but man, that Dark Portrait of Dreamer Cell actually just clawed down FBZ.
That's some crazy amounts of damage right there. Poor FBZ. I believe FBZ bought back.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Well, unfortunate that he bought back there because I don't think he managed to re-engage with the team. But at the end of the day, they didn't really lose anyone else, I suppose. They didn't get to push high ground. That's also something that they would have liked to do. But we're starting to see the late game situation. Both teams are getting incredibly scary. The heroes that are now slowly becoming redundant, I feel, is unfortunately Weaver minus his Ags. The only reason that he's able to really help his team now is the time lapse for his teammates. Necrophos this late into the game, in a lot of circumstances it's fine, but they just can't kill with the Reaper Scythe anymore. The Glimmer Cape, and as well I think Carl might be getting a little bit itchy with the Reaper Scythe button because he started to press it a little bit too soon for a couple of times. And that's going to hurt him in the long run because he really needs those sides to land.
Let's take a look at a Grimstroke. I want to know what he's carrying on to him. Yeah, he had the axe. No wonder the Dark Portrait. He's got to be careful on that one, though. Boom Esports has to respect it. If he can get a copy of FBZ or Dreamer Cell again, that would be super devastating for their team. Having their own team fight against them with that much physical damage, that's one problem not to go on unchecked. Oh, immediately it has the Dark Quadrant of the Dragon once again. Dreamer Cell gets forced up forward into the B line. They're just gonna claw him down, but that is the Aegis. They will take out Grimstroke, but look at the backline though. This Dragon is hitting onto high, proxying A on this immediately. They will respect it. Boom Esports don't want to fight against it. With the buyback coming up from this Grimstroke.
Surprised that Dreamer Cell popped this BKB so soon. He was just about to die, pops the BKB, and then unfortunately he melts. Also, interesting thing with Dreamer Cell, he's actually disabled his Radiance. I think it's so that the Dark Portrait illusion doesn't get the Radiance burn, which I think is really smart. Just returning the Radiance burn, the Myth Chant, would be very annoying for the team. Oh, Makoto.
Yep, the missile is there, the control is enough with being swell to end it all up. Another kill goes the way of Geek Fam, and it is on Mikoto, who has now numerous times went on his own, which is exactly what you expect of a Ricky, but at this late of the game, you kind of have to expect detection going on in the area.
Now that it's 4v5, maybe Geek Fam feeling a little bit happier about going out. We've seen the Riki cause a lot of issues during these team fights because once it starts, he jumps into the backline and then all of a sudden Geek Fam has to think, what do? Do we deal with the Riki? Do we deal with the DK? Do we deal with the Riki? Do we deal with FBZ? So you can see that their attention is torn. Also guys, 60 minutes in, tier 5 items are now on the field.
Pirate Head getting picked up. Book of the Dead. Some pushing power.
Book of the Dead is... Yeah, Book of the Dead's gonna help with pushing. So far we're seeing the issue here for Boom. They're struggling to push safely, but I think Book of the Dead's gonna help solve that issue for them very fast.
They've got the mirror shield as well, so
it's
very crucial. It's very good against the single cast spells, which they have a lot on the side of Geek Fam. It's the Reaper Scythe, the Dark Portrait, even so the Soulbind. So it could be a game changer having one of those three mentioned disabled from the side of Geek Fam.
Yep, and also the Observer pointing out for us that there's the Ag bonus on the Aghanim's Blessing on the Rubik. So Rubik has access to the Aghanim's bonus. And we all know what happens when a Rubik has access to Aghanims. He gets some pretty strong kit.
He gets better than the caster itself, yeah.
Technically, yeah, it's kind of crazy. But the thing I really like the most about it is the cooldown reduction. It's so short. You're able to cast spells non-stop on that Rubik. And he's got 2k health as well. Sorry, 2k mana. So he can really go crazy.
2 seconds cooldown, man. That is going to be tough to go up against.
So it looks like it's going to be a tough game here for Geek Fam. They may have taken game 1, but it looks like Boom are looking to take game 2 for themselves. We're 60 minutes in. We're having some serious business here. No 20-minute pushes, no cheese. Just a long game of Dota. And
another game of pause. Another game of pause,
Yeah.
too. So it's going to get longer, guys.
It's all good. It's all good. Can we take a look at the itemization for both teams?
Oh, does Phoenix have the
Void Spirit-
hacks?
Yes, he's had the
Phoenix has the
Hex. He's had it for since the 40-minute mark, I believe. He actually gunned for it after the Glimmer and the Veil of Discord. And I really like it too because it really prevents Geek Fam from just going into the backlines and shutting down the Phoenix. Because we've seen them do that last game. So I think Kezku just realizes, if you're going to go gun for me, then I'm going to hex you. So then all of a sudden Geek Fam realize, wait, if you gun for the Phoenix, we might mess up. So, choices. Do you want to get hexed? Or do you want to stay alive? But late game, this Phoenix is going to turn into a monster. I think the scariest thing as well is when Phoenix gets access to the Ags. I think he's building up for it too. Once you get Agsed by a Phoenix, it refreshes your spell cooldowns. Not your ultimate, but everything else. And who has the scariest spells to refresh? It's Ricky. He's deadly. He's dangerous. And if the Phoenix can save someone in the middle of a fight as well, I really think that could turn the fight on its head. Oh,
Kezku
we're
is
ready?
going for the refresher orb, so imagine a double Phoenix eggs. He's actually not going for the Ags first. He's going for the refresher first. That's a double egg play right there.
I think he's valuing the stun. I think he queued for Ags, but I suppose he changed. Yeah, the stun duration. And you can see that Geek Fam also respect the Supernova. They've tried a couple times to try and kill it. But now that there might be 2, they can't fight anywhere near that Supernova egg. And I'm going to say right now, Boom will capitalize on this. We might start seeing some crazy plays where Kezku dives into the fight, goes for a Supernova in, and all of a sudden Geek Fam just enters the split. It's either run from the Supernova or commit to the Supernova. Because if they try and kill Boom ID while the Supernova is popping, they're just asking to get stunned in the face by that Supernova. What's Legion building? What's coming on the courier? Is that... Oh, okay. Man, FBZ, compared to his last game, he is looking so much better. So now he's got more lifesteal, more health. I'm seeing a trend for Boom ID's hero so far. You have Fat DK, quite literally, almost 5k health. Fat Legion. You're gonna have a Fat Riki, maybe, one day. I mean, for his size, he's fat. He's very small, so don't need that much
Boom
health
has
to make
always
him
had
fat.
this trend, right? Like, they run at you and they run at you hard. That's what they've been doing and having so much successes. Previous game, they were trying to play it the late game. They tried to play the Geek Fam style. They tried to be the farmer, but which worked for a certain extent, but the lack of stuns made it so that the troll was being kited. But this time around, they have all the lockdowns in the world and they have been taking the crucial fights and winning it time and time again.
Keith, can you believe it? We've got a potential 5-game series, and this is only game 2, and it looks like it might be 1-1.
Yeah, it's looking like it, but
Oh my goodness.
obviously Raven can still hit hard. They just gotta get a certain crucial pickoffs. Like if they take out FBZ once again, it could be a slight glimpse of hope for the side of Geek Fam because that's a lot of the damage gone and negated already. But yeah, it's
and
looking
I
like
think-
it's gonna be 1-1 and wait, 60-minute game. Imagine if we stretch out to 5 with more pauses in between.
Oh, no. We can't call it out yet, though. There is still a chance that Geek Fam can come back. We've seen them make the play in the last series. Their late game decision making, when it's on point, we've seen what it did to Boom ID. But for now, we're currently delaying the game, as I believe Boom is waiting for 30 because they're 29 on the DK, 29 on the Riki. I'm not sure where FBZ is at. He might be close to getting the 29 as well. So if they can get level 30 before their next fights, they'll basically be hitting their peak, minus their item. So yeah, there we go. 30 on the DK. All talents unlocked. They're dealing
Roche
with the
coming up.
biggest, baddest black dragon in the history of dragons. This isn't Dota anymore.
What is this, Game of Thrones?
I was
on, Game of
actually going
Thrones.
to say Skyrim.
Well, let's see who falls for Naru as he makes the initiation straight to Astral Step, but gets caught out with the Dragon Tail. They will take him off first. That's the primary target gone. Raven is next, going straight for the egg. The egg cannot get off. Has to force the buyback, but Primo Cell is now in the area to diverge his attention. And Easy Stay frontlining it all. Dragon Breath forward, but who's going to take who down? The duel in the back line. It is on to Raven. It's a big one. Then they have to stun. No, they won't. Reaper side is that thing started out. This looks like it's a Geek Fam win, but oh yep, Geek Fam man actually has a chance with the save coming up from Zephyr. He's just gotta make sure he gets the time lapse off, but they will take down Raven, and they tried to. He fell low out of the Phoenix egg. They see him. They know which one to kind of lift the stairs. Surely they take him down. They will finally. After all the valiant efforts and all the buybacks, they finally take him down, and he has a buyback as well. So he will commit.
Oh my goodness, that was a bit of a misplay coming in from Kidscoot. He tried to dive in. I think he may have wanted to go for a supernova in the middle of the fight. Ends up just getting hexed up. I believe that was the Prince's knife. Was it? Is there a Prince knife anywhere? I saw a hex. No Prince's knife? Maybe it's gone now. Anyways, I saw the hex on the Phoenix. Just got insta-hexed, died instantly, had to buy back. And without the supernova, as well as the Sunray healing, we could actually see Boom ID. They were sort of struggling. They weren't completely reeling, but the moment the Phoenix came back and the supernova popped, that's basically when you're Geek Fam, you know you have to back up.
Oh, it's harder to kill Zephyr now. It's so crucial that they take Zephyr out of this fight because of his time lapse on the axe and his save. But man, he's got a mirror shield. It is so hard to control this Weaver in the backline. He just plays there for the saving grace. And
you know
he's
what's
getting away with
unfortunate now? We're looking at a Roshan attempt, but if you look at the bottom lane, not in favor of Geek Fam, someone's going to have to go back to deal with that. Yeah, they're going to send back Zephyr, I believe, on the Weaver.
Dire are scanning.
So he's got to quickly clear this up, come back, get ready for the Roche. Yeah, he's just going to send the bugs. Best thing you can do. Just get ready around that Roche pit.
Yeah. They cannot let this Aegis slide under the side of Boom Esports. Because they have all the firepower. They have, if you can get the Aegis onto Raven, plus the Weaver and his time lapse, it is going to be so hard for Boom Esports to take that fight. As we can see, if this Weaver gets away scot-free, that fight seems to swing the side of Geek Fam very much.
How many hexes are we looking at in this game? Because I know that Carl has picked one up on the Necrophos. There was one on the Phoenix. Necrophos has one. Is there any more?
Necro and the Phoenix. I guess just two.
It may have been those two, yeah.
Does Boom Esports know about this though? They are already inside the pit, taking it down to like a quarter of its HP. The reaction is coming, but it's a bit way far too slow for them to find out. The swarm is in, they will scout it out, but they do realize that the roach is over.
Interesting, so no engagement there from Boom. They had all their ultimates too. Maybe worried about falling into a trap there. The Roach fights have always been a bit iffy for Boom. Sometimes they have good fights, sometimes they don't. So we've got a refresher shard on Necrophos, so Carl can go in for the double scythe if he needs to. Double life on the PL, very necessary. And looks like Phoenix has picked up a Aeon Disc as well. So now Phoenix decides to dive in, maybe makes a mistake. The Aeon Disc should keep it protected and long enough so that maybe he can go for a mid-fight supernova. But even with the Aegis, it looks like Boom, they still want to push up high ground. And looking at the buyback status too, we've only got one buyback available. It's only on the Weaver. A little bit more left for Carl, and Grimstroke 700 gold away. That'll be a while. 4 minutes left for the PL though. That's huge.
One thing good going on the side of Boom Esports though, they do have the Book of the Dead. They've been sending those creeps down bottom just to push it out ever so slightly. But how long can they delay the inevitable? They are up against a PL who could deal with the waves if he so wishes to by sending his illusions. They have to do something quick. Otherwise, they just get outplayed into their base, especially now that this Weaver has got all the saving grace they need and an axe onto the side of this PL. They could wait it out.
You know what's happening on DK? It's Divine Rapier time. He's building for it. He's technically got the money for it if he really wants to buy it. Clearly he's holding on to buyback. But it's almost Divine Rapier time. Also almost level 30 time for the Riki.
Oh, well, Phantom Lancers as well. Raven is also queuing up for the Divine Rapier. So, modern problems require modern solution, and that seems to be the end-all be-all when it comes to Dota 2.
Oh, Phoenix scouting out. Very risky. He's got his team behind him though, so if Kezkut did get caught out, he would have had the backup.
Oh, Dreamer Cell again in the front lines, which he is a DK. He can't afford to do so, but do they really want to take this fight? Recognizing the Aegis is still on their hands, immediately turns into his Dragon Form, tries to go in and with the commitment. They took down the Grimstroke, so that's one less problem to worry about. The Meteor is there. FBC gets the duel, but it seems like he's beating it onto the way of Raven, but the Sunray heal! And obviously the egg has been popped. Supernova, it's gonna pop, it's gonna connect. Raven is in the area, he just finished on FBC before he did so. Now the Sunray is there in this bad fight. He cannot take this on with all the regen that's coming up. K is here, joined in, has the Heartstop aura. Hyde, Dakota with Dreamer Cell against two of the side of Geek Fam in the backline. Dakota goes for the saving grace. That's your insurance, that's gone. There's no way you can get yourself out of there now without the time left. Has to force buyback from this one. 100 seconds on the side of the Void Spirit. Raven is all they have to save, but can they do so? He does have the Aegis. He will pop it. They're just gonna wait it out with the smoke screen. There's no way he's getting out of there with the double damage. Zephyr waiting in with the time lapse, but unfortunately they're zoning him out of the range. The duel is there to hold him there, but oh, they will take him down eventually. FBC, a worthwhile buyback right there. Immediately lift him up. This Necro, he may be tanky, but under the cover of the smoke screen is as good as just useless. Zephyr to fall in next. Geek Fam finally waves the white flag. He calls GG in this game number 2. Goes to the side of Boom Esports.
Radiant's middle tower. Victory.
Wow. 71 minutes for game 2. I'm a bit speechless. There were a lot of things that happened that game though. Lots of plays. I think MVP is going to be quite tough. I felt like there were a couple times where I felt like multiple people could have been MVPs. Especially during the late game situation, I think Makoto, he realizes that he has to cut into the backlines and has to disrupt Zephyr. And I think that move is probably what won them that team fight, because if they left the Zephyr on the Weaver, he would have just been able to time-lapse his teammates, it would have prolonged the fight, and PL, with so much health, and even Carl as well, if both of them just had the health to survive, to keep dishing out the damage, I think we could have actually looked at a longer series, but realizing this, Makoto doing his job, cutting into the backlines, had the Scythe of Vice as well from the Phoenix, really, really good place. The Sun Ray, doing so much healing in the late game as well. That percentage-based healing is insane on someone such as the DK. I can't believe that game went for that long. I didn't think that would hold for that long too.
I was afraid of you when you said a longer series. Man, that was 71 minutes. It was one heck of a marathon of a game, excluding pauses. If we put that in there, that's at least 90 minutes or so. So take a look at the stats that went down.
Hour and a half, would you believe it? That was incredible. And that's only game 2. So essentially what we could have here is that Geek Fam or Boom, if either of them win 2 more matches, we are looking at our champion, but we potentially have 3 more matches to go. And after that one, I'm very sure they'll both be exhausted.
Well, you and I both, we've been looking at them through and through, and this is going to game 2. So 1-1, it's a tie for both teams, and Cuckoo 2-11-20, maybe a little bit underwhelming, but Carl, he stepped up to the plate again. Geek Fam, people said that Carl was the weakest link on the side of Geek Fam, but not exactly. He's been pulling his weight. Unfortunately, it was just not enough when it comes to the draft that Boom Esports have.
I think it's just the nature of the game as well. A game where Necrophos thrives in is if you have a lineup that excels when you drag it for as long as possible, but then the opposite can be said as well. Necrophos also loves a team that can just burst someone down so that he can get that final Reaper Scythe in so that you're fighting 4v5. The only issue was that Boom would outlast them time and time again, and because they were losing the backline support, Carl just wasn't receiving enough support to sustain in the fights, and essentially he was reduced to a Reaper Scythe stun bot. Occasionally he would get the Scythe off, and Radiance Burn, Scythe of Ice, that was basically all he could really do. Yeah, he was getting some healing off, but I think if Carl was playing something that could scale, maybe if he was on the Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit, something that actually scaled into the late game and did damage, then I think we could have seen a different situation. But it's just they needed to guarantee their early game. They were running a PL. Carl did his job, but at the end of the day, I think Boom, they just played better with their draft, considering how they prepped for the game. They prepped for late game, and look what they got, 70 minutes.
Yep, Mikoto, despite having the worst game in the start, he really did his part. So let's take a look at the feature player of this game number 2, the 71 minutes game, I shall forever remember. Mikoto coming back, clawing back from what seemed to be the pits of despair in his mid lane, and making so much impactful rotation, impactful ganks around the map, actually enabling his entire team, giving the space to that DK to be the big black dragon that he is. Man, that guy was an absolute beast.
Yeah, I really think Mikoto played his role quite well as this Riki. So far, we're looking at a trend as well. Whoever picks up that Riki seems to be winning their matches. Obviously, that's just a very basic view. It's not oversight. It's not anything important, but we might see a Riki ban coming into this next game since both teams seem to value the Riki so much. But that means that other heroes might make it through. Snapfire could make it through, your Tusk can make it through, maybe even Mars coming through for Boom ID. So now, coming into game 3, whoever wins this will be 2 games up, but now they've got a larger pool of heroes that they need to be very aware of. And I think Boom, because they saw the Necrophos yesterday, they know roughly what Geek Fan wants to do with the Necrophos, and they're just saying, all right, we know how you're going to play with this Necrophos, let's just prep, let's do our thing. And I have a feeling we might not see any more Necrophos.
I mean, it's also the fact that Legion is one of the best counters to PL, right? Just because the lockdowns he has is so long. But nevertheless, that Legion was game number 2. Yeah, I mean, they probably wouldn't ban the Legion as well. It's just not worth it. Nevertheless, game number 2, it's a tie now, 1-1.
Disgusting.
There are ways to counter the Legion. It's super situational. It's just that they showed their hand a little too quick. They had like the PL in 3rd pick, I think. So do you...
Well.
Yeah, okay.
I guess I'm doing it then. Guys, we just had a very long match. If you need to, go to the toilet now, grab your snacks. The players obviously need a break as well. Once we come back, we'll be jumping into game 3, so stick around. This match isn't over. It's a best of 5 series and we're only in game 3.
It's a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Well, damn, you know I got it. You know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to Popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, weak by wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Damn, you know I got it.
nobody got it like
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Yes, he can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls off.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. Game 2 has just concluded and we're jumping into Game 3 as both of our grand finalists are currently tied 1-1. It's Geek Fam versus Boom ID. Keith, we just finished a 70-minute game.
Yeah,
not including pauses.
These eyes are not they're not eye bags, they're just long drawn out. Holy, look at those. It's red. I'm pretty sure they're red.
Oh no.
But it's always a pleasure looking at a 70-minute game, Dota game. So especially when one that is so intense and is so evenly traded like that one. I'm actually hyped for game number 3.
I'm pretty hyped as well. I want to see if we're going to maybe see other heroes getting banned out this time and thus letting our frequently banned heroes make it through. Because we are going through 5 games. The teams are going to have to adapt at some point. And every game, once you see something that's working way too well, the clear option is to just remove it entirely, unless you know how to play that same hero. I think the best example would have been the Tusk. And even, not just Tusk, it's also the Riki. Both teams know how to play Tusk, both know how to play Riki. We've seen how impactful both of them are, so are we going to see more Tusk bans? Maybe we see Riki bans? We just got to keep watching. There's more games
what
to
I
go.
really want to see in this grand finals? Someone pick up a techies. Let's bring it to a 160-minute game. Let's go. I'm ready.
Oh
These guys
no!
are
Oh
ready.
my goodness. But are we looking at like traditional techies, or are we looking at the new techies that we've been seeing lately?
The VP techies? Nah, that one ends game really fast. I'm talking about the long drawn out, bombs everywhere, no one's pushing, no one's going high ground, so I guess it's a stalemate for like the next 80 minutes or so.
That one sounds like a game of Battleship. It's not Dota anymore. Can I make a move here? Oh no, I did.
Oh my god. Geek Fam, Boom Esports, so far they have proven that they both can beat each other in their own game. Boom Esports, glad to see that they're actually taking on to the style that they're super comfortable with. The aggressive laners, the aggressive early tempo laners, which eventually turns into a hyper carry build. But also, Geek Fam, they held that despite having the situation turned out for them, they shut down Raven, they did all they could. Most of the early game was sided Boom Esports all the way except for the mid, but Geek Fam, they held this long is kind of impressive. Knowing that your PL is counted with the LC and you still held 70 minutes, that's credit to you.
Well, the thing is, even though your heroes get counted, there's got to be some way to play around that counter, right? And they almost had the solution for it. The only thing is, I think the game just went way too long. I felt like the Grimstroke illusions, they were so strong. The first time we saw how quickly it just destroyed the Legion. But imagine if those illusions came out much sooner. maybe we could have been looking at a longer game, maybe more kills for Geek Fam. The game could still be going on, but the game itself is done and dusted. Will we see the Grimstroke again? I think we might. I don't think it's ban-worthy unless you're specifically playing for a really ultra late game hero. But even then, most Grimstrokes don't even get access to Aghanim's. So
I mean,
just gotta
like,
wait for the game.
credits to the guy, right? Like it's like if you could have the Dark Portrait out way sooner, obviously it's a game changer. We've seen them won a team fight and held the bottom lane in that one engagement, but there's also the fact that you're up against a Ricky, and then you're buying so much of these detection, the sentries, and he barely had his Aether Lens at like I think 25 minutes into the game or so. So it was a rough game to play. It's always poor now as a support, especially with them removing the gold on every single thing. So that he did what he could, but it was not bad. There was some fight into it.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised that the draft hasn't started yet. I think the teams are just asking, can we please have a break? Can we go to the toilet? Can we have dinner? It's 9 o'clock as well. We started at 6. Oh, here we go. Draft is there. Yes, we started at 6. I'm hoping these guys managed to, I don't know, maybe eat during the break, or maybe they ate dinner before the matches started, knowing that it's going to be a pretty long day. I'm hoping they're fueled though, because the last thing you want to do is play and be hungry. It's the most distracting thing to ever happen. And toilet, if you need to go to the toilet, that is also the worst thing to ever happen in the middle of a Dota game. You do not think rationally in a 90-minute game if you need to go to the toilet.
I guess 5 minutes was enough for them. But you're talking about toilet breaks though. Food is another issue though. I'm feeling hungry myself, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, hungry for Dota isn't a bad thing. See how I transitioned that real poorly. Let's get into the draft. It's Geek Fam Boom Esports in this game number 3 of a tied series 1-1.
Alrighty, so any changes to the draft? Not really. Tusk is banned again.
Remaining.
So Geek Fam not wanting to give that away to Boom, as Boom get first pick. Looks like Geek Fam are going to get the next 2 picks for this game. Last pick will be Geek Fam. So, are we going to see a Ricky ban? Do you think Geek Fam ban the Ricky? I think there's a chance that Boom might just go for a first pick Ricky if it doesn't get banned out.
But then they're afraid that the Slaughter would be picked out. I believe previously when Boom Esports picked it up, they banned the Slaughter right after. So they gotta look into that. Maybe a first pick Ricky wouldn't be ideal, and then it just opens up for all these countermeasures. But it's always in the option if no one addresses it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Boom, they're going to eliminate the Lycan. I think only Boom. Was it Boom? No, it was Adroit that played Lycan yesterday. That was the only Lycan game we've seen. Yeah, unfortunately it failed. It did have a very interesting lineup tied to it as well. But no Lycan this time, so no push cheese. Snapfire going to be taken out, and Geek Fam, their final ban, they're going to let the Ricky through. There's a chance that Boom doesn't pick up the Ricky, and maybe Geek Fam go for second pick. Oh, there we go. So wait, what is that? What goes through now then?
Radiant
what made it through? Okay, first pick Phoenix for Boom.
I guess, I mean, what's the meta now? People still picking PL, people still picking the Troll, DK's in. Well, DK is still in. Huh? It's a flex pick.
I mean, DK is not necessarily the best hero to pick for the first 2. I could see maybe a 3rd or 4th pick to complement the draft, but I think if you're showing the DK that soon, it might be too much information. Since the DK was a 4th pick? 4th pick DK.
No, it was the 3rd pick.
Oh,
it was the 3rd pick earlier
was
on.
it 3rd pick?
Team pick.
I think so.
Oh yeah, Riki was the last pick and then it was Legion.
Yeah.
And Nyx Assassin finally makes it through the pool. We've seen Nyx Assassin banned up until this point, and let me tell you, Nyx is amazing versus Phoenix. Spike Carapace,
anything you
ladies
do.
and gentlemen.
Spike
do anything
Carapace
with
is immediately gonna cancel the. Imagine him going in with the Phoenix Dive initiation by immediately getting stunned. That is very, very hard to play up against.
It happens, and he can even use it after the Phoenix actually dives over the Nyx. If he just stands in the pit of fire that Phoenix leaves during the dive, it's still going to stun the Phoenix. So unfortunately, Nyx is the #1 counter to Phoenix in a team fight. And this is going to suck as well, because now there's a good chance that Sunray just gets cancelled right after it gets casted
10
because Nyx just
seconds remaining.
walks up to the Sunray, spike Carapace, and now that's going to be on cooldown. And
5
unfortunately,
seconds
Sunray
remaining.
cooldown, if you get it
Dire
instantly
team
cancelled,
back.
it's quite a long cooldown. Ooh,
There you have
DK
it.
again. Alrighty, second pick. That's how much respect Boom have for that DK.
I mean, it's a flex pick, so it's always not. I mean, it's not much harm picking it early as compared to like a very niche Riki. Having a DK in, you could always switch it out for the off lane or the mid
10
lane or the
seconds
safe
remaining.
lane, as we have seen earlier on. So there's somewhat versatility, and
5
I think when it comes to
seconds
like
remaining.
drafting, it's a lot. It keeps you safe.
Alrighty, so next phases of bans. Can't really see what Boom wants to do with this. They could do the same thing as last
Radiant
game.
team ban.
Legion, is this going to be a potential ban? Because I don't feel like Legion was only picked to counter the PL. We've seen how successful Legion can be when it's played in the right hands with the press the attack, purging off a lot of disables. Also, Legion, if she manages to get the dual kills, then she also gets the extra damage. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think we've seen Boom
10
Esports be
seconds
very
remaining.
happy putting FBZ
5
onto the
seconds
Legion,
remaining.
whether it be to counter or not.
If they are foreseeing a PL, then maybe an FBZ is good. I mean, the lockdown is good nevertheless against like a Void
Radiant
Spirit.
team pick.
They
Dire
take out the
team
Legion.
pick.
Shadow Demon, some sort of save. And Illusion, so if DK turns into his Black Dragon again, you have 2 more hitting back at you. And it's a big burst with the Soul Catcher for a high tanky hero like Dragon Knight. So that feels pretty good.
Ten seconds remaining.
What it will be in
5
response
seconds
of Boom Esports, 6 seconds on the clock. They do take out Carl's Necrophos though, so that was it's arguably one of the heroes where he really does
Radiant
perform.
team pick.
Otherwise, it's a bit wonky. Another
There's a chance
high
we could
Rubik.
be looking at a mid DK now since they've
Dire
taken
team
out the
pick.
Necrophos. And Leshrac. Ooh, so we're going to be seeing a new hero for Carl? I'm assuming this is going to be the mid laner, since most Leshracs nowadays are played as core.
They could run it in a safe lane. I've seen them done that before, but then that just pushes the tempo real fast. That's assuming that DK is going to be the core, which means he's going to be late game again.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
again, flex. Super flex. Mid, safe.
5 seconds remaining.
However they want to play it. The Void as well can go in the off lane, which is usually cuckoo at this point, but they might switch things up knowing so.
Likely. So after seeing that Leshrac, what would you want to do here if you're Boom Esports?
Radiant
Looking at
team
Geek
back.
Fam, Shadow Demon a little bit squishy, Leshrac squishy, Beastmaster. I actually like this Beastmaster. Synergizes really well with the DK because now you give him the attack speed aura, plus you give vision to your teammates with the Hawk. Laning wise as well, Beastmaster's no fun to lane against with the boars. Super tanky, the boars also harass
10
and slow your
seconds
carry.
remaining.
And if you look at the supports for Geek Fam, they actually don't deal
5
with a
seconds
offlane
remaining.
Beastmaster very well, as he is a very aggressive offlaner. And Shadow Demon, I'm trying to think, like, what's the best kill combo with Shadow Demon? You don't really have too many options, actually. I don't think they
You
would
got
even
the
be able to
Lash.
kill.
Sets
that's
it up
safe
with
lane
the Earth
Lash.
Split.
But that
No, it
requires
could be
you to
mid.
put the... That's the thing, I don't think it's mid Beastmaster. This is
Dire
likely
team
offlane
back.
Beastmaster, safe lane Shadow Demon. I'm talking about the laning stage. This Beastmaster laning stage is going to be awful.
No, I thought the question was like, what does the Shadow Demon synergizes with for the side
Oh.
of Geek Fan for the kill potential?
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon also works very well with Lash, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
TA. So Geek Fam are expecting DK to go on the
5
safe lane.
seconds remaining.
He could still
Could
go
be
mid if he
Beast-
wants to. Actually,
Yeah, that's the
DK
thing.
against the Lash. Because, I mean, Void Spirit is for sure a cuckoo, right? He's been playing the Void Spirit for the longest time. We could be debated in, but like at this point, it's like safe to assume Cuckoo is probably taking a Void Spirit. DK up against the Lash, I guess should be okay. I'm afraid, like, I like Beastmaster because it gives them some sort of pushing power as well. DK and Beastmaster, they push towers very fast, very strong. But then Lash, Pulse Nova, Diabolic Edict just chews through the entire creep wave the Beastmaster has. So I'm not too sure as well, but it definitely they can definitely match some sort of tempo play coming up from Geek Fam for sure.
I just like how Geek Fam is getting ready for this push lineup from Boom, because looking at DK and Beastmaster together, this is clearly a push lineup. And Leshrac, Shadow Demon, really good counter pushes. They've got a lot of spammable spells just to drag the game for as long as they can. But we really need to see, like, what is this Raven hero that's going to be the one to break through that push lineup? It has to be something that can deal with the DK, has to come online reasonably fast, maybe can fight early. I think if they could as well, pick up a Diffusal carrier, because Beastmaster and Dragon Knight, they really, especially early on, you really want mana on those two. What's the play? It's gonna be Boom first though.
So Geek Fam at least have the last pick for Raven, assuming this is going to be a Carl Lash. It should be. I think the Geek Fam, it's safe to assume they'll give the farmers down to Raven. He's the most efficient in the team. PA, so Boom Esports definitely playing it really fast this sense. Mid PA or mid DK?
Probably depends on the mid matchup. Like if this Leshrac is even mid, there's a slight chance that maybe this is offlane Lesh or safe lane Lesh, since the Void can also flex quite well.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think I've seen Raven play Leshrac though, so there's I don't think that's gonna happen unless maybe they swap the lanes.
He usually plays the late farmers, you know, the guy who just AFK 15 minutes into the game. So I don't think they would want to run Raven onto this Lash unless they're planning to have a change in game style.
Although it's a bit of an iffy early game for PA. Early game PA is really susceptible to Magic Burst, which is what Leshrac does best. Same thing with Nyx Assassin with when he goes under the cover of... My brain stopped working. Help.
Vendetta?
Yes, thank you. I was about to say it. Dang it. Oh man. But Vendetta ganks
he
with
breaks
the Leshrac.
passive, right? He actually breaks passive.
I'm more concerned about the burst. Because passive... To be fair, Phantom Assassin passive does not apply to Leshrac and Nyx because they just have so much magical burst between the two of them.
No, I meant
even Void Spirit.
I was trying to pull you astray here because Nyx Assassin is pretty good against the passive of the DK.
Oh, for DK? Yeah, that could be a thing. Mana burn too, really annoying.
Stops the regen, then he wouldn't be as tanky as he would ideally be.
But does it really matter though? Do they have the follow through to kill not just DK, but also the Beastmaster? Because mind you, Beastmaster's a pretty good semi-core as well. It can do quite a bit of damage on his own. Tide Hunter. So we are looking at offlane Tide Hunter, safe lane Void. Okay, so Raven's on the Void Spirit, unless it's Raven, Leshrac.
I knew it.
Oh my
told
gosh!
you it's a Raven Lash. Oh, let's go.
When did you say this?
I said
you never said this.
I did. I said they could. Cuckoo was gonna take Void Spirit, then we call that Raven could play the Lash because you could run it in a safe lane as well. We just don't know if it's a K or a Raven. But I said I had a feeling it could be run on a safe lane just because tempo at this point.
So this will be interesting because we're now looking at Raven not playing a traditional carry where he sits back for 15 to 20 minutes. He'll be moving around really, really soon. And if anything, I think this is the game where we are going to have to see Carl shine. He's going to have to stand out for the team.
Okay, no, nothing. It's Cuckoo on the Tide. It's a mid Void then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I think this game, we're going to have to see Carl really shine for the team. So it won't just be Raven now. If the game goes a little bit later, this will be unfortunate for Raven because Leshrac doesn't scale that well. He hits a huge timing at around 20 minutes when he has all those levels. And he has has his mana items so that he can consistently push with the team. Boom, Dreamer Cell's going to hold them back a bit, but I actually think they have a pretty good shot at pushing back this Geek Fam push. The only thing is they got to worry about is that Tidehunter Ravage. The Tidehunter Ravage is going to play the same role as Kezcute Supernova. To counter-initiate, to force Boom away from the team fights. I just need to see the lanes. Show me them lanes! Maybe we see something crazy, I kinda doubt it though. Same stuff. Same old, same old. No lane swaps.
Well, let's just get into it. This is game number 3 of a best of 5 series. It's Boom Esports versus Geek Fam, who is now 1-1 in the scoreboards. Who will win this one? I guess we're about to find out in this game alone.
It's game 3. Both teams are currently tied 1-1, and this is only our third of 5 games. We're very tense as well after a really long match. I want to know how the players are feeling right now, if they're starting to feel a little bit tired. Maybe they're holding back on some strats and they're talking about it, considering how long that last game was. And I want to know how involved the coaches get during those really long games too, since they're playing either from their team houses, or I think they're through Discord, not Discord, sorry. I think it's through TeamSpeak, because they did mention TeamSpeak issues earlier on. Maybe the coaches in the game with the teams, talking them through. We don't know any of this because we never get access to it. I don't blame them. We'd be too noisy.
Do you think Raven is like flaming the previous game, maybe because he has a bit of lag going on as well?
I don't know. Last I heard, Raven's actually a very quiet player, but I could be wrong. Supposedly, he doesn't really say much. If he says anything at all, I think it's mostly in case he needs help. But from what I was told, he's generally very quiet. He's more of that player that tends to pay attention to the captain.
Alright, so laning, it's FBZ up in the off lane as per expected. Will be a 2-for-2 on the bounty runes, so pretty even trade there. Timings though, I think Lash is definitely going to come online way faster than the DK. And he's going to make he has to make the rotations around the map and secure the lanes even further. I mean, none of them on the side of Geek Fam goes in late, so this is actually breaking against the Geek Fam traditional playstyle. So they really have to abuse this early timing, seeing as such. But Boom Esports also have a pushing lineup. However, they take some time to get online. Obviously, you need like the Necro Book onto the side of the Beastmaster. And, well, DK needs some sustainable items as well. So we'll see who hits the timing first and who handles the pressure.
This is one scary tri lane. So it looks like they're going to counter with their own tri lane. Tri versus tri. Not so much kill potential on Boom, but as long as they can maintain the PA in lane, make sure that Dreamer Cell doesn't die, gets that lane EXP, and essentially waste the support's time on Geek Fam, then they could just say mission accomplished. The thing is, they could just turn onto the supports themselves. But remember, Fire Spirit's very strong early game spell.
Yep, taking a whole lot of decent harass from the side of Geek Fam already, as that Impale actually stuns. And, well, taking a right click from his own illusion. So far, no, like you said, no kill potential, but the mid lane's got to be interesting. I don't traditionally see a DK match up against a Void Spirit, but it's happening right now. Pulls him in with the Void Remnant, but again, kill potential isn't there just yet, I think, until at least he gets a Dragon Tail. Uses the Disrupt, gets Hideout, 2 illusions, bashing back at him, but with that Diabolic Edict and the stun, oh my god, Raven playing it real fast. He's done with the farming game. He wants to end this game number 3 real fast as he secures a 2-minute first blood in.
Gotta be so careful in this lane. They have they've essentially got the setup from Whitemon, and then they have 2 stuns, one from Sepher and also one from Raven, plus the nuking power from that Leshrax. Here we go.
With the Impale and Earth Split. Earth actually catches him there. He has to blink away, but the Diabolic Edict still melting him down. He has to
body
jump
blocks.
through his creeps, but he won't make it.
That body block from Kezcute. Yep, that may have actually saved the PA's life.
But he is low, and I don't think he's comfortable getting into lane. He just has to play for the XP in the back line. Maybe throw in some dagger.
And there's plenty of mana left in this lane too, so it's not like they can't go for any other attempts. Kezku, not really an ideal target, but the other two though, Rubik and PA, very susceptible to this style of gank. But now they've essentially just completely zoned out Dreamer, so Hyde's gonna try and pull the creep wave back with the pull. Does this really solve the issue? If it's only one kill in lane for Geek Fam, then this lane's considered a failure because they didn't pressure the other two lanes. Other two lanes are doing fine. Beastmaster's doing fine against the Tide Hunter. Sorry, that's a Void Spirit. Oh no, yeah, Tide Hunter. Beast versus Tide. FBZ will be fine in lane. Mid lane? How's mid lane doing? So, Void Spirit versus DK. DK and Void, they're tied as well. So it's this top lane that has to work out for Geek Fam. They've got to really kick it into gear.
They're fighting Trilane, and Trilane now has to make the rotation, but Kezcute actually falling pretty low. No mana. One more. Ooh, actually has stick charges. Will save his dear life right there. Yeah.
Yeah, Kezcute hasn't leveled up dive as well, so if there was just one more right click, and I think Kezcute would have gone down. Zephyr overextending.
There's so much kill potential coming out from the Trilane of Geek Fam. They have to be careful. One disrupt could lead to a numerous setup for stuns here, so have to play it safe. Dreamer Cell might not be farming, but he will get some levels. Until he gets some decent damage, I think he should be able to crit Raven down. He is somewhat of a glass cannon.
Got another pull coming on through from the Phoenix just to try and keep that creep wave under the tower. We're intercepted by Raven, but so far they've not really been dived, which is good news for Boom. The whole purpose of this tri lane is to destroy that safe lane. To dive, go for kills, multiple kills as well, considering that you've invested both of your aggressive supports into that top lane with the Leshrac. So now that they didn't get those kills, is there a level difference between Raven and Dreamer Cell? So
yeah,
Raven's sitting at level 3 and Dreamer Cell? Yeah, so unfortunately, because of the tri-lane not working out, Raven has missed out on some EXP gain and he's now fallen behind. Good news, creep wave his side of the map, so he's gonna be more than happy to get these creeps, but they haven't slowed down Dreamer Cell in the least.
But it's also worth noting that the Leshrac isn't as item dependent as a PA would be, so despite being behind on level, he did deny a whole lot of gold from this PA, at least 2 waves in total, just zoning him out from the farm. So that's going to buy him some time to catch back up. In fact, they're already committing in forward. Whitemon is the target. They want to seek with the Sun Ray. This is going to burn him down one after a time. It will take him down successfully. Unfortunately, it isn't on the side of Dreamer Cell, but a kill's a kill nevertheless.
Yeah, this lane is backfiring. They need to take control back, and that's going to have to be through kill. Rubik. Oh, the miss.
Raven, though, overstepped his welcome. He's now going to get hit down by Dreamer Cell, just right-clicking him forward, but he has a decent amount of sustain in his stick charges. Has about 1 now, turning it around with the Diabolic Edict. Maybe Boom Esports didn't respect the damage on that thing. It shreds tower real fast, and it can shred the heroes too.
Yep. Fortunately for Raven, he has to sit under the tower. He needs some healing before he can go back into lane, so this is free farming time for the PA. And this is not what you want to give away to a farming PA who's going to hit a very strong 20-minute timing if they stop this pressure. They got to keep the pressure up. This lane is not going according to plan. Hopefully the other 2 lanes are. I believe it's 2 versus 2 in that mid lane now. They've brought in the Nyx Assassin. But look, we've got a backstab coming in. Is that Phoenix?
Yeah, Mikoto gets stunned up by the Impale, but I don't think they commit. No, he's out of mana. Phoenix, Kezcute was in the area. Just drop down the deep observer wards. Maybe to scout out any couriers that's coming by. Cuckoo, decently well on his own. He is a Tide after all.
Well, the FBZ's faring quite well too. Oh, here we go, another kill.
Gonna get it though. They need the damage. They will finish him off with the Shadow Poison. 3 stacks on him will do the job.
You're just gonna keep this up.
Yeah, this game has been so much action-packed already compared to the previous one. It's a bit more farm-intensive. But Raven, he is picking up the lash in the safe lane, and there were so many rotations going in mid. Whitemon coming in the area, has to respect it, will back off. Mikoto out of mana though.
Yeah, he's got a mango just in case anything happens. Oh!
This is Nyx, he's waiting for it.
Looks like that's gonna be a stack. Yep, stack there by Kezku. So level 8 on the Tidehunter has got a Vladimir's offering, so that's going to be lifesteal for the team, bonus stats as well. They basically need everything that they can get to get that push going. So Vlad's a very good item choice for the team. They want to tank up as much as possible with the cheapest items that they can get. Hide in the meantime. Oh, disruption. Almost there. Managed to fog it.
Radiant structures
But they're winning the
are
game
fortified.
just by making sure that the PA doesn't stay in lane to farm, and they're taking the
Radiant's
towers.
courier
Dream a
has
cell.
been killed.
Isn't the scenario he'd like to
Dire's top
have
tower
walking
has
into
fallen.
this game alone, and Mikoto
Radiant's middle
immediately
tower is
pressures
under
towards the
attack.
mid lane, but unfortunately between Lash and the Dragon Knight, the Lash is going to take towers faster with the Diabolic Edict, lower on the cooldown, and well, it just rolls over you if left unchecked.
Yeah, that was also a TP forced in by the Tidehunter mid. Now bottom lane's completely freed up, and Beastmaster, FBZ just gonna head back on down there. Just keep on farming. There's nothing happening down here. It's all the action's happening up there with Rumorcell, who's now having to hide in the tree line. Is there support coming in there? Looks like he jukes them.
Radiant are scanning.
This tri lane is devastating. They're leaving the jungle as it is. Only almost 10 minutes in. Maybe they can look to contest the outpost. They should assume someone would be in the area to try and take it back for themselves. They will find Kezku.
Yeah, it's just Kezku though. The thing,
Radiant's bottom tower
because
is
they've
under
applied all
attack.
this pressure to the PA, do they have enough to deal with a farmed DK and Beastmaster? DK won't be too much of an issue. It may be the Beastmaster that's going to be a pretty big annoyance from them.
Oh, he gets a
there we
roll
go.
down onto Whitemon. He's gone for a long time. One of the longest stuns in the game. There's that Primal Roar, and they can get more right here. Dragon Tail onto Zephyr. But K is in the area, so they will respect that and try not to go for the overkill.
And runes, 2 for Geek Fam. There's one more in the river. So 3 for Geek Fam for runes. 4. Oh, sorry. Is that? That's 2. I misread it. It's 2 runes. 2 more to go, but then in the top lane, no one's taken them though.
Top lane jungle is pretty much going aside of Geek Fam as it is, but Dreamer Cell's trying to find some desperate farm, trying to cut the creep wave, push the lanes out a little bit, leaving him more space to actually play around with, taking the back the outpost, so no threat of any rotations coming in there.
Dire's bottom tower
So interesting
is under
decision
attack.
here from Makoto. He's actually going for a Shadow Blade, I think, as his first item of choice. So he
Oh,
still
they've
wants
got
to
the
answer
soul
the
capture.
Initiator.
Get
Oh,
a
they
burst,
missed!
though. They're playing it against this team fight combo.
Dire's
They will just
structures
take the
are
tower. I
fortified.
think that's what they're in it for. As you can see, they're already grouping up way early in the game. 11 minutes. Want to abuse that timing. Ideally, with the Lesh, you want to snowball because he doesn't scale as late as he thinks, because he's a glass cannon nevertheless, right? Like, if a farm PA is up against a farmed Leshrac, there's only so much a Leshrac can do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just waiting out the dragon form timer. Once that's down, they're probably going to say, alright guys, let's go. No dragon form. DK can't do anything. And I think, boom, they're going to have to realize that this is going to be the case. They will lose towers, but can they make it worth it? And I like that PA this game is not going to go for a farming item like a Battle Fury. She's aiming for a Deso, so we are looking at a early game fighting PA. Oh, Phoenix goes down.
Distortions in the void.
Rest in pepperonis, Phoenix. The Phoenix bleeds.
KFC, you called it earlier on today. It's
Yeah.
the third time now we're looking at the guy. Zephyr has the sights onto FBZ though, just scouting him out under the cover of his own vendetta. But he has friends in the area if he so wishes to overcommit. Cuckoo is just amping the pressure down in the bottom lane. He is a tanky Tide, so he handled it relatively well, especially with the anchor smash. Those creeps should be no threat, especially the poison. I think the Kraken Shell debuffs it off, right? If he's under the slow of the poison.
When it procs, yeah. It removes everything, but technically the boars can reapply it. So it's not that great against the boars. It's more along larger effects.
Oh, actually hits.
Forces in the void.
So close to that Shadow Blade, and I can see that they're trying to hide the Shadow Blade by not picking up components. So I'm guessing Geek Fam might be expecting this, since DK's, depending on the build actually, offlane DKs, I think they usually pick up Blink Daggers first, just so that they can jump in, go for the Dragon Tail for their team. Who are they ganking? Is that the Beastmaster?
Like yep, this is necessary.
Oh, yeah.
They know they're playing this very early, and they can't afford to sit around and be passive to farm some things up. If they don't get the Beastmaster, at the very least, it could translate into a tower push. They did have a ward on the high ground, no sentries, so they don't know that this is coming.
They see Raven, they see Zephyrus, so the smoke will fail, but at least FBZ stays alive, just hides in the tree lines.
Clears up the creep wave though with the Pulse Nova, and this is what I mean, like the Beastmaster's creep against Raven is gonna be pretty much feeding him the gold.
Oh yeah. Oh, Haste Rune Hide just steals the Spike the Impale. So nice stun. That's actually really nice on the Rubik as well, since it's a lot faster to cast compared to the Nyx, who has the backswing animation.
But look at his tempo. Now this is a pushing lineup for sure. You run the lash.
They're supposed to.
Yeah. They're
They
supposed to do
counted
this.
push themselves.
And I like how the Beastmaster just couldn't play the game he wished he would have had, knowing that Raven is just taking away all the towers they could play around with. Look at the bottom tower, it's so healthy.
Well, you're up against a Tidehunter. I'm very sure most matchups wouldn't be able to touch the tower to begin with. The boars are quite tanky. So the role here now for Boom is to try and make as much space as possible for the PA or
Clear
taking
it
the
all
runes.
up. Yeah, Cuckoo, just go in with the anchor smash, just clear up all those creeps, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As you can see how worried Boom are in case there's a 5-on-5 engagement by Geek Fam. They're grouping up together, making sure that if someone gets ganked, they're all nearby, ready to deal with the threat, but they have to separate at some point. They can't stick together, because once you fall into the habit of sticking together, you're not farming around the map, you're missing out on EXP, Shadow Blade,
Oh, they're gonna see him
Oh,
immediately. My Carapace, perfect play with the Impale.
That beautiful
Fortunately,
sentry
yeah.
placement. He just chucked it down.
No kill potential, just the three of them. They really need the Lash. Lash is like their magical burst damage, especially in this early game. They really don't have much of a physical, actually.
No, they don't.
So BKB
PA
is the crucial timing for Boom Esports at this point.
Yeah, the Deso needs to come up first on the PA though. PA has to go for damage before that BKB. Here we go on to Cuckoo. He's tanky though, he's got Ravage.
Yeah, they're gonna commit everything. Whoa, but immediately the Kraken shells and burns it all off, but the control is there. Eventually they'll get something.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, when you have that many stuns to stack, I don't think it really matters if you've got Kraken Shell.
Who's gonna be pushing faster though, as they pushed up on top, but they did back off when they see the rotation coming in. So bottom lane is as good as down. Beastmaster finally has a chance in pushing it in with the DK, and this is the push versus push we were talking about during the draft. They can push too. One misstep, and they're going to run straight at it.
Yep, this tower gold as well, huge benefit for PA since she also gets that gold to finish up the Deso. The more gold the better, and the best way to get gold is to kill off those towers. Makoto, those TP'd up top, so they're missing out on that on the DK down bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's
They
actually
know Makoto's.
Radiant
every
They
spell
need- they
from
pick-
Leshrac is very good for Hyde to steal at this point. Okay, what is he doing? Actually went in real deep, has the Astral Step though, but they will scout him out with the Sunray. They're following his tracks through and through. Mikoto under the cover of Shadowblade will get him for the Dragon Tail, catches him with the Axis, while the Axis clears off the path to get straight to him.
Ouch. Very big ouch right there. The push gets stopped up top, but that did draw all of Boom ID to that top lane. But then again, they're smoking and they're going mid. There's only 2 of them here too. Can they go for this?
Oh, they got the roar onto Raven. There we go. Here's a glass cannon. The save is there with the disrupt. And the Ravage committed, but he is down for the count. And Hyde nearly pumps down, but will go down with the Vendetta, but only reveals himself to feed more gold to the way of Boom Esports. And this is what I'm afraid of.
2 heroes down. That was perfect. Beautiful setup by Boom.
Lash needs to play in a snowball scenario, but now the Ravage has been committed. Lash is down for the count. They lost about 3. There's no reason, honestly, for them to go back, but out of respect at this point.
Probably just gonna go back and farm. The Ravage is too important for Geek Fam now. Without the threat of Ravage, Boom are free to do whatever they want on the map. They're not afraid of any real... I guess they could still get potentially ganked, but it's mostly the Ravage that really hurts Boom in a teamfight situation. And are they really? Oh, if they tried to go for Roche there, that would have been very ballsy. Instead, they might run into Hyde. Hyde did just take back the... Alright, that's gonna be taken. Poor Hyde, his efforts wasted. Oh!
Oh, he stayed around for way too long, even knowing that the team was there to take over the outpost. He punishes with his own life for it. Their chat is gonna call him and throw. Carl, once again, you're giving reasons to the people. Took down mid.
It's a little Rubik kill. Wow, they are very, very brave to go for Roche this soon, and it's not necessarily the fastest. Again, there's no Ravage for 60 seconds. Although Boom, I think they have to respect Geek Fam here. Geek Fam does have a lot of AoE to work with compared to what Boom has in their arsenal. There's no Dragon Form, or is that being used? Where's DK? DK is...
10 seconds.
There,
well, he is in the area though. Raven, he's the crucial guy. They gotta pick off. They're picking the resources. So when that happened, they actually... What was that? Why was he right there?
Yeah, I have no idea either. Maybe he wanted to backstab the creep wave, draw attention away from Roche, but then he dies himself. Roche does have 3/4 of its health left. Is there vision in the Roche pit? I don't think there is. Yeah. Boom have no river vision. They're coming, but I think by the time that they're ready to engage, Ravage should be up. And that's the worst time to be fighting into Geek Fam. Yeah, Ravage is up now, dive in.
Oh, they dive in with the egg though. They really got to take off this the strike. Too much health can get a crucial pick off. They will lose a lot of their firepower to begin with, since they are all purely magical at this point. Cell has to take out Raven. That is a lot of their control, but Cuckoo is frontlining it all. FBC is going to come in with the roar, but the save from the disruption here. They spot out Deppa, who pops the spike carapace, so it is down on the cooldown. But Roche is falling pretty low. They have to make an engagement quick. Mikoto already in the cover of Shadowblade. If they spot out Raven first, we'll see him. Dragon Breath forward. He's going to go down. Immediately comes up with the Ravage, and they're turning this one around, especially with the burst coming out from the Pulse Nova off Raven. He just fuels himself up to keep himself safe while dealing the damage.
Oh, Boom. Getting too antsy around that Roche pit. They really wanted to go in, but they gotta remember that Ravage is always gonna be there. So not only did they give the Roche away, but that's also going to be 3 kills. One of them being one of the most vital heroes on Boom. So for Geek Fam, very big win. Lots of gold coming in, including the Aegis, and I think this is roughly the time to consider to start pushing if you're Geek Fam. They will likely wait for the Ravage to come back, but you gotta be a little bit concerned there, Boom. That's not the play to make, especially when you're going up against a snowball push lineup of all things.
All 3 on the side, it paints green on the side of Geek Fam. So they very clearly still have the lead.
Oh, we have a minor pause coming in from Kezcute. Hopefully, we're not looking at a unfortunate circumstance in this game.
Well, at least it's a fast lineup from Geek Fam. So even with pauses, we're expecting around at least less than 60 minutes for sure.
I'd be worried about you. Don't jinx that. It might go longer than you
Dagger
expect.
comes in. They might want to look for the crucial pickup. Can they find Raven though? Raven's not in the area. The burst from their primal raw. Oh, nice impale onto 2. Raven is way too far in the back. So they can't get it.
Looks like it's going to be 5 versus 5, Dota. Everyone coming into the battle. It's not going to be 4 protect 1 anymore from Boom ID. They mean business. And the best thing they can do to slow down the push is just go for a quick pick off before the push even happens. So looking at the items, so we're looking at DK. He's going for BKB next. Very, very close to it. FBZ. Is he also going for the... He's also going for BKB. So 2 BKBs. He wants to finish the Vlads first for the stats. Looking at Leshrac. So Bloodstone picked up on Raven. Now this is going to be a very iffy item. They need to snowball now that they picked up the Bloodstone. Unfortunately, they haven't really snowballed. Although if they can grab some kills here, that would be very nice.
They engagement in the back line. They take out Hyde with the Yules into the Earth Spike combo.
Unfortunately, Aegis got used and they only got 1 kill for that. So high ground not going to be as easy as it could have been. Boom, on the other hand, they probably did the best thing that they could do, just get rid of that advantage, remove the Aegis, make it a non-factor so that even if Geek Fam want to push, which they have to very soon, they won't have that secondary life on the Void Spirit. So Carl gonna be back to being mortal. Only 1 life, not 2. Not for Deso as well, so they really want to push with him. Just have that minus armor to push those towers down. He's also going for Lincoln's next, so he's not going for a damage item, he's going for a defensive item. I mean, there's a lot of targetable spells, so yeah, I could see Lincoln's being very helpful, although it could be hit or miss, because once Boom sees this, they've got one of the best heroes to pop a Lincoln's.
Marcel, he spots out Raven though. Oh, he's got a great lift into the Phoenix Egg. They really have to take this Raven down. Otherwise, there's no much of an initiation they should go into. Raven is there. He pops the Bloodstone. So he's regenning up through it all. Gets the Yules up onto this Phoenix again. Gets the stun. It connects with all the magical burst. He will get the kill. And now, straight into the backline, the Astral steps forward. K. Carl wants no prisoner. He just wants casualty. But oh, Raven nearly fall pretty low. Gets the save from the Disruptor, and the Disruption will buy him some time, but the dagger is there. They do see him. Baseballs will take him down, so that's a lot of their damage gone. I think Geek Fam should get out of this one. Already committed to Ravage. They will take Prima Cell, so they will get that last kill and get out before it gets any more sour.
They lost 3 heroes. That's going to be the push over. Ravage down. Yes, you kill the PA. Yes, you kill the Phoenix, but at the end of the day, you didn't get to do what you wanted to do. And for Geek Fam, that's pushing. It's not just about team fighting anymore. They need to take the towers down. They need to push. They need to isolate Boom ID into their base. But that's not happening. Boom ID, they're catching up. They're getting their items. They have a pipe on the Beastmaster now. And if you look at Geek Fam, most of their damage is magical damage. Sure, they have a little bit of physical coming out, but you're going up against a tanky Beastmaster, a tanky DK. You've got Sunray that's going to come in and also heal these Boom ID heroes. And then, not to mention, you've got all these disables as well that's going to prevent Geek Fam from positioning themselves in these fights. Hyde, oh, Hyde!
It's got out again. Oh, but he's got the Solar Ravage.
Ravage.
Actually, throws Raven up on the high ground. No, he nearly wants to clip him up there. That would be dirty.
Unfortunate that he couldn't use it in a team fight, but he did get a D ward off, so it's not too bad for Hyde. Now, next big leap here for Boom is going to be the BKB. Very close to picking this up on the PA, and I think once you've got that BKB, you've got to be quaking in your boots if you're Geek Fam. The only thing that pierces that BKB is the Purge, but outside of that, Lush Strike is food. Shadow Demon is food.
Look at that, MPZ. It seems that, oh, if it wasn't for the Soul Catcher, they probably wouldn't have taken him down there. Cancel the DP, buys him more time.
Very tanky. But yeah, BKB timings so key for
Radiant's
Boom.
top tower is under attack.
That's their spike. Once they get BKB onto the cores, the DK, the PA, there will be no stopping them. What is Dreamercell queuing up next? Surely it's a BKB, right?
Dreamercell?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. That's what they need.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm very sure they've been planning for that a long time ago. So the push.
Geek fam, they
Gotta
realize.
keep pushing.
Yep, they realize it. I think they should know by now that if BKB timings are almost coming, they really have to push in forward. Mikoto's farming down into the jungle, so some sort of
So
trade
Silver
there.
Edge. Yeah, Silver Edge coming up on the DK, and once he has that, basically Kraken Shell will be practically useless on the Tidehunter, so he won't have a way to protect himself. Cuckoo's got to be very worried about that. No other passives really, but oh man, that Silver Edge. That might just be a game changer, because that's a big chunk of damage when the DK comes in for the right click. So it's done. Do we maybe see a fight? They're grouping up together in that mid lane. They want to defend the T2. Gonna show off that shiny new Silver Edge.
Oh, well, the PA is not in the area though, so it's a bit iffy if they take the fight right now. He is making a DP rotations then. I mean, surely I think you just let this one go. You just defend the high ground at this point.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Spot them with the bird. Oh.
They have vision on their game. Boom Esports has the hawk. They always scout them out. So Dreamercell a bit more confident in staying in the lanes, knowing what's up. They do ping them out. They have an observer down in the mid lane, sees the rotation. Know that they're going up to the top lane. Maybe to look to a push on that tier 2 as well. Someone's gonna meet someone here in the forest, in the jungle. They do see him.
There we go.
Mikoto, shadow bladed up. Pops
Dust.
the dust. Whitemon actually does connect onto Mikoto, so they can see him.
That ward.
They're still sticking in
got
the area.
vision. They see
They
Cuckoo.
really want to get something done here. Mikoto comes in with the dragon form, actually breaks the passive, but no follow-up damage right there. Pops down the egg immediately. Will it actually pop onto it? The dragon tail will hold him for far longer. Cuckoo gets crit down, nearly dies over. Has to pop the ravage. Immediately turn this one around, burst down high, and they're taking this fight on their own turf. Actually gets one down. That is gone for the Phoenix. But Raven, he's the glass cannon. He does not scale later. And here he is showing that he is slowly being irrelevant in all these engagements. Feeling bad if you are Geek fam at this moment.
Oh my god, PA man. PA just comes in and rips a new one. No Ravage. 3 heroes dead with no buyback. They basically expended all of their major spells, and now you are being breached when it's supposed to be you to breach high ground 30 minutes in. Geek fam, this push lineup that they tried to execute, the idea was there, they just weren't able to make it happen fast enough. Top lane needed to do more damage. If they realized that they weren't gonna do, oh my god.
Oh my god, it's over. I really don't want to be that guy, but like, he's got BKB. What is Raven gonna do to him now?
It?
No, he
Used it
just
once.
got it. He just got it, no? He was up on
He's
Q.
used it once. Yeah, it's...
Oh.
This might just be it. There is still maybe the opportunity where Boom overextend in Geek Fam's base, but that's a big call in itself. But you gotta be feeling a little bit hopeless here as Geek Fam. Your lead now gone. Your main pushing spell's gone. They're trying to cut the creep wave with Zephyr. They're trying to delay the
But they
inevitable.
gotta realize that DK and Beastmaster as well takes tower real fast, so they have like everything else in check. They have the damage to take on their cores. They have the pushing power to actually match up with it. And Raven, he can only do so much just to get some defensive item up on himself, just to stay alive. But with the BKB, I don't know.
Oh man, this is huge because they've now missed their timing. And the thing you're relying on now if you're Geek Fam is for Boom to make mistakes. Mistakes being that they separate, that they're ganked one by one, but look at how they're playing. They're grouping up together. They've got all their spells. Supernova is available. There's no Ravage. Oh, Ravage is up now though, but BKBs are up.
He actually comes in with the lift, immediately pops the Ravage. Gotta take down the Phoenix before it pops the egg. The continuous stun is there, but Raven is falling pretty low. He will go down. Immediately focuses onto this high tide. Does not live the Helldale. It's literally looking like it's over right now. They bought back. They're trying to come in and maybe such a test for it. They take down the Phoenix. Great. But now the lift is there. Dreamer Cell comes in with the crit. Stifling Dagger again onto Zephyr. Pops his Spike Carapace, but Dreamer Cell is smart there. He doesn't want to use it. Has to take down Raven once again. He has to. He's killing it up through it all. Regen. The life steal. Prince is all gone.
Oh my god.
Of Dreamer Cell and GG has been called. Geek Fam. They tried to be creative.
Oh my god.
They tried to play way faster than they usually do, but they have no solution the moment it's scaled. Leshrac just doesn't scale. I don't care what the chat says. Chat were like saying, Leshrac doesn't scale? Get out of here. You know, he doesn't scale.
They needed to play Fast and Furious. And when I mean Fast and Furious, I mean like as fast as they possibly could, because the later the game went, you could see that they were grouping up together as 5, and that's how you have to play the draft. You play as 5, you push towers down, you basically take over the game with your team fight advantage, because they had the Ravage, amazing counter initiation for any kind of team fight, lots of AoE, lots of disables, lots of burst. They should have been able to take that game, but they just... Boom ID, they were so good at intercepting the ganks, making those pickoffs happen, delaying the game, giving Dreamer Cell time to finish up his Desolator on the PA, followed up by a BKB. Once the BKB timing hit, that was it. Especially during those team fights, that Ravage has to land, but if you're going to delay your Ravage to wait for BKB timings to happen, then you're asking for your team to die. So Geek Fam, they tried to pull off a bit of a gimmick. They tried to push fast, push furious, win with AoE, teamfight control, put Raven on a hero that it's not a traditional kind of hero, but it does fit his style of play. But I think at the end of the day, they just didn't get enough of an advantage from the laning stage to really snowball and have that unstoppable snowball machine. I believe Keith
I don't know if you noticed.
Yep, I know. Why is it the same position?
Why is it the same picture of me smiling? Is there no way around this? But yes, I think you covered it all. I think they just don't scale into the late. The moment a BKB hits, it was over for Geek Fam. They couldn't capitalize so much so in the early tempo as they were drafted to do so. So unfortunately, congratulations to the side of Boom Esports. Now has a lead from 1 game over Geek Fam. And let's take a look at the stats for today's game. And you take over. Danelie, I'm going to try and reconnect. Maybe I start moving again.
That's alright, no problem. Well, at the end of the day, you really needed Raven and Carl to take over their lanes. Carl, he had an okay matchup against Makoto, but at the end, you're not going to be killing a DK if you're a Void Spirit. Whereas Raven, his tri-lane had to work. And you needed to dominate that lane. You needed to grab multiple kills on the Leshrac. You needed to really slow down that PA lane so that once you come into that mid game, PA is playing catch up, whereas your team is just trying to steamroll and finish everything. But that didn't happen. You could see that Boom, they respected the tri-lane. They played very far back. They tried to not expose themselves to a gank from Whitemon, Raven, and Zephyr. And because they played so carefully, they just didn't give any gold away. They had the EXP advantage on Dreamer Cell for the majority of the time because Raven, he was sharing EXP with his other 2 supports. So Boom, they understood what they had to do. They took advantage. FBZ and Makoto, they just snowballed from their lanes, got their main items, and it doesn't matter if you have a Ravage, if you can't follow through and you can't kill the other 2 cores that had great lanes, then you're going to have to think of a plan B because this just ain't working. By the way, you back? You back?
Yeah, I'm back. Okay. That was well said. You covered it all. I think there's not much to say here. It was just a straight up PA unstoppable with the moment the BKB came in. I think he only used it twice. Should be. I think that BKB still has like 8-second duration at the very least. Not
They
too
didn't
sure,
need
but
to use it many times,
Yeah.
to be fair. It was just a couple of team fights, and I think the game was basically just over right there. It's just the nature of the game. Sometimes you just have to play differently. Geek Fam, they tried to think outside the box, play a style that they haven't shown yet, and it just didn't work. Boom, I guess from the get-go, they knew what was up, and they knew how to react.
So let's take a look at who the featured player is on the side of Boom Esports. Dreamercell,
Dreamercell?
obviously.
I think he just played his lane really well. He knew that as long as he didn't die, he didn't feed, he got the CS when it was safe. He was more or less okay in his lane. Yeah, it wasn't free farm, but he never fell so far behind that he just had to play catch up. It was essentially him just playing it slow, playing it steady, don't overextend. So yeah, props to Dreamercell. He really carried his team through, considering that they made so much space for him during the mid game.
Yeah, and he knew what he had to do. He had to take out Raven first in every single team fight. He has prioritized that kill, and ever since he did so, it was just a rundown. And yeah, I think at what point did everything start swinging the way of Boom? Was there a single event?
It probably would have been, I'd say, around the Roche pit. That was a pretty big one. But even before then, I wouldn't say it was one team fight that flipped it in favor of Boom. It just felt like it was accumulation of mistakes that were being made by Geek Fam. It wasn't just one team fight and everything was lost. Eventually it did end up being like that because Geek Fam fell so far behind. But it was just the lanes not working out, them not being able to push fast enough, them being delayed as well because of the constant ganks, and them just being led on a merry chase sometimes trying to go for these small kills. But yeah, Geek Fam, they're down one game. They need to win this next one if they want to stay in. Otherwise, if Boom wins the next game, they are going to be crowned our champions.
Yeah, nothing much to say from me, Danelie. I think you covered that tastefully. Just like that game, my speech here is going to be short, and that is Danelie and myself. We're just going to take a quick 5 before we get back into the next game, which could potentially be the last game of the day. So stick around for that one. It's game number 4 between Boom Esports and Geek Fam. See you soon.
Yeah, you know, I'm only making moves. There ain't no other option. So if you're talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
I'm watching from Paris to popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Damn, you know I got it.
nobody got it like
you know.
got it like nobody got it like
Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene, yeah. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team ain't tripping. Just tripping. I got the key. Why try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will help me fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls off.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. Sorry about that, guys. We are
Midget
jumping
finally
into
makes an
game
appearance.
I don't know, my cats like to sit on chairs, so I thought I'll put the chair there and we'll see if he does it. Anyways, we are well into our grand finals as we are now almost ready for game 4. Geek fam, unfortunately, they have lost this third match and are down. If they lose this next set, then Boom ID will be our official champions. Keith, they tried to play outside the box, but didn't quite work.
Yeah, and maybe now that Boom Esports is one game away from actually claiming the victory, Geek Fam might want to stick to what they do best, and that is to let Raven carry the entire team once again from a carry that could actually carry. I mean, Leshrak's good and all, but they timed out really fast in that one, and DK finally taken out of the pool as a respect ban on their side.
Radiant team
Maybe
ban.
Geek Fam were trying to experiment to see maybe if they could play around the DK, hit him during that period where you could necessarily say he's weaker, which is that mid game, right after the lane stage, when he doesn't really have any items on him. He's not really the best hero outside of just the Dragon Tail. But it seems like Boom, they understood how the game was going to play out, and they just got the right items. They said, all right, DK, you are going to go for more of a DPS DK, go for the Shadow Blade. Silver Edge just destroyed Cuckoo's Tidehunter, unfortunately, and I think from then on, they just gonna have to remove it from the pool. Say, guys, can't deal with the DK, we've got to let something else through. And what could that thing be? Because they banned out Nyx, Timber. We still have a Tusk in the pool. Ricky will be taken out, so I think Boom, not wanting to give that away to Geek Fam, maybe they give away the Tusk if it's not banned out next. Mars, I would say Mars if you're a Geek Fam here. Considering that everyone says that Mars is such a big Boom hero, I probably wouldn't be the best to let that through, but they also need to remember, there's other heroes that Boom might get their hands on.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep, I mean, if they actually let the Mars through, maybe we'd see it. I mean, I really want to know what the hype is. According to chat, FBZ's Mars is an easy win. That's how they described it. An easy win when he picks up a Mars. So I really want to see that in play here, but we've seen Geek Fam play it against the Mars, against MS Chonburi. They just pick up a Jugger, and probably a first pick Mars is not the best to go as well. So what would it take out of the poll? We'll see.
Yep, so with no Phoenix, I wonder what they're going to put on Kezcute, because he's been playing Phoenix for every game. Up until this point, he's not going to play Phoenix. What else does he play?
At this point, he just waits till the random selector just picks a hero and make it work, man. He's got to make it work. Maybe someone more passive in the back lines. That's what he usually do. I don't know. Something like a silencer. Someone not who's safe. An Oracle, maybe. Does he play an Oracle? I don't remember Boom Esports with an Oracle, but if they want to run a troll, they could take up the Oracle.
They could. The only thing is that we have seen Geek Fam respond quite well to a troll, so it could be Geek Fam to pick up the Oracle themselves. And Ember Spirit. Alright, so Ember makes it through. What does Boom pick up?
They banned out the Tusk. Hyde's got to be angry about that one.
Yeah? So what do they go for their first picks? Because I think for the past couple of games, it's just been straight Phoenix pick and then something else. We've seen DK. Have they second picked Ricky? I think they did, right? Was it Boom that second picked Ricky?
Boom second picked Ricky, yes.
They've second picked Ricky. So I think they're more than happy to actually pick up a core here if they really wanted to.
Oh.
Shadow Demon. So
showing
it's
them how it's
9.
done?
I'm trying to think you could combo this.
For sure. I mean, you want to take a Mirana? Then I don't know. A Leshrak for your own team? Turn the tides around, but surely if he was a mid Leshrak, it makes sense. He is a decent space maker, but you need someone who could secure the late. If you're making that space, for who becomes the question.
So I wonder what they pair up. I guess this is Kezcute's hero, because they've always picked his hero first. So Hyde, what would you want to pair up with the Shadow Demon? Typical, old school, typical pairs with Shadow Demon would usually be things like your Miranas, your Leshrak, although those two have really faded away as position 4s nowadays. Is Nyx available? Nyx is banned. Nyx would have been a great partner as well.
TB is pretty good, but you don't want to take TB way too early. Technically, I mean, you can use the disrupt very offensively or defensively in a sense that you can have illusions of your own team. So like they usually pair it with like a Drow Ranger, a TB, or someone who dishes out a ton of damage.
Dire team pick.
Legion gonna be Legion. I mean, to be fair, FBZ's shown pretty consistent performance on the Legion Commander. This will also push Geek Fam away from a potential PL pick since they've already seen how FBZ plays that Legion. I like the Keeper pick though. Keeper, really good counter pusher if there's any early game push coming out from Beam Esports. The disco ball's very annoying, so really good crowd control, plus the blinding light. Blinding light,
Radiant
literally the
team
counter
back.
to Legion.
Yeah, it's real annoying. Duel someone, he just casts down the disco ball, and suddenly you're definitely not securing the damage, the dual damage at the very least. It buys enough time for the duration to wear off. And yeah, it's gonna be hard for the Legion. Legion's gonna be annoyed with this one unless he actually duels the
10
Kotal,
seconds
which means
remaining.
Ember can go around freely, which isn't the best case scenario
5
as well.
seconds remaining.
The alternative is they pick up spellcasters that utilize the stun duration of the duel. So, probably pick up things
Radiant
such
team
as... Oh, hang on, Void's going to be banned out, Rubik as well. So, spellcasters, we haven't seen any
Dire
Lina,
team
but
pick.
Lina does pretty well with the Legion. Snapfire is a really good pair as well. So you could Mortimer's Kiss the dual duration, then you get a whole load of damage. Even though you might be hit with the blinding
Radiant
light,
team
Snapfire
pick.
doesn't really care about it.
Pugna.
Pugna, Geek Fam. This is
Wow.
really interesting. They've completely changed their tune. They are dead set on pushing.
They realized when they played against MS Chonburi, all they had to do was play a faster beat. Play a faster beat on the drums, and well, they're doing it against Boom Esports. Really, really fast right
10
now. They have
seconds
Keeper of the
remaining.
Light. They have Pugna. Wow. Okay.
5 seconds
This is
remaining.
this is interesting coming out from Geek Fam. So it's like there's no way around it. It's either you run the Pugna in the mid lane or the off lane. Or a support, I guess.
It could be support Pugna, but support Pugna along with the Keeper, not really the best combination of supports, unfortunately. Between the two of them, they have no stuns. They mostly do nuking damage. But the scariest thing between them is that they almost have no way to protect themselves. They don't have any escape spells. I guess if you blinding light yourself as a keeper, but normally in the fights, you don't want to blinding light yourself. You want to blinding light anyone that's hit by the duel.
Dire team pick.
So if Boom Esports picks up something such as the Void Spirit, he's so good at cutting into the back lines that he could just shred these two if they're supports. But then again, Pugna Ward could also cause a lot of problems. Void Spirit wants to cast spells, but the Pugna Ward will prevent him from doing that.
Decrep is the best way, is a good way to save from duel as well. Just decrep the Legion
10
Commander during a
seconds
duel.
remaining.
And
You'd have to be pretty close to decrypt though, so
5
you might be
seconds remaining.
you might be killed off during that period. But I suppose if it's the Ember Spirit caught by the Legion Commander duel, and yeah, I would happily sacrifice a Pugna to try and save someone like the Ember. I'm gonna ask you, Keith, is this... So who's playing the Ember? Do you think it's a mid Pugna, or do you think it's a
Radiant
support
team
Pugna?
back.
Beastmaster.
At this rate, it's most likely Beastmaster has to go in the off lane. So that's Cuckoo for sure.
Clearly.
That leaves
Yeah.
that leaves Carl to play something, and Pugna can go mid, can also be in support. Maybe they want to utilize only his Nether Blast for the means of push, especially now you have a Beastmaster. But then again, you're going to be playing
10
on a clock.
seconds remaining.
So Ember could be I think they can run a
5
mid Ember.
seconds remaining.
Support Pugna, they'll be lacking stuns, but they'll be running at the enemy, and then maybe get someone who could secure the late game. Because if they give this Ember onto the side of Raven, sure, he
Dire team
scales
back.
decently well, but you're saving your last pick for a support? That seems a bit off. You know what I mean? Like something is up.
So Boom are expecting Pugna to be a support. They're thinking that Geek Fam are looking for a mid, so it looks like... So Boom Esports are suspecting that Raven's going to be playing the Ember Spirit. Geek
10
Fam, on the
seconds
other
remaining.
hand, clearly the last hero pick, it's either
5
mid or
seconds
safe
remaining.
lane. To be fair though, Boom, they can play Void Spirit for both mid and safe, so they have last pick too. Do you think they go for gimmick here? Do they go for Alchemist last pick?
Boom can
Because
go
we've
for a
seen
hard
Geek
carry.
Fam, Yeah, Geek Fam, they've banned the Alchemist a couple times, so maybe they could be worried about an Alchemist here, because if you look at their lineup, I don't think they can deal with an Alch.
That's true. Geek Fam, who will you ban? Man, this is totally messing my head up. Like Geek Fam, this doesn't feel like a Geek Fam kind of draft. They are playing it so fast. I don't even
I wouldn't
know.
be able to guess even if I
Dire
wanted to.
team.
Yeah, Geek Fam, they're just playing so far from their norm. PL,
Because they
so they're
usually
worried
have a
about PL.
trend, right? They usually have a trend which we could figure out. But at this point, it's like, I guess you can still run a safe lane
Radiant
Ember.
team
It's
pick.
still a thing. But no, there we
Queen
go.
of Pain.
Okay.
So yeah, Raven, Ember Spirit, mid,
Mm-hmm.
Carl, Queen of Pain, Beastmaster, gonna be played by Cuckoo. I suppose the good news is that, yeah, good news for Boom. Sorry, good news for Geek Fam. Disables on Boom are quite light when it comes to dealing with the Queen of Pain.
10
My only
seconds
problem
remaining.
is, will Carl be able to do enough on this Queen of Pain?
5
Because
seconds
we've seen him not necessarily dominate with the Queen of Pain. He's done some work, he's been able to grab some kills early, but he does fall off. And if he gets caught by Boom, he goes Boom, because Queen of Pain, naturally squishy hero,
Choose your
Morphling,
hero.
last pickup by Boom. This is a tough game. You know, looking at the drafts, Boom, so
Yeah.
much easier to execute, very straightforward, whereas Geek Fam, they're gonna have to jump through a couple hoops to make it work. I do like Raven's Ember Spirit. He is very aggressive, he can abuse his mobility, but I don't know if he can grab kills here because you're very light on disables, and let's say Boom Esport catches him. What do they have to potentially protect Raven? Not much. Blinding Light, Decrep, maybe Raw? I'm not sure. This has got to be the game where Raven carries his heart out. He has to carry this game.
I don't even think it's like that anymore because, like, looking at Geek Fam, they have a lot of structural damage. I'm not
We've seen
too
Makoto's
sure.
morphling too.
Like, there is. I don't see them controlling any of the heroes from Boom Esports right now. They lack control. Searing Chains, Roar, really. That's it against like a Void, against a Morph, who the one reason Boom Esports won the fight against Adroid was because they had the Bane to Fiend script the Morph, which gave him absolutely no game. But this time around, it's a free Morph game. He can just run here and there unless he gets Roar. So you're saving the Roar exclusively on Mikoto at this point.
But-
and then there are others
but think of it this
just
way.
run crazy.
The moment Makoto picks up a Lincoln Sphere, I think that's it. You've got nothing that can reliably remove the Lincoln Sphere for a gank. Like, what can you do to actually remove it? The Queen of Pain dagger? But then she has to be so close for that to happen, and the animation for it's so long.
Well, we've seen people running Morph and actually forgetting to buy the Lincoln Sphere. Again, the Bane game, so maybe because the fact that they have a Shadow Demon on their team,
Prepare for
Mikoto
battle.
might forget to get a Lincoln Spear as well.
Oh dear. I need to see how Geek Fam do this. They've got to have the laning stage of their life, which we have seen Carl do very well on the Queen of Pain mid before, but this is going to be Queen of Pain versus Morphling. And I think if there's anything we need to remember, Morphling isn't that easy to pressure out a lane. And we've seen Mikoto play this Morphling before too, so this... Carl, you have one job. It's to stop that Morphling. I'm not kidding, Carl. If you want to keep this team alive, you gotta stop that Morphling. You gotta make space for Emperor Spirit. If we're gonna bring this to a game 5, that's the plan. Stop that Morphling.
I guess in a way, Geek Fam isn't that out just yet, but it just becomes the fact that Geek Fam has to play the timing right. The early to mid game is your game, especially running an Ember, Quap, the Beastmaster. If you don't get as much done, it's going to be like the previous game where you just time out and there's nothing left you can do. At least this time around, they have some sort of physical damage coming in. It's not all just purely magical. So some stability there. There's some fight potential. And one BKB is not going to change the tide forever, at the very least.
No, it's just the timing for Geek Fam. It's such a small window. It really doesn't take that long for Pugna, especially support Pugna, unless this hero somehow gets some crazy amount of farm and can stay relevant with items, he's just gonna be food, especially for something like a Morphling. Pugna normally has to protect himself with the decrep, but once you get an E-Blade on Morphling, that Pugna's free food. Coddle was free food. Even Queen of Pain can be free food before she gets that Lincoln Sphere. So
Again,
there's a lot of
afraid.
things that need to go right. Yeah. A lot of things have to go right here for Geek Fam, and the start would be to at least have a successful laning stage. If they can grab some kills and win 2 lanes convincingly, then at least they've given themselves a head start leading into that mid game. I'm expecting Raven to play out of his mind though. He has to play away from that carry Raven where he sits back and farms. He needs to maybe step it up a little bit and actually play a hyper aggressive. And I think he's capable of it. We've seen him do it before. Once Raven gets enough farm, he can play aggressive. It's just how soon can he get his items? Can he maybe come online 12 minutes in with that Ember Spirit, roam around, grab some kills on these more vulnerable heroes like your Shadow Demon and your Snapfire? It'll be very hard to grab kills on Morphling, Legion, almost impossible. If they have the setup, maybe the Void Spirit, but again, he's elusive. He's not going to be the easy kill that you might be expecting.
I feel BKB timing again, it boils down to that, because the moment Boom Esports gets BKB, your Will-O-Wisp, the one thing that you could use to control the entire team fight, just gets negated.
Yeah. So it looks like we're running into some packet loss issues, ladies and gentlemen, so please bear with us while we try and get this sorted. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad. We've had some issues in the past couple games, but the only time it really hurt was, I suppose, Game 2. Game 3 was very short, so hopefully this gets settled as well. Otherwise, we will keep you updated with production if there's any changes, if we may have to go for a break so that the connection can settle. But yeah, it looks like the only person that's having problems here is Hyde. I wonder if it's Hyde or Heidi.
Surely it's Hyde. Heidi spelled H-E-I-D-I. Isn't it?
Well,
Heidi Klum.
Hold on. It depends if... Hang on, let me check. 1 second. Because if it's who I think it is, it might be Heidi. I'll do a quick
Could
Google.
be. I mean, there's an accent at the end of the E, so... Could be the stretched out. The Hyde E with the accent. Alright, game is a go. So top lane, Hyde is positioning himself. Meanwhile, down at bottom, they're playing it the aggressive tri lane. Most likely, they want to pair it with the beast. That way, they get towers real fast. Already tries to go for the outpost. Has a hawk up there to scout out anyone in the area. They realize this rune is up for the taking. No contest there. But also at top lane, they're trading it with the outpost, mirroring each other.
Right, I'm not sure. I think that I have to double check with chat because we do have a lot of Indonesian viewers. If anyone in chat could confirm with me, is it Hyde or Heidi? Because I get the feeling this might be Heidi.
Oh, we've got
We'll
a
get
lot
chat
of
to confirm with us in 5
right
minutes.
now. Yeah. There's a delay. But
We'll
yeah,
check back
we
in
have-
5 minutes. So good.
We do have a lot of Indonesians in the chat. Unfortunately, a lot of them are really toxic sometimes. But I'll scan through it all and let you know how's it pronounced soon enough. So the game is a go. 2 for 2. Trade on the bounty rune. Zephyr though, making this really deep rotation. A courier is about to pass his vicinity though. If he were to stick around a little bit, might get the snipe on.
So Carl, his ward is on the right side, so I suppose they're just looking to try and go for some harassment here with the Shadow Poison. Just try and pressure out the Queen of Pain, get Mikoto that easy level 3. Once Morphling hits level 2 even, he'll deal with this lane perfectly fine. So Carl, he's gonna really hate this.
Yeah,
Doing so, this does.
Yeah, eventually that
Continue
Shadow
my
Demon's gonna
conversation.
run out of the mana, and he has to back off, which is happening right now. So he can't stay in the mid lane forever. Great effort. Unfortunately, it wouldn't do so much though. Meanwhile, down at bottom, a lot of harass damage will be coming out from a Snapfire lineup for sure. Look at that Scatter Blast. Immediately shreds him. Has to respect it, has to back off. And yes, you were saying?
I was just saying, I think with, even though, oh, hang on, first blood onto Pugna. First blood onto Pugna. Zephyr.
The void cap there is.
Not much you can do as a Pugna. Very low health pool. Oh, they're very fast. Very susceptible to ganks. So that movement earlier on from Hyde or Heidi, I really think that was important for Makoto's start in that mid lane. He got almost the full creep wave. Got 2 denies in as well. And so with that, I think he just got that easy level 2. This is really bad for Carl because he really wants to pressure up Makoto from level 1, but because of what they did with the Shadow Demon, I really think that they set up for Makoto to have a good time. They're gonna have to de-ward that, which Carl does. And so needs to make Makoto feel afraid. Can't let him just freely decide to morph Agi or not down bottom. Is that a gank on the Dreamer Cell? I don't think so.
No, they got no lockdown. They really don't. Dreamer Cell's just gonna get out just fine, that guy. So yeah, things should be safer on the side of Boom Esports. I think the laning wise, with no lockdown, especially at least until Cuckoo hits the 6, kill potential isn't there. In fact, the harassment coming up from Kezkut is gonna be overwhelming, unless he could get the Nether Blast to come in. But then he'll be stealing the farm from his core, which isn't ideal as well. So it's really a rough pair going down in the bottom lane. Top laner Raven doing very well actually, holding up to his end. They're going against FBZ.
I think if you're Raven, you've got to land all that perfect CS. So down bottom, slowing down Dreamer Cell. Not really. He's doing fine. He's actually ahead of Cuckoo and Kezkut. Just trying to apply some pressure. You can see Zephyr's positioning. He is actually trying to stay on the right side of Cuckoo, so if anything does happen, the boar should be able to protect him as he runs away. But if your support is asking for the offlaner to protect them, and you're dual laning and you're unable to get any kind of kills, any kind of movements, unfortunately, it's not really the best situation to be in. If anything, I guess Zephyr, he's gonna have to wait till he hits that level 6. So that he has that killing power needed to participate in the ganks, and of course he wants to try and get the... Oh, hang on, is that a battle down bottom? Beastmaster's dying?
Yes,
there we go.
We missed that one, but Cuckoo died. Yeah, that's all you gotta know.
It's unfortunate that kill potential between Dreamer Cell and Kezkut is too strong. And if you're Zephyr, what do? You can't even decrypt the Beastmaster because these two deal crazy amounts of magic damage as well.
There's just a lot of bursts coming up from there, and the Scatter Blast, the Scatter Shot, the Shredder. There's so many things to work with. Chained onto the tower, has to force the press the attack onto him. He is disrupted. Whitemon now is the next target. He's a squishy one. Maybe has the blind up in a bit to dissuade it, but the stacks from the Shadow Poison is enough. They will get a straight kill. Raven and FBZ both each get some kill onto their way. Same goal too, 1 for the 6. But you're fighting under FBZ's turf, and Raven has to back off. Meanwhile, Mikoto though, oh my god, how did he get harassed this much? Well, you're up against a pop. That's what you do.
I think, yeah, he had to morph a lot of strength, so he's gonna have to heal that all back up by morphing to Agi and healing. But Carl, he's built up into the... Is that 1 null talisman or is that 2? That's 1, isn't it? Yeah, mantle. Okay, so 1 talisman, 1... Alright. Well, double damage Rune Queen of Pain. If you're Makoto, you wouldn't want to go in lane at all because you're expecting a blink forward plus dagger. That would not be very nice. And unfortunately, Makoto is a little bit low on mana. Does he have a mango? Any mana regen? He doesn't. He's just got the stick. Yeah, he's going to have to back up after seeing the Queen of Pain with the DD. Oh, Carl's thinking about it.
Yep, he's got a DD, he can blink in. It's nearly the 5-minute mark. They might want to make something happen here, and because it is 5-minute mark, the chat has finally responded. They said it's both correct. You can call him Hyde or Heidi. Someone said
I'm seeing
Phoebe as well.
Someone saying Heidi. So it could be Heidi.
Oh!
Wait.
We were checking out on names. That happened. Down in mid, Carl getting some trades on the way of Geek fam. Meanwhile, bottom lane again gets pulled in by the Void Remnant. The Cookie stun is there. Cuckoo cannot do much without the roar. We'll have to just back off.
Worthy tribute.
I guess free trip back to base. Good news. Not too bad, I suppose. This is good news for the Queen of Pain though, because any kind of kill onto Makoto, it slows him down, but it also helps Carl. He wants to grab these kills, he needs to snowball, and one of the best ways to snowball as a Quap is to just grab those kills. Looks like they're gonna try and nuke her down, but actually wait, runs into Kezcute.
Kezcute's going for the TP. That's very overzealous, knowing that the burst coming out from K is there, especially with the scream, which reached him and goes down. That's a TP wasted too, so.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And looks like we're gonna get a. So hang on, can we just agree on how we're gonna pronounce? So are you gonna? Is it Heidi? Heidi? How are we gonna do this, Keith?
I mean, my muscle memory's gone with Hyde, but it doesn't matter whichever. If they said it's both correct, it's all good. Let's take a look at a network.
I think I'll give it a try for Heidi. I really think it's Heidi, but I think my pronunciation could be wrong here. Apologies to anyone in the chat if I offend you with the pronunciation. I'm trying my best.
So Void Spirit is taking the lead in this one. Dreamer Cell comfortably up in the top of the network chart. Everyone else, though, below him is swinging the side of Geek Fam. So some sort of hope there. But it's the kill potential. Can they actually get him? Heidi's in the area. Can he get the disrupt off? They will. Soul Catcher. Does he actually have it? No. Will it set it up? The Cookie misses. So that's a safe escape for Cuckoo.
Just gets away, no kills. Best thing you can ask for, don't feed the lane. That's all Geek Fam need to do. Don't feed the lane, grab kills, but keep your heroes relevant. Keep them going. And the good news is that Raven, he's second in position for net worth, and also Carl is too. So your main tempo controllers are in a key position to enter the mid game safely and to grab those kills. Whereas if you're Boom, I think Boom, they're fine with how they are right now. They just need to make sure that they keep their lane stabilized, don't give too many kills away. White one actually gonna push away Heidi.
Make light work.
Unfortunately, no illusion rune for you, he says. And Broomstick Handle found by Beastmaster and Ocean Heart. Oh, there goes Raven.
Yep, FBC again gets the kill onto the core. Raven, the one guy who is expected to carry Geek Fam into this game. So far, with how well Boom Esports is handling the pressure down at bottom, it seems almost impossible to take the lane, especially at this early of the stage. Well, they have got it down to less than half of the HP. Zephyr on his own down here, followed by Kezcute. If they know he's alone, they might just overcommit onto him. Top lane though, decent trade happening. The Hellbear is coming in. Does he have the
claw's coming in as well.
Yep.
Can we click on the Hellbear very quick? I think he has the clap. Yep, clap's ready. 2 boards coming in as well. Beastmaster can easily tank tower pot shots, so Kezcute is going to be very sad. Unless he TPs now, but there's Aurora Beastmaster. Maybe he tries to cookie over the tree line?
Surely he could try for it. The clap sure would slow him down a little bit. The balls as well, so I think they can close in the gap for the roar. They have to back out.
I think he'd have to cookie now. If he's gonna get out, he has to cookie right now.
Does Cookie break the trees in the area? It does, right?
Yes. Yeah, it does. So it'll clear the way, but maybe if Kezcute gets lucky, the clap misses, as he may want to try to cast the clap now. And then maybe Kezcute can still get away. But he doesn't have boots, that's the only thing. So it might just be game over anyway for this poor Snapfire. This might have to be renamed to the Snapfire Smasher.
Snapfire Smasher? Oh, this because the Hellbear. Get it, get it.
Yep.
What is that? Is that a... That looks more like a bat than a bear. It's a bat on a bear's body. Whatever that is.
Well, I think someone at Valve just thought, okay, guys, I can't do noses, so we're just going to have to stick to this. But then the eyes are cross-eyed. They're pointing outwards.
I mean, that explains a
jeez.
lot of things. I'm pretty sure...
Like, clearly who
is
did this... Yeah, clearly who did this is very good at muscles, very good at humanoid creatures, can't do noses, maybe has issues with eyes.
He
It needs
actually
help.
looks like like he came from the same family of Night Stalker when you take a look at it. I'm pretty sure they're in the same family,
Oh.
except one's blue and one has a
Maybe
split
this
on
one.
the mouth.
I think if anything, this one would be the adopted one.
That's why he didn't make it in the Heroes,
Oh.
guy.
No, that's why he's a creep. Oh dear.
So what makes Centaur
Alright.
above his brothers, though? There's neutral Centaurs too. What
Well,
makes him,
technically, Centaur's the better looking one. This one's well, this one's got the beer belly. Oh god, the
Oh,
children.
they're hugging! Look at that, they're hugging! Oh, that's nasty. Oh my god, chat's just gonna blow their minds. They're so done. Like, we're talking about things that don't matter right now, and that is how close these neutral are together.
Oh dear.
Bear with us, guys. This is Southeast Asian Dota. Haydee. People are saying now. It's HAY-DEE.
So what
Hide
is
as
it?
in hide and seek. Someone is saying. So we're getting like contradictory info here.
Maybe I'll just ask the admins. Hi, can you just double confirm how to pronounce the names? Oh dear. Actually, we could do. I could message them now. Give me 1 second.
Some people are saying it's hide. Doesn't matter, as long as he creates a play, he gets featured in the MVP. We all learn his name. It's all good. He's pinging it out as we live and breathe. Hide or Heidi saying Amber is missing. Where is Amber? Is he making a rotation? Oh no, he's just coming out of the base. Horrible gank. 200 IQ TP. What is all this? Once again, if you're only watching this, you're only tuning in right now, this is the ESL Championship. Yes, I'm killing time here. Do help us share the stream. I know it's a pause game, probably not the best time to be sharing it, but hey, it sure beats when the whole game is intense and you're at the focus. So share it right now while it's down in the bell curve in terms of interest. Share it Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. That's where this whole stream is being broadcasted on. Share it with your friends. Let's make Southeast Asian Dota a thing again, especially with the new upcoming regional league. I don't quite know about it, but I'm excited. I'm excited. What's this girl's MMR? What girl? Oh,
Huh?
you mean Danelie?
The grill?
Someone's asking.
I'm a grill,
You're
so
the
I don't know what a girl is. Someone's saying H is silent, so it's ID.
ID. It's the
But then I'm also getting info from production that it's hide.
I guess in English it would be hide. Indonesian have an accent, right? Like let me read this one out.
that's the
It's a
thing.
bad word, but I'm gonna skip the first one. It's tut ni emang. So I don't no idea. Type it down in the chat. Let me read some of your Indonesian quotes. Okay, I'm gonna look for one. Hadi Purnomo siapa? Okay, we don't have to go through that one. Game is a go. Let's go. Thank God.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There we go. At least it's fixed. Maybe we'll just stick to hide. This is so confusing. We need a list to say the names properly. For me, anyway.
Mechanic is abusing the mechanics here. Refresh the Nether Blast over and over. That's why they're speeding things up.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Right.
fallen.
So max push for Geek fam. Whereas for Boom, are they concerned about this? You would have to be if they push the towers as quickly, because you're looking at Beastmaster summons, Pugna Blast as well, and then with the refresh with Kotl, the towers could be taken really pretty quickly if Boom don't decide to defend it. Makoto is still farming, he's still looking to grab his treads, so unfortunately for this Morphling, he hasn't had the best lane. It was against the Queen of Pain. Carl looking to grab his early Orchid. Orchid would be really good for ganking here. Morphling very susceptible to silence. Same could be said for the Void Spirit. A well-timed Orchid as well could really cause some problems for a Legion that's trying to go in for a duel as well.
Bounty.
So I could really see the Orchid being very helpful, but it depends on the timing from Carl. How quickly can he get it? Because minus this tempo that they have to maintain, you're dealing with a Morphling who's going to eventually come into play. Plus, you're also having to deal with a Void Spirit who's now top of the net worth charts and is basically free farming. There's no pressure being applied by Geek Fam. They're not touching him.
I guess in a sense, Boom Esports can be sitting comfortably knowing that they have means to deal with the wave pressure that will be coming out from Geek Fam, and they can afford going it pretty late. They know they can scale better. They have all the lineup. FBZ's in the area, probably gonna get the free duel, but he decrapped himself. By some sort of time, immediately breaks the life drain.
Do they try and go in again? I think FBZ could tank the creep wave if he wanted to.
They could very well do so, but they are already on it with the pressure, going straight for the mid lane. That's Raven in the mid lane with K. He actually gets the chain onto him, but I don't think they have the lockdown. Dreamer Cell isn't that threatened just yet.
Oh, here's Sonic Wave. Makoto not dying, managing to get the strength gain just in time. He's gonna be very hard to kill. That's gonna be very bad for Carl. Oh, hang on, they managed to find the Legion because they have the damage.
Yep, it doesn't even phase him a little bit. They are still in the area. They're still taking the towers, but at this point, if you can't kill even one of them at this point in the early game, you know they're just gonna get harder and harder to deal with. Oh, the Roar finally committed onto the Void Spirit. Makoto can now finally just jump straight in, burst him down, burst down the Pugna. Makoto still living. With the cookie will secure his life, but Raven picked off both the supports already. I mean, one of the supports. The saving grace, that is the Shadow Demon. Makoto to fall in next, finally. Geek Fam playing the tempo right, getting something in return. A tower and nearly a full team wipe. So finally,
and they can keep pushing as well.
And they should be. They should be doing so, but I guess the cooldown's not too long at this point of the game. Go for the tier 1s up at top. Seems viable at this rate.
Gotta play fast and furious. That's what Geek Fam is doing. They're fighting together as a team, and it looks like the Nether Ward is actually paying itself in dividends so far, because you can see that Boom, they're struggling to engage into the fights because remember, you cast spells within the Nether Ward range, you're taking damage. It's pretty difficult as well, especially when you're running something like a Void Spirit that wants to be spamming all of those spells. And if it continues like this, you're fighting, and you're also taking towers in the process. What can you do if you're Boom ID? They might just have to try and protect with 4 heroes, or Makoto farms on the other side of the map. Because you can see that Geek Fam, when they're pushing, they push as 5. They don't leave anyone behind because they need all those bodies to continue with that push. So maybe once they see another group up by Geek Fam, they just send Makoto up to the top lane, finish up his Yasha, also finish up his E-Blade if he can. Because once Makoto gets that E-Blade, that's when you're going to have problems if you're Geek Fam, because they are very squishy. There's a lot of heroes on Geek Fam that can just get one shot.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Boom Esports, all they have to do is delay. It is the same thing whenever you're running a late game lineup. You want to get the delay on, or at least make a rotation with FBZ to secure all this dual damage upon their side. That way they can actually have some sort of firepower in the early game, sustain more of the pressure that's coming out from Geek Fam, maybe even negate those pushes,
bottom tower is under attack.
clear the wave over and over, and eventually this Morph is going to get the farm onto his side, especially when you're sending in an entire neutral creep wave onto his end. He can get the farm, so it's more just stretching it, not dying necessarily. They did get the kill onto Heidi or Hyde, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a small
it
kill.
should be-
Just the
yeah,
Shadow
it's
Demon.
It's gonna be pretty stagnant. I foresee that one happening, but Geek Fam should be the one be the aggressors, force a response onto the side, and immediately comes in FBZ with the burst damage, and the duel will secure that kill. 20 duel damage onto his name, focus straight onto the Will-O-Wisp, and that's what they gotta do. Play around the duel damage. He has to play tempo at this point. The Morphling really needs the space. He really needs time to farm. He's not being held back though, but he's kind of poor. Nevertheless,
Can they still defend though?
They
This tower looks like it's just gonna go down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Their best bet is probably the high ground. I don't think Geek Fam can push upwards, although they do have the Kotal, they do have the Nether Blast. They can do so, but threat onto killing the heroes isn't there quite much. Immediately destimulate, goes straight forward onto Q2. But in the back lines, they want to get onto Shadow Demon. He just disrupt himself. The cookie stun is there, holds Raven there. Second duel comes out. They're going to glow him down, but something coming up from this Magna will not, or actually will buy enough time for him to run it out of there. Zephyr goes down for the count. Raven's still in the area. What is he doing? He should be backing up at this point. Sonic Wave forward. I think it kind of missed. It was only clipped it by the sides, and now Jay is going pretty low as well. He has to turn this one around. The Simulate is there. One more right click. Unfortunately, cannot finish the job, but that's what Geek Fam is built for. To take the freaking tower, but when it comes to the team fight, it feels almost not worth it as they lose one by one.
Well, they are trading the same number of heroes, but they're getting towers. And considering that it's 15 minutes to lose all these towers, it's a big injection of gold going into Geek Fam's pocket. They need this gold to keep going, because if you look at the way that they're playing, when they push, they are stuck together. They are not. No one's farming on the other side of the map. They're not getting EXP. If it doesn't succeed, it's wasted time because someone on Boom ID is going to get farmed. Someone is going to get items. Someone's getting EXP. Someone could split push. So, Geek Fam, they are hard pressed to do this because they have invested in this style of play. They could try to push with 2 to 3 heroes, but we've seen in that team fight, unless they have everybody, they're not going to win. They're very lucky that they didn't lose more heroes there. They almost lost Carl even. Like Carl was the reason why they got one more kill and tied it up 2 for 2.
But it goes back to the argument of Boom Esports isn't on their peak while Geek Fam is. And if they're trading the same in taking a tower, which they should be doing, then something is worrying, because you know Geek Fam is Boom Esports is only going to get bigger and bigger, while Geek Fam's hero is going to time out again, like the last game we saw previously.
So we've got Boom trying to push up top. They're going to try and force these heroes away from that bottom lane. They want someone from Geek Fam to come back. Because if someone from Geek Fam comes back, that means that they're not pushing. And it looks like it's going to be the Pugna. They are hiding 3 heroes here. Do they maybe kill Zephyr and force more TPs? Because FBZ's here, he's waiting. If he reveals himself, then it's going to be a loss because they could potentially stop that push down bottom. It's still waiting. Showing the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, he's actually going to show himself. Eventually, he's going to have to use the Nether Blast, and they're going to know he's there. Scout him out with the Shadow Poison, most likely. There you have it.
There he is.
There you have it. He was waiting for it. The duel comes on. Immediately bursts down the Pugna. That's a lot of your defense.
And look at that smoke. They might run into Makoto.
I think he knows. He immediately waveforms into full strength, tries to waveform out of there, goes for the TP, but he gets chained into place with the Will-O-Wisp in the area. Void Spirit came in way in the wrong timing. He should have cancelled that one. It was a lost cause the moment they dropped the Will-O-Wisp. So they got something good going inside of Geek Fam.
Big blow. Big Geek Fam, they made the right play. Boom, maybe not thinking that there were that many heroes there, but oh my goodness, they got run down by 4. It looked like they had a win in that top lane, but after losing Young Morphling, oh dear, they're gonna lose another core.
He knew that the whole squad was there and he stuck around. At this rate, if you're throwing the game, then anything's possible.
I wouldn't say throwing. I would say Geek Fam, they're making some really calculative movements because they know that no one's in the jungle down bottom because they have an observer board. They've managed to find the Snapfire. Gonna go down, trying to kill the Hawk. No Hawk for you, she says.
But they saw the gank that happened at up at the top tower, and he stayed around there instead of going for the TP. Maybe it was on cooldown, and he's trying to wait it out. I have no idea.
Radiant's top tower.
It's hard to say what the players are thinking. They're just trying to prolong the game, if anything. So Manta style is Morphling's first item of choice. He needs this as the silence from the Orchid is... It's a big problem, especially for someone like a Morphling. He's not that tanky yet. He needs more stats. He's got to get out of that jungle because the Hawk spots him out. This is the scary thing with Beastmaster. When you're winning and you have a Beastmaster, you have so much vision to work with through the boars that can scout out movement. Also have the Hawk, which can scout things out undetected as it is invisible. So all of these things just make ganking so much easier and cheaper as well, because you might have wards on one side of the map, but you can gank the other half with the Hawk.
Well,
so as you can see, everyone on Boom is so scared. Yeah, everyone on Boom is so scared. They're protecting Makoto. If anyone comes in, they'll run into these other Boom heroes. They need Makoto to get fat.
Oh. He thought there was a whole crew right behind Whitemon, but take a look. Whitemon is just off position at this point.
Well, to be fair, you don't know. Looking at the vision on the map, there really isn't that much there for Boom. It's just the one in that one in the top high ground section, and also one in the river. They have no idea who's in their jungle. So for him, it's better to play safe than sorry. You never know. Sometimes it happens. They bait with the supports. So I think FBZ, he has to play safe here. We might see everything, but he doesn't.
I was about to mention that there are some good sides coming in with the push coming out from Geek Fam, which means creeps are going to go on the way of Boom Esports, which also means Morph has more will be receiving a lot of these waves for his farm at his disposal. So that's one way to look at it, but obviously if they cannot hold the pressure as they reach a tier 3 high grounds, then that's going to be a problem. So he's got to make sure when that happens, he's at least capable in taking that fight.
The longer the game goes, the better for Boom ID. But how long will the game go for? Here we go!
Immediately initiating forward with the wild access, and the damage is enough. We'll take him down. They pinged it onto mid. They've been getting the support kills, which is fine. But Mikoto, he has to stay out of this. He has to make sure that he's farming ever so slightly, ever so progressively at this point, because it's all red on the side of Geek Fam now when it comes to the net worth charts.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They just need time. Make as much time as you can.
Middle tower has fallen.
And you can see that Dreamer Cell's also trying to farm up himself. He's looking to grab a Deso followed by a BKB. He's got almost 2k gold on top of him. So Dreamer Cell's farming alright. He's tied up with the Ember Spirit and the Beastmaster, but if he can, he needs to farm faster. He needs one of these items right now. Because as it stands, all that tower gold is in the way of Geek Fam. Whereas if you look at Boom, they only have gold from one tower, which is that top tier one. I think the bottom tier one, I'm not sure how low that is. It is invaded by creeps halfway, so they won't grab that one. Not gonna get anything out of that. It's an Aegis, and it goes into Carl. So Boom, just gonna, again, hold down the fort, get this farm on Makoto, get this farm on Dream Assault. They're just gonna keep this game going for as long as they can. Geek Fam, gonna try and set themselves up for a push. They're going for a Solar Crest on the Beastmaster to kill heroes off picker. Looks like they're gonna go for Guardian Greaves on Zephyr, so they have the sustain to go high ground. Let's not forget Whitemon, if he gets an Aghanims at some point, he can also heal his teammates, which makes pushing easier. Carl, BKB is up.
Tower is under attack.
This is going to be the hardest fight of their lives, going up high ground, because BKB...
Oh,
there's a
roar,
roar!
but yep, if they press the attack, will let him get out of that state real fast. Wild Access comes forward, slows him down a little bit. The silence is there. FBZ a bit tanky, but he is nonetheless the casualty in this engagement. Meanwhile, in the mid lane though, Mikoto gets caught out. The life drain is sucking his HP up, and he was full strength form. And he actually, if they get the kill on the Raven, that'll be huge. They do.
Wow, Raven. We're so close to getting the kill onto Mikoto, but he stuck around for way too long. It's a kill nonetheless. It doesn't mean they're going to come back, but this does mean at least they can protect Mikoto. It draws the game out a little bit longer. Yes, they lost FBZ, but remember, the objective here for Boom is to make sure either Mikoto or DreamOCell come online. As for Geek Fam, finish the game ASAP. Push up high ground. Use an Aegis. Get something that pushes fast. Sustain that high ground push. So it seems like it's slowing down, but if you're Geek Fam, it's just making sure that you have those items so that when you push up high ground, you don't mess up.
But that's the thing, Boom Esports, they have heroes who can deal with the waves and they can deal with it very well. You've got the overwhelming odds, waveform, scatter blast coming out from Cute as well. It is hard pushing up high ground against them. You need at least an Aegis, and if you're playing as 5, they do have the medallion, as you said, the Solar Crest, so they might look to actually take a Roche for themselves. I don't know how good they might be able to do it, but with the Beastmaster around, it should be possible. Raven scouting down in bottom. Knows DreamOCell was in the area, but he will use the Astral Step defensively, get out of there.
It's a game of farm. Who farms the most? Who's ready to push? So we're still farming away. 10k gold lead for Geek Fam. Can they keep this up? Because they gotta end this. They gotta end the game soon. Oh, there's Carl spotted by DreamOCell.
Yeah.
He's got Aegis and BKB though. Yeah. Takes the rune. There's 2 runes down bottom. No one's taken those yet. And it looks like Beastmaster. Is he trying to maybe cut off that top wave? Nope. Just farm in the jungle. Just set up. Looks like they want to push top.
Are scanning.
The whole of Geek Fam is there. I don't think they defend tier 2. It just doesn't feel like they can at this point, judging by the tempo they're playing. Anyone who oversteps away from tier 3 would be very susceptible for these kind of ganks, as they have it. They have the Roar, set it all up, or a Will-O-Wisp as well, so maybe they just defend the high ground up on tier 3, because tier 2 is a bit too risky. It's not worth it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So here we go. Knock knock, Boom ID, are you home? It's time to defend.
Nobody's back in base, it's just a Shadow Demon. All the rotations coming in, but they're trying their best. The disruption is there. They will respect it and back up effective immediately, but they use the glyph on the side of the Dire team. Geek Fam really want to take this tower down. Responds with another glyph. Do they have a repair kit?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They don't.
Radiant's top
They
tower
don't, yeah. No one's in the jungle. Oh, actually, no, they do have Morphling in the jungle. I guess they're trying to look for it now if they can.
Oh, they have to take down this partner though. That's a lot of the tower damage gone. They got them before the duration of the duel times out, which is a good thing. Wait, hold up, what? Oh, the Nether Ward killed him. That's what happened. I was wondering, how'd he die? Nether Ward.
Ouch.
Amazing.
Well, that death did slow down the push though, so that tower gonna remain alive. Unfortunately for Geek Fam, they would have liked to be able to push that through, but they had to leave early. They lost their Pugna. Without the Pugna ward, they don't have that safety to fall back to, and it's gonna be another long game. Boom though, they've got to be so happy with that. Even just a small kill, it delays the game, and you need this, especially for your Morphling. Looks like Titan Sliver. Morphling's getting pretty close though. He's almost got his E-Blade, and the E-Blade is where things are going to start to turn around, because Mikoto will be able to participate in team fights. FBZ tries to TP.
I've been schooled.
I think Empress Spirit said that right.
Feels kind of rough, but DreamOCell's doing what he has to do. He's farming in the enemy's jungle, real good. The whole reason they couldn't hold this top tower earlier is because DreamOCell isn't ready for the fight. He has to stay up top to farm. He's gonna cut the creep waves, but eventually this is gonna force him back. He has to defend with his teammate. This is impossible. If they don't, they need him to clear off an entire creep wave. He's finally got the Ghost Scepter queued up. He's at least shy of another 500 gold or so. 600,
Something's gotta happen though. This tower's going down. 28. T3, second T3 down. So Geek Fam, they're really amping it up. They know that their time limit, it's almost there. If they can finish up with 1 to 2 more pushes, then this game is theirs and we're going to go to a game 5. For Boom, though, again, just buy some time. Keep farming up Makoto. Keep farming up Dreamer Cell. Just have that one team fight where you take all that net worth back. And Dreamer Cell's actually recently farmed as well. Once he gets his BKB, hang on. Hang on.
Duo with the Mortimer's kisses in the area, but they cannot kill him just yet, unfortunately. Delaying the inevitable, but it's good enough. They've got the fuel damage onto his way, and we've seen how FBZ can really scale into the snowball if this happens. Silence is there, will purge it up with the fuel scepter. He's got the press the attack to help save him, especially with the disrupt. Commits the Will-O-Wisp, will burst him down with the Sonic Waves, and he just remnants forward. Raven wants in, but Mikoto is finally in the area, has purged it off. Unfortunately, the Panther used it before even the silence, and he was going straight edgy at that point. This is looking bad. Boom Esports, they are not equipped to handle this pressure, not just yet. Geek Fam exploiting the tempo really fast, and they're doing it well, already going for the mid-racks. It's rough.
They even called Makoto back too. They said, dude, we need you now. You can't finish your E-Blade. And because he came back and he also died, that's going to slow down progress on that E-Blade. 30 seconds left. There's, oh my gosh, their final T3. It's going down. Geek Fam looking to bring this to a game 5. Boom, do they have anything left?
They're getting pretty desperate at this point. They cannot withstand the pressure. They failed to do so at the very least.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. The Dire now have Mega Creeps.
Mega Creeps, Keith. 30 minutes in, and it's a GG.
We're going to a game 5. Whoa.
We actually did it. We actually did it.
We're actually getting it. Game 5, let's go. ESLT Championships, and congratulations to Geek Fam equalizing the round 2-2 in this game number 4. Man.
Now it's time for both teams to pull out all the stops. If there's anything left that they have to hide, they need to show it now. Whatever it is, if it's going to be a surprise hero pick, maybe we see something crazy like a Brood Mother. Kind of hope not big fan of Brood Mother, but anything like cheese, sudden push strat, if it's maybe anything, any cheese, it has to be now. Geek Fam, boom, they are so close to taking first place, but we've got one more game to go. I have to say though, Geek, they played that 4th game much better. You can see that this was what they wanted to do in game 3. Push the towers, dominate your lanes, hit Boom before they hit their peak. And they did it this time. They managed to get the right heroes. They didn't lose their lanes horribly. And once it was that 10 to 15 minute mark, I don't know who it was. I think it was Cuckoo. He just came in with the flag. He says, guys, we've got to go now. We just got to push. And it worked.
I think the difference between the previous game and this one, although the strats were the same, the objectives were the same, but it was more balanced this time and out. Given the fact that they have some sort of physical coming out from the Amber, it wasn't all just purely magical damage, which is easily negated with a BKB. And Boom Esports playing the later game lineup and FBZ on the more snowballing lineup. You can't snowball in the early game if the early game is Geek Fam's all the way, and they exploited that timing right. They ran down immediately throughout the towers, and well, the gap was too huge to make a difference. And well, in the early and mid game was their timing, and they ended it just that.
Oh man, Boom, I think after these 2 games, they're going to have to speed things up themselves. They're going to have to pick heroes for Dreamer Cell and Makoto that don't need 30 minutes of farm. They've got the hero pools to do it. But the thing is, will Geek Fam let them do it? What if Geek Fam decide to go back to their traditional style of play? What if they go back and play that Raven style of Dota? They've gone unconventional for the 2 most recent games. One didn't work, one did. Maybe it's time for Boom to pull out the strat. Do they have anything left?
It seems that whenever Geek Fam is under pressure, their solution is to play faster, and they did that successfully this one round. But Boom Esports, the same can be said to them as they played against Airdroid. Playing faster seems to be better on their sense, but there's always a diminishing in returns. And then you become a team that couldn't scale or at least handle the late game pressure, and you just end. So what is the solution for Boom Esports here? They did drop a later game lineup, which, again, we said Boom Esports is the early aggressors. Not with this lineup, and it shows. All the late games they've played today and in previous days, they have been losing it pretty drastically.
Yeah, especially for I suppose this game as well. They probably thought it was going to be in the bag. Anyways, Game 4 is done and dusted. Before we move on to Game 5, let's take a look and see who took the crown as the MVP.
Wow. Carl, there we go.
I love that. That's your response. Wow.
No, I mean,
Oh my goodness.
he played well. It's because, like, the chat, the chat was been flaming Carl since forever, and then Carl gets a second feature of the MVP, and now that I'm like, wow, okay, they'll shut the chat up. It's 8-1-9. His Queen of Pain has been getting better. Yeah.
I think considering as well the early game where they tried to harass him out with the Shadow Demon, and even after that, Carl still managed to come out of the laning stage rather well, getting a really good timing for that Orchid, and he died, I think, one awkward death, but minus that, he only died once at the end of the day. So he did what he needed to do. He came in, he did the nukes, he disrupted the heroes with his Orchid, and he just did his job. So I think for Geek fam, I think they're starting to find their stride with Carl. They're starting to see what heroes he plays best, what style plays best for the team, and so far it just seems to be this lane dominating mid. He has to win his lane, and he has to have a good mid game.
So yeah, I think that just wraps it all up in this game number 4. Man, we said it, you said it actually more specifically, going into this matchup for the day, the grand finals of the ESLC Championship. It feels like a 5-game long, series. And guess what? We're going into game 5, but that one's happening only later, because right now we are going to take a quick break. It's been 4 games in a row. We're going to take a quick 5 before we get into the last game of the day and potentially see who will get seeded into the ESL 1 Birmingham Southeast Asian online qualifiers. My name is Keith. This is Danelie. We'll see you back in 5.
Still I'm staying to talk, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight, and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls off.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Southeast Asian Championships. We are down to our absolute final game today, Game 5 of this Best of 5 series. Keith, you've been here with me through all 4 games, jumping into the 5th one. Boom versus Geek Fam, 2-2. It's going to be a tough one because both of these squads have shown that they are capable of beating the other fair and square. No cheese included.
again, this before everything began, we were saying, who do you think has the better upper edge in this whole series? And I said it was really hard. It's really hard to know. You've got the Giants and you've got the Giant Slayer on one hand. So we are seeing it right now. It's a 2-2. The one game left to determine who will win the ESLC championship. And I to correct my fact, okay, winner of this don't go into a qualifier. They go straight. They get seeded straight into the ESL 1 Birmingham C online league, I believe. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. So this is the game to determine all right here. The draft has begun. Take it away, Danelie.
Excuse me, we are doing this together. Oh my goodness. Anyways, minus the weird startup. Looking at the bands though, we are looking at our typical bands. DK, Boom has shown that they are very capable of taking games off of Geek Fam with the DK, so we will not be seeing that at all. Earthshaker, got to take that away from Geek Fam. We have seen Geek Fam just cause absolute mayhem with the Shaker in the laning stage. A couple of other notable heroes that are likely going to be banned out are the Tusk, as well as the Riki. Those three heroes in particular, those have shown really good performance from both teams as they both seem to be capable of playing it. First pick will be Boom Esports, whereas last pick is going to be Geek Fam this time.
Dire team ban.
Yep, Geek Fam again respecting the Dragon Knight. It is prioritized in the banning phase as well as this Riki. We've seen both games now. Boom Esports has had so much success running the Riki and Dragon Knight in a single team. So they're taking it out of the books. Amber Spirit now out. Raven clearly has his way around the Amber Spirit, so that one's out of the pool as well. Geek Boom Esports. Who else would they be looking to take out from this entire thing?
Who's to say that we might... Snapfire's been pretty important, I think. Both teams have been picking up Snapfire. Maybe if Geek Fam are worried about the Legion, we could see Legion taken out for FBZ. Force him onto a different hero, since I think last game was a pretty tough one for FBZ to perform, but we've seen him under optimal conditions. He plays a monstrous Legion.
Dire team ban.
I was thinking Void Spirit, but to be honest, no one's really showing that they're afraid of the Void Spirit. Instead, we're going to see a Beastmaster ban for Boom. So no Beastmaster. Lots of off-lane hate still. A lot of off-lane hate. Mars is still in the pool. Geek Fam, are they going to ban the Mars? Because Boom is first pick, and if Mars is available, they might just go for it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but Mars isn't the best for a first pick hero, I guess. There's a lot of things that counters him. I like that they respected the ban under the Beastmaster because he was literally the guy who sets the tempo for the game previously. Tusk still respectfully banned out from Boom Esports, so they've got first pick here. Honestly, at this point, maybe you just throw your best heroes. Yeah, you know what? The Mars seems way more viable now. They pick him up? No. They will go with the Phoenix Aid because why not?
Phoenix was banned out last game. That was the reason why we didn't see it. So KSQ going back onto the Phoenix this game. They seem to really like this Phoenix. If it's available, they always pick it up. Supernova Egg, really great team fight control spell, since you don't want to be fighting under the Supernova if you're Geek Fam. And instead they take the Mars for themselves and Disruptor. These two heroes combo so well with each other because the Static Storm covers, I believe, almost the entirety of the Mars arena. So anyone that gets caught in there on the side of Boom, you're not going to be able to do anything. You'll be at the mercy of Mars.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, that is a good opening coming out from Geek Fam. It
5
is.
seconds
It is killer. And a good answer towards the egg as well. If the Phoenix will pop the egg, just drop down the arena, disengage, and they can't chase you for it. You get out of there. Obviously, you'd like to use it offensively, but if they do want to hear a more defensive play with it, I can see that happening as well. They do have the Void Spirit who can just, well, simply astral steps out of the Mars arena if he so wishes to. Maybe they're trying to bait out some sort of a life stealer or a Juggernaut. Those two are pretty good against the Mars, but we'll see what they're gonna have as well. Yeah, Juggernaut and Life Stealer seems good because Juggernaut has the spin to avoid from the glimpse as well. So Oracle's
I'm
looking
sensing
like
a troll.
Yep, it's feeling like a troll right now. They banned out the
Geek
what as
fam.
well.
Oh dear, boom. I hope they know what they're getting themselves into because Mars Disruptor Troll. This is the craziest team fight you're going to go into because you don't have to worry about the Mars Arena. The Disruptor Glimpse will kill anybody. So if you're Boom, you need to win the team fights because if you're running, you're going to lose another person. And if it's your last person, then you're not going to lose anybody because everyone's already lost. Oh dear.
They are forcing the hands right now on Boom Esports. Like, just based on the 3 lineups, they need someone who can disengage and avoid. Well, they picked the troll up for themselves. Okay. I was thinking maybe like a Juggernaut or a Lifestealer just because you can get out of the arena. If he were to glimpse, there's a way for you to dispel it. But a troll in the Mars arena? Sure, he can stand and fight, I guess. That's the best he could do.
10 seconds
There will
remaining.
be, but they gotta always assume that the Mars arena is gonna come with the
5
Static Storm
seconds
silence. So
remaining.
I'm not too sure if he could actually get off that battle trance before he goes down.
Do you think maybe Geek Fam were baiting for the troll pick? Gyro works really well with this lineup as well. Cooldown lands into the Mars Arena of Blood, also covers up a Disruptor static field. So lots of AoE. The late game on this Geek Fam lineup, it's not too bad. Disruptor is a very scary late game hero. Oracle scales pretty well in terms of his utility kit.
10 seconds remaining.
Gyro though, Gyro is really strong for the first 15 minutes, but then
5
after that he
seconds
needs to
remaining.
settle down and farm. So maybe this is the opening that Boom wants. They utilize that opening after lanes. If they can defend themselves against the ganks from Geek Fam at about 15 minutes, maybe that's how Boom come back. Just do the same thing that they've done for the first couple games. Just settle down and get ready for that late game.
I'm worried about the same issue they had in, I think, game number 2. The lockdown on the side of Boom Esports isn't there at this point. Gyro is a range hero. He could very well just kite the troll around. They have the glimpse. They have the kinetic storm to play around with. Now they have the gap closer for sure with the Centaur Stampede. Again, the glimpse, the kinetic field, that is going to it's going to kite this troll to the end of the days. And Gyro can just comfortably sit with his flak cannon from a safe distance for that to happen. They do have a stomp now, at least some sort of a lockdown.
Yeah, they've got the lockdown, but maybe the plan here for Boom Esports, it's not to use the Centaur Stampede to run away, but what if it's to overwhelm Geek Fam? Run on top of their 2 very fragile supports. Disruptor can glimpse, but if you're glimpsing someone back to avoid initiation, glimpse is a very long cooldown. It only starts to really shorten up to something reasonable when it's level 3, level 4. So what if the plan here is just run all over Geek Fam? Troll Warlord wants to be in your face, so does Centaur, even Void Spirit wants to be in your face. And if it's a Phoenix, especially in these team fights, let's say Mars throws down his Arena of Blood, what if Phoenix just throws a Supernova right next to the arena? What do you do if you're Geek Fam? You gotta run away from the Supernova, unless you can commit and guarantee you get the kill before the Nova drops.
But again, that's the thing. Geek Fam can't afford to do that. They can use the Mars Arena as a defensive means. If they were to run at you with the Stampede, you drop an arena, you disengage, still a win, because Stampede is also a long cooldown. If you have to glimpse the troll back, it's relatively shorter the cooldown compared to a Stampede.
10 seconds remaining.
They can really choose and prod the fights if they wish to
5
at this
seconds
point, because
remaining.
area control is definitely on the side of Geek Fam.
Dire team pick.
Alright, last pick here for Boom, and they go for the Shadow Demon. Not the best lockdown. Yeah, it's mostly Centaur and a disruption to potentially save somebody from maybe a cooldown.
10 seconds.
I want Geek Fam to
remaining.
pick something tempo. I think Geek Fam needs to get someone
5
tempo.
seconds
They need the
remaining.
gyro in the late at least to go up against the troll. Or if they choose to abuse the timing like they did in the previous game, they can also very well do that. But yeah, I mean, someone in the tempo should be relatively great to dish out the extra damage while in the arena.
Yeah, I think they need another frontliner too, because so far it's just Mars. Gyrocopter, not really a frontline hero. I suppose if you want to false promise him so he can go in, that's fine, but this last hero is a Carl hero as well. Because Carl, I don't think we've seen Carl play mid Gyro. I don't think he will. I'm very sure that's a Ravens hero, and definitely not mid Mars. What's left in the pool for what Carl can pick? Because his Queen of Pain has been banned out. He plays Ember. What else does he play? We've seen him play OD. What else has he played?
Who's good against Troll?
No one? No one's good against Troll. Is
What
it
about
OD?
PL?
It's Alchemist.
Wow. That was unexpected, but hey.
It's Carl playing the Alchemist too.
Yeah, I mean, you want him running in mid, I guess. Get the level, great access to the jungle for easier farm, abuse that passive gold lead. I guess it's one way to amp the tempo. If you can get farmed faster than the others, then that's one thing going your way already.
I suppose. I'm just thinking. So Makoto Void Spirit. So Void Spirit won't pressure an Alk out of lane. It'll be the Alk pressuring Void Spirit out of lane. This is... Yeah, lanes are pretty decent for Geek Fam unless Boom decide to make a last minute change and maybe put the Troll up against the Alchemist. Because Alk generally struggles in melee matchups where he gets pressured out. I think one of his #1 counters is Ursa because he just... Against an Ursa, you can't CS. Especially with the Fury swipe stacking up. And I think Troll applies the same pressure, but what's the chance of us seeing Dreamer Cell go mid? I doubt it.
Nah, it's definitely Mikoto mid already. Void Spirit, yeah, there's no way. I think they have to run the Troll in a safe. It is the last game, right? They gotta play what they're comfortable with. At this point, any sort of experimentation is over. That period is gone. 2 for 2 now. Last game tells it all, and this time Mars finally makes an appearance, but on the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, Danelie picking that as well. I wonder if Boom was hoping to pick up the Mars. Maybe they were saying, we'll just leave it in the pool. If it's there, we'll pick it up. But...
Prepare for battle.
Oh man, this will be interesting because we've never seen Carl play the Alchemist before. He's been mostly playing tempo controlling mids, but now he's taking up the main, I would argue, the main farming role on Geek Fam. It's going to be Raven to create tempo for Carl.
I'm trying to understand the Alk pick, you know, because it becomes... I think the Troll was a deny pick for sure, but it also works on Boom Esports' favor because you want someone who doesn't want to run out of the arena, who can stand and fight in it. But now Geek Fam, because the question for Geek Fam is, who are you putting up to stand and fight against the Troll in that arena? Or are you just going to kite him out
30 seconds to battle.
His whole period and then go back for the re-initiation? I don't know.
Well, it could be the Alchemist when Alchemist hits his peak. So the ideal game that you're looking for is that you have the net worth advantage on the Alchemist. He's got all of his items early, whereas Troll should only have one. I think the main item you're also looking for on the Alchemist is the Radiance and the Assault Caress. So the mischance on that plus the extra armor might be enough for them to maybe kill the Troll. Looks like Hyde might die here. First blood to Raven. Thanks to me.
That's how it's done, kids.
Although
so it
at the end of the day,
tempo.
Yeah, I think it's tempo. But this will be the first time we see Carl playing such a farm-oriented hero like an Alchemist.
I like it. I guess it makes sense. If he's gonna play the farm-intensive hero, then I guess Gyro goes for the magical build, the drums, the whatnot. Plays it a bit faster and really abuse that tempo as they did in previous game. I could see that one happening. That actually makes sense.
That was genius.
Alright, so we'll just have to see how this Alchemist lane works out. If he ends up being the one to pressure Makoto out, or if it ends up being Carl to push out the Void Spirit. Void Spirit's a pretty good laner, but Alchemist, he's one of those very strange heroes that can just push out a lot of melee matchups. And Kezcute Not gonna be feeling too hot here. That Thunder Strike doing a lot of damage to the Phoenix.
Hey, everybody.
So this trade is relatively going to go Cuckoo's way just because he naturally has a rebuke right after the bulwark. Actually, he is going to negate a whole bunch of damage coming in from the forefront. He's tanky from all the physical, which is Dreamer cells. So it should be relatively fine for Cuckoo in the dual lane. But top though, Whitemon actually in trouble. 3 stacks on, will not pop.
3 full HP, I think. Barely made it. Has to walk all the way back to the fountain though, and that forces a 1v1 matchup in the top lane, which is Centaur versus Gyro, and FBZ is not doing too hot. Raven, hyper aggressive, and I think that's going to be a kill here.
The Rocket Barrage deals enough magical damage to go through all that armor. Behind, coming in with the clutch save there, actually saved his offlaner.
Yeah, FBZ holding on to that second skill point. Oh, looks like Alchemist's gonna die here to Mikoto. Yep. Ja.
There is nothing for you. There is nothing for you anywhere. Hey, everybody.
This is the matchup that you want if you're Mikoto, so even if it's just 1 kill, just do whatever you can. Slow down that Alchemist lane, make sure he's not CSing. So far, no one on Geek Fam is stacking the jungle yet, so it seems like Alchemist is not gonna be a priority up until maybe the 5-minute mark, where they just force Whitemon into the jungle, get those stacks up going so that Carl can farm up faster, or they can even just stack it for the Gyrocopter too. Both of their heroes really good at flash farming the jungle, whereas you compare it to Boom. Troll's not too bad for flash farming jungle, but cooldown, out going in with the acid spray, much more efficient. Keskook though. Man, this disruptor.
So farming is definitely going to go in the way of Alt. So right now the theory is he has to outfarm the entire team of Boom Esports and comes online way faster than this troll will ever be a problem.
So Radiance is the play for Carl, it seems. Just goes for standard things, goes for another bracer, wants to tank up. But look at Mikoto. Mikoto, I think he's just respecting the Alchemist pick, knowing that, you know, this is my job. I need to stop this Alchemist. If it means I maybe miss some CS, just hit him, slow him down. 9 CS on the Alch. I think already Makoto's doing a good job of dealing with this lane. How does Carl deal with this? Does he go to the jungle? Does he stick around in lane? It looks like he's trying to go for his own stack, so he wants to be self-sufficient. Looks like top lane. Whitemon going down.
Yeah, I mean, Alt always has that option. Even if he has a bad lane, there's always the option of the stack. So that's the beauty of Alt, and he'll eventually catch up in the farm. Like you'll never not give him the farm he wants. He'll eventually catch up just a little slower than usual, but he will have the gold lead nevertheless. So not too worried about that one, as long as he doesn't go down, which he has once, should be fine. But he needs to get into his level 6. Yeah, it gets a bit more sustainable with the regen, with the chemical rage.
So far so good for Boom though, leading with the Centaur, Void Spirit and the Troll Warlord. The Mars is closing in behind along with the Gyro. Unfortunately for Geek Fam, hang on.
Careful though, the Thunderclap's actually doing decent damage. They just need a couple of more right clicks, unfortunately.
Ooh,
yeah.
Tango.
Again, immediately action pack. Top lane as well. It seems that they're committing into it. The flags are there. But the damage isn't too, well, scary at this point. K, again, falling really low against Mikoto, who's got all the bursts in the world. What level is this? He's level 5. It's no wonder. I was wondering, where was his regen? But I mean, you're dealing up against a burst, so he still has to be careful. Nevertheless, despite the regen.
So this is not looking too good for the Alchemist. Mikoto is dominating that mid lane, which he should, especially when you're going up against the Alch. Just make sure you're dominating that lane. If you're Geek Fam though, it seems like they want to try and solidify these side lanes before they come back to assist Carl. So he might not have a good lane now, but we need to remember that he will get that gold bonus once those stacks come on through. So he might not do too well now, but once they're ready to fight with the Mars, once they've got Raven his first item, I think they'll start rotating around, and that'll be the time where Carl ends up having to catch up. And eventually he'll start to take over in terms of the net worth. The thing is though, will Boom ID let that happen? Because so far Makoto has shown the right response to the Alchemist. Do they maybe farm, do they ward up the jungle? Do they maybe invade the Geek Fam jungle? How do they deal with him during the mid game? Because the worst thing that they could possibly do is fall for Geek Fam's trap while the Alchemist is farming, fighting elsewhere.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have to ward up the jungle. I guess if you're running a Phoenix or a Shadow Demon, I don't think, maybe Shadow Demon even is a bit more item dependent, but a Phoenix, he is a bit chill. He just needs to get his egg off, especially when you're running a pos 5. Well, hold that thought, because Dreamer Cell actually is just going to run down Zephyr, but he's going to drop off the kinetic field, and this is what I'm talking about. He can easily be kited out of it, and if it wasn't for the rotation coming in from Kesh, Zephyr would have lived. The burn from the Fire Spirit will take him down. Mid lane's coming in, and yeah. They have to ward up. Kescue, he's not item dependent. Dive in with the egg. That's his job this entire game. Invest into the sentry wards. Block the camps up. That's I think the best way you can deal with an Alk who's losing the lane.
So the only one that seems to be doing well inside of Geek Fam is Raven. He's had a relatively easy lane up top, and even Mars, he's a little behind in net worth, but he hasn't been harassed out of lane. So all this pressure so far going onto the Alk.
Again, the burst damage comes in with the Astral Stack. Pulls in with the Void Remnant. He needs one more, will go down. And now they're going to turn this one around against Mikoto. Oh, the Thunderclap finishes it all off.
I had to do that though. Makoto, his kill streak was getting way too big, and time and time again we're just seeing Carl get downed by this Void Spirit. It's a really tough matchup. Carl so far is laughing in chat, so I'm assuming he's not doing too bad. But they have started stacking up the jungle, so we've got a couple stacks going on. Hopefully that's going to be for the Alchemist so that he can come back. Dreamer Cell though. Dreamer Cell. Out of all of Boom, he is the one that seems to be struggling the most, but he's had an okay lane. Well, I suppose he's been harassed a little bit here and there, but not shut down completely. But this troll is well on his way to getting all that farm. But Raven, is that a diffusal? Yeah, a diffusal on the gyro. First item.
Oh, that's... I could see that. No, actually I don't see that one happening. They're not really that mana dependent, but hey, if he's got a plan, let's stick with it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is it? Is it maybe to mana drain the troll so that he can't cast his spells?
They have a static storm to play around with.
Okay, unless... Are they maybe prepping to get an Aghanims from Carl after he gets his Radiance? It's an interesting build to say the least. It's another form of lockdown, which I do think you need if you're Geek Fam. Just the purge. The slow would help Raven be able to get solo kills by himself. Just chase them down, go for the diffusal purge, and then just chase them down with a rocket barrage. Most heroes on the map for Boom can't really tank a rocket barrage. Zephyr, unfortunately, forced into ult.
Yep, that's the static storm used, and could they actually get more out of this one? Boom. Hyde will trade his life, so actually relatively a good trade, seeing as though Static Storm isn't that long of a cooldown. It's about 80 seconds at level 1. So he's definitely going to have it back up. Yep.
Yeah, didn't lose anybody, so it's going to be good for Geek Fam. And because of that, they've shown so many heroes mid, that's going to guarantee farm for Carl. He has a lot of protection there. Dreamer Cell still catching up, looking for his own diffusal blade. I want to know what the timing is for Carl's Radiance. Is it 18 minutes? As long as he's not getting ganked? Somewhere around there, I think. 20 minutes, I suppose, if he still gets pressured. We are looking at some vision for Boom, though. They've got one on the bottom lane for the Dire, and I think that's... They've got one in lane as well. So one in the jungle, one in lane. Not really anywhere else.
Yeah, so K is just going straight for the... I'm not too sure on what timing the Radiance he should be hitting at this point. He has lost the lane severely. If Boom could actually keep the pressure up, maybe clear off his entire jungle. They already have a deep observer ward placed, so they will be able to see which jungle this Alk is going in. If it isn't down in the bottom jungle, it's most likely at the top. So they're playing around that one.
Good news though for Boom, timing for that not diffusal blade, sorry, for the Deso on Makoto. It's gonna be coming up really soon, and Deso this soon on a Void Spirit. I heard those supports tasted delicious. Unfortunately for Oracle and Disruptor, they're gonna be key targets for that Void Spirit. Disruptor is a huge pain during those team fights. Oh, Invis Rune. Hang on.
Makoto.
Who's the target?
Rotating down bottom. Whatever the target is, it's definitely going to be valuable. As Raven tries to go for
Raven?
the TP though. Good sense. Cuckoo
Looks like
feels
they-
something
yeah, I
is a
think they-
little out of place.
Can he solo Cuckoo?
Oh, he actually can. The first
Oh,
damage
yeah.
is enough.
I failed you. No.
Yeah, this is gonna be a 12-minute diffusal. Oh, sorry, diffusal, Deso. It's gonna be so fast. And with that in mind, I don't think there's anyone on Geek Fam that can 1v1 Makoto anymore. This guy's gonna run around the map like a madman, just getting kill after kill, and this hurts Alchemist the most as well, because Alc naturally has no armor. He is such a squishy hero, so going into the negatives with his armor, especially with the Deso picked up, eventually, on the Void Spirit, he might just be cut in half like butter.
Well, they did scout out the stacks here, so they have to steal it. That would be super value on the side of... Oh, actually goes in for the courier snipe. That's going to take some time off this pressure onto the Alp's farm. He knows now he's gone for any item progression for at least another minute. They should clear up the ancient stacks. But Carl is in the area. They do spot him out. They have a ward though. Boom. Sees all of
white
them.
one.
All the stacks, drop down the essence spray. Oh, what is a questionable static bomb on IP1? That was one of them. Cuckoo maybe has to drop a defensive arena if he has to. Drops it down as the bomb coming onto him, but they're holding him in place for the longest of time. He will try and get out of there. Hopefully he doesn't pop, and he won't. So this is what I'm talking about. They can just disengage if they so wish to. But running away isn't the best strat at this point as well, as your ult needs that farm. Dreamer Cell melting down to all the ancient stacks actually. Cuckoo actually coming in. Maybe they will ward them off.
They couldn't quite steal the stack, unfortunately. Yeah, Raven's gonna finish that off, but man, Geek Fam needed everything to make sure that they didn't lose any unnecessary heroes. I thought it was very smart for Cuckoo to drop the Arena of Blood there, just to make sure that no one on Geek Fam could try and go into the back lines. I don't think anyone has a blink available. Yeah, Centaur has actually gone for a pipe. And look how fast that pipe is! 13 minutes! Oh my goodness. And guess what kind of damage Geek Fam do early on? Magical damage. Oh man, that pipe is gonna neuter Raven.
It's feeling like it right now. They are playing the tempo. Like I said, Boom Esports solution, maybe to play it faster, and well, they are most definitely playing it faster. In this case, seeing as how bad the Alk lane is, I think Gyro has to take on the late game carry at this point. So he's going in and banking it on the super late, but definitely I've seen a Gyro come back in the super late with like 2-3 divine rapiers on him. But will it stretch to that extent? I'm not too sure. We'll just have to watch and find out. There's 3 in the area. FBC might have overextended himself. Taking a hit with the Thunderclap. He is a tankier horse. So they will not commit.
Looks like there's a haste rune that Cuckoo will pick up. Maybe they can try and go for these kills down bottom. Arena of Blood is ready, but it seems like Geek Fam not confident to go for these kills. All they're doing is just trying to make that space for the Alk. But look at how good Boom are playing. They are essentially just shutting the map down. Every time they see the Alchemist, Makoto is there, making sure that he can't get that farm. And yeah, Carl, he's second in net worth, but at this stage of the game, he should have had his at least almost reached his Radiance. He's quite far away, and he should also have a network advantage.
Oh, Zempa.
He's really
Yeah, he tried to go for a pullback or some sort of a commitment, thinking that his teammates were around the area, but he's just gonna get bursted down. Mikoto is a burst damage. Fuku though, they're all here. Commits the fear of Mars. I think he might have the astral, but the important hand will hold him there for even longer, and Raven come in and dish the damage. Will go down with the terrifying flame. Egg committed in the back lines. Will not connect onto anyone, but well, he tried his best.
Big kill, but they had to do it. Unfortunately for Mikoto, just gets picked off. 3 heroes there. They had everything necessary to lock him down. And unfortunately, he's squishy right now. He's just got the Deso as his main damage item. He's got no stats on top of that, so he's still very susceptible to ganks right now. Is he aiming for BKB next? Hold on a second.
Yep, there seems to be some sort of engagement here, but Dreamer Cell just walks out of that one immediately. They know Static Storm is down. They can go in for the commitment. Zempa gets hit for his misplay, and will run into his own soul.
Just utilizing that opening, they know there's no Arena of Blood. It was used earlier. Disruptor. Unfortunately for Zephyr, he completely whiffed that Static Storm too. The troll was just outside of range. If he managed to catch him in, maybe go in for a late glimpse, it could have caught him, but yeah, Disruptor, I think he's missed a couple of very crucial initiations there. Oh. So maybe Geek fam starting to feel the heat, knowing that unfortunately for them, Carl isn't so hot. Where is Carl exactly? He is... Alright, he's down there. Still farming away Radiance. Yeah, the timing still reasonable. It's gonna get it about 16, 17 minutes. A little late for an Alk, but as long as he can still get it, that's the best he can hope for. Interesting for Boom not to commit to the push there. They've been pressuring the Alchemist, but they've got to start pushing towers as well, because there's only so much you can do when it comes to bullying an Alk. You've got to take objectives as well, just so that the Alchemist doesn't feel confident farming around the map, but they seem to be focusing more on those kills rather than the objectives. I mean, Roshan's a good objective too. At least deny it from the Alk if maybe Geek fan wanted to go for it. Maybe it's time for... maybe it's time for them to push.
Yep. Yeah. He has the defusal too, so he can instantaneously just drain down a mana on anyone he just has his hands on. Or at least gets the ensnare. Oh, Whitemon! No buyback too, so no false promise! So they're just gonna jump straight in. He's in the area, no mana now. Good from the troll, and it's all gone.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Caught on the way home, and that's gonna be a dead tier 2 mid tower. They've got a Deso. I don't even need the Deso, just use the troll. Just smack that tower.
Geek fam, they're tasting their own medicine from the previous game. The tempo being pushed at them. If you throw one, you better be damn ready to be able to receive it. And at this point, they are not ready for it at all. It was a bit of a greedy pick. You're banking in on the Elf, but judging on how bad the Elf had his game, the save from the disruption is there.
No glimpse for you, they say.
They're going to come in with the reinitiation if they could. They have a Stampede, I think. Yes, they do. Haven't even used a single Stampede yet. Defensively or offensively. They can boom. It's looking very strong right now. And Geek fan has to respect that. Keep the pressure up.
Yeah, if you're Boom, you've got to keep this pressure up. You've got to keep taking these objectives. Because if you don't, if you're not pressuring towers and you're not pressuring Carl, someone else is actually getting that farm. And it could be Raven. And Raven's doing a pretty good job, even though he's had to play more aggressive on this gyro. He's also going for BKB, he has defusal, so at least he's ready to participate in these fights. Boom, they've got to keep this going. As for Geek fam though, the longer they can draw the game, if they can draw attention away from Carl is their win condition. Because it's not just the Alk that needs to get fat. Once the Alk has the farm, you can also buy items for the rest of the team. And if you take a look at what Geek fam have, they've got some wonderful heroes that have amazing aghanims.
They're smoked up. They want to keep the pressure up, as you mentioned. If they catches Cuckoo out here, it could be crucial. They need to spot him out. He's trying to get out of tight. Commits to the stampede. Demonic Purge, he's been slowed down. But just in range to disrupt. Meanwhile, in top lane, Mikoto gets the kill onto Zephyr, who's actually diving in pretty deep. And now Dreamacell has to clean this one up. This is your food at this point. Oh, but the spear! Disrespecting it. Dreamacell
There's no
actually...
TP on Cuckoo though.
Yeah, no, he supported Zephyr. The Shadow Demon just left Dreamacell on his own, knowing that Dreamacell can easily take Cuckoo, but forgetting about the spear. So this is a lot of time wasted. He is in the area and he knows it. Again, the spear connects. Disruption is there. Commits a clone, pushes back again. Cuckoo's done his thing. He really made them work for that kill. But Mikoto top lane again, another kill onto Whitemon. This guy's running out of hand.
Gotta keep that pressure up. That's all Boom's gotta do. Keep the pressure up, make him afraid. Up top though, you still got the Alk farming, but if you're sieging high ground without the Alk, Geek fam, they're gonna be struggling. So as for Alk, he's picked up a BKB. How effective is Carl going to be in these fights though? It seems like his main role is just the Radiance Burn, also the Unstable Concoction, the stuns. But outside of that though, yeah, you can't really see much use out of this Alchemist, but we'll have to see for now. We haven't seen Carl fight with his new items yet, and they should have scouted this out too. Caution pings coming out from the Centaur, so it looks like they are aware of the BKB on that Alchemist.
Boom Esports playing it right. Yep, snowballing it through it all. Alright, so Boom, are they slowing down? Are they maybe repositioning themselves? I believe it's BKB up on Makoto's on the courier. Yep, that's a completed BKB. So Makoto is gonna have free time during these up and coming fights. But Boom, what's the plan? They still have their Aegis on the Troll. Are they just gonna let this run out? They're close to getting BKB on Troll too, but he might also want to save this for a buyback. I think BKB is crucial on the Troll. That way you can never kite the guy. He just walks through your arena, walks through your kinetic field. That was their whole issue at first, because they can kite the Troll, but if he has his BKB, then he's just running straight out of it.
BKB and Stampede at the same time. That's even worse. There's a glimpse though.
Oh, hi. Can they even get that kill? Not even that. And yeah. Wow. Geek fam. They're just so behind. They don't even dare take the commitment.
Oh, they tried to look for Cuckoo, but TP out and Stampede was used. So a couple of unsuccessful moments there. Failed gank on the side of Geek fam, but also a failed gank on the side of Boom ID. 22 minutes in, this Alk is slowly starting to accumulate a gold lead. Oh.
Your life served no purpose.
Gets picked off again. Mikoto, he's just an absolute anti-support right now. He's gonna pick them off before they can even get any sort of contribution. Void Remnant pulls him in after the Astral step forward. Doesn't connect with the damage, but they don't need it, as Whitemon's the one falling pretty low, will go down.
Held onto the false promise though, doesn't want to waste it on himself, so looking to possibly use this for a high ground engagement. It seems he just says, let's just keep this. 30 seconds, it's nothing.
Agents of the Void.
Raven though, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to kill Kezcute. Maybe force out the Supernova early? Oh, he's got support coming in though.
Even without the Supernova though. Like this Supernova egg isn't even threatening anymore. Kuki shows himself die for waves. Like look at that. They can just simply pressure a lane down despite it. And take a look at the map control. Geek fam has lost totally every single map control they had. They're choked in.
Yeah, they might be choked in, but look at them. They're not completely confined to their base. They are still farming with Carl. They still have heroes moving around, so they aren't 100% locked in. Unfortunately for Carl, though, he may have to use his BKB. Is anyone else chasing? It just farms creeps.
And Cuckoo just goes down in that chase. FBZ will welcome that. Yeah, he's just wasting time at this point. Rotation has been
Maybe
forced upwards.
Is he wasting the unstable concoction?
Oh, backup has arrived. Immediately has to BKB TP away. Boom just won that fight. Nobody died, but he just won that fight.
Yeah, BKBs. That's the first BKB too. So now Carl can't fight with the team if there's a high ground push. Without the BKB, your Alchemist is just too exposed, especially with the Deso on the field.
Marcel is gonna run him down again. The kinetic field. Then he cannot pursue with the glimpse as well. Soon after his BKB, not even a glimpse is gonna help them.
Here comes the high ground siege. Alchemist in the base of the team as well. Without that BKB, it's too vulnerable in lane. He does show himself though, that observer ward spotting him out. Mikoto maybe trying to go for a solo kill, but look in the jungle, there is a dire ward. So he spotted out the movement of the Void Spirit. So this is what you need. Constrict the Alchemist to the very inside of his base.
You know, this feels bad for Carl. Just when he got the featured play in a previous game, I already see the chat blaming him on this game. It is rough. I still don't... They had last pick too.
They still have the comeback mechanism. Remember, this is still high ground. High ground is very hard to breach nowadays.
But Alt needs the farm, and right now the space for the farm isn't there. Look at that, Mikoto is actually just BKB and trying to turn in onto it. Mikoto, not even afraid, he's on his own. Yeah.
That's his BKB used. Not ideal there, that was his first BKB usage as well.
Raven actually going for his own Ags instead of hoping on the Alk, so that's how much you know this Alk is struggling. Yeah.
They're probably saying to Carl, we need you to get your items first. And I'm a big fan of this Blink here because once the Alk has picked up the Basher and the Blink, he should be tanky enough to face tank the onslaught of Boom. And that's when Raven comes in from the backlines, does all the burst damage, then comes the flat cannon, and hope the fight lasts long enough that maybe they could kill someone. In particular, if they can perma-stun Mikoto. Mikoto is a huge force to be reckoned with on Boom.
Going straight for the Roche. Do Geek fam know? I think they suspect something. There was a circle drawn by Cuckoo. Not sure if they can take the fight or if they want to. At this point, they are going to try and show themselves farming in the mid lane. Trying to consider this Roche as base. I mean, as space.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Push a single lane now, but immediately, yep, Stampede committed forward, dive in, straight up, sees the entire team of Geek Fam in a single spot. Great hook stop, Soul catches onto all three. Gets broken into the back line, and now Climax is gonna climb down with the BKB. No one is stopping him. Arena of Blood hasn't committed under the cover of false promise. Raven is barely living. He's trying, but will he actually get? No, he will pop and goes down. Out to fall in back. DK hasn't had a great game, and he's not going to ever see the light of day as he falls down as well.
Oh man, that opening hoof stomp coming in from the Centaur, that was such an unfortunate place to congregate for Geek Fam because they had to go through such a tiny corridor. And FBZ, he knew it. He knew how small that corridor was. Blinks in, jumps in with the initiation, two-man hoof stomp, deletes the disruptor. He did not get the static storm that he wanted to. He had to put it down early. Grab another kill. Zephyr, dead again. He just came back, he just died again. First set of accents going down, no buyback available on this Alchemist, but then again, what does Carl even do? We saw him try and come in. He can barely do anything. He just doesn't have the items. It's all onto Raven, but Raven, he had to cop the bullet early to try and bring the game back with Carl, but once they realized, wait a minute, we're up against a very fat Void Spirit.
Yeah, the middle comes in with the actual step all of the damage. They are just too big this early. Whitemon inside the fountain will not go for the kill inside it. Well respected. The fountain still hurts. They are not as fat to take in the fountain dive, but they will take off Geek Fam like they're grapes. They just pop.
This might just be the end. 30 minutes. No one is in a position to fight if they're Geek
Okay,
Fam.
they might try something.
Static's almost up.
Under the cover of fall down as well. Dreamercell just pops the ult with the BKB. Battle Trance healing himself back up. He's going ham, and KK is trying to tank it through it all, but damage is starting to add up and he's starting to hit fast. Pops the BKB as well onto Raven. Raven has been forced out of his hand. Has to go back. Already forced a false promise onto him. So that's already a huge win from Boom Esports, and I don't think they can actually respond to it. Rukescu gets Thunderclap up, but the save from the disruption is there to negate some of the damage and actually save his soul. The unstable concoction. Mikoto straight in the backline, clears everyone up, bursts onto Raven. Raven falling low to Void, random pulls him in, but he's out. Carl goes down with also Raven to gyro up there, and they call GG.
The GG.
Big fam, they are not up to this. They cannot handle the pressure coming up from Boom Esports. They played the tempo right. They put the pressure in. 24K network lead, 27-8. Congratulations, Boom Esports, winning the ESLC Championship Grand Finals.
I don't think Mikoto was joking around in that last game. He had such a tough game on that Morphling in the previous set, and he said, guys, give me the Void Spirit. Give me that Void Spirit. I will win you that game. And I think once he saw that Alchemist mashup, he knew this was his game. The amount of pressure he applied in that lane, though, he knew how threatening Carl would be if he just let him free farm. So the pressure was there, constant kills. I wonder what the thought process was there for Geek Fam, because they didn't seem to want to assist Carl at all. I don't think they TP'd in to protect him. All the supports were dedicated to the side lanes, making sure that at least Raven and Cuckoo got their farm. But then I'm very sure come mid-game and they realized the situation with the lanes and how fat Mikoto was to have such an early deso, constantly jumping around, killing off the supports unable to get any map vision because every time he was spotted by an observer ward, they would just be instantly slayed. And the way that they closed the map as well, they suffocated Carl. He had nowhere to go. Honestly, Boom, that was a good game.
Still questionable when it comes to the draft. Why a last pick ult? Why the ult? I still don't get it. I still don't get it. When they were considering the last pick, I said they needed the tempo controller because they had the gyro cup there. So that's a late game assurance there. And then came the ult. Yeah. And then it was like, so who's gonna fight and take on this pressure that clearly Mikoto has in the early game? Nobody.
That clearly there was a plan with this, and I think the plan was roam around with Raven and Cuckoo, these two, especially together with Whitemon and Carl. With Whitemon and Zephyr. These four heroes were supposed to play for Protect 1. So come out of the lanes. Maybe Alchemist has a horrible lane, but then you've got the Arena of Blood, combos well with the Call Down, combos well with the Static Storm. Try and win these team fights. Draw attention away to Carl. That just didn't happen. Did you see how Bim was playing? They had heroes all over the map. They did not group up. You had Mikoto killing heroes by himself. You had Kezku teaming up with FBZ and Hyde. Dreamercell, he farmed for a little bit, but he did eventually start to join in on the team fights. And they weren't falling for Geek Fam's tricks. They knew that Raven wasn't the issue here. They knew that Cuckoo wasn't going to be a problem. They knew that if they left Carl alone, that Carl would have the items, and Carl was going to be the one to turn the game around so that Raven can come back. So they just focused on the right hero. They knew at that point of time that it was Carl. Just put everything onto Carl, and that was it. And Geek Fam, they realized too late that, you know, making Carl suffer through such a horrible laning stage and ending up feeding Mikoto, that was probably their biggest mistake, just letting the Void Spirit get, was it 4 kills during the laning stage? It was incredible. Yeah,
and I mean, Mikoto just plays his own game at a certain point. Even Cuckoo, he was taking a kill on his own. So, it is, wow, Boom Esports really stepped up to the plate there. Let us take a look at who the feature player is for this last game? Mikoto. A bit wrong in the KDA there. I mean, that's not the KDA he had before. It was 13-2-8, I think. Yeah, maybe it got cut out.
Oh, maybe they're just missing the one. Yeah. It's fine. I think a lot of people saw this coming as well. He played so well, and he didn't even need help from his teammates for the majority of it. It was just Mikoto outlaning Carl, period.
Yeah, he won his lane straight up. I think there was a rotation forced as well on the side of Geek Fam to handle the pressure, but that was doing absolutely nothing, since all you have on your side is a Disruptor and a... what was that? What was the other one? I can't even... an Oracle. So there was nothing they could...
I don't think Oracle came mid at all. It was Disruptor. I think Disruptor moved once, but aside from that, Oracle stayed up top with Raven, and then Disruptor tried to help, but what can you really expect from a Disruptor? Disruptor is not the best hero for reinforcing a gank. You'd want something else.
So yeah, that's the end of it. I'm still puzzling my head around why the Elk. I don't see a scenario where it was viable. They needed someone to set the tempo. They needed someone, even if it goes late, they needed someone who could man fight the troll at the very least. Sure, you get Gyro for it, but you know what? It's over, said and done. They drafted the Elk. There's no point going around about it. It's spilled milk at this point. Congratulations once again, Boom Esports, for winning the grand finals of the ESLC Championship. They get their seed straight into the ESL 1 Birmingham Southeast Asia League. So that's the big catch here, besides the prize pool.
Yep. So, Keith, did we learn anything today?
That the underdog story is very true. That's what I learned.
Was it an underdog story? I'm very sure Boom was one of the... I mean, to be fair, they are a very strong team. I wouldn't say they're complete underdogs.
Think about it, right? Adroit, Geek Fam, both of them played against international teams. Boom Esports has been like in the Southeast Asian scene. That's where it hits the cap. But after this entire tournament series, seeing as how they ran through Adroit, seeing as how they ran through Geek Fam, I mean, it wasn't a run, but I mean, it wasn't a breeze, but they could do it. They could stand up at the same level of at Geek Fam, Fnatic, Adroit, even included at this point. So that's something to really be proud about, especially for the Indonesian fans.
Absolutely. And looking at our final bracket, Motivate Trust as well as Adroit, both of those teams will be placing in third and fourth place, followed by Geek Fam as your runner-up, and Boom Esports. They're your champion for today. I honestly didn't think we'd get the full 5 games. I was thinking maybe we get 3-1. Normally the Dota gods are not so generous, but we got all 5 games. And if you guys have just tuned into the broadcast, if there's a game that we recommend, I would recommend Game 2 of the Grand Finals. It was a long haul, but it was a really fun game to watch. Seriously, it was really awesome. I love Game 2. Any games you'd recommend to people that are tuned into the broadcast late, Keith?
Well, I would say game number 2 as well, but you know, seeing as though how many number of pauses that happened there, probably not the best to show this one off, but nevertheless, these teams played their best. The prize pool is theirs. It's a $20,000 US prize pool up for share, up for grabs to the first place all the way down. But yes, again, reinstating that Indonesia has got a representative going into the ESL 1 Birmingham Southeast Asia League. And I think nothing tops that cake at this point. You can be proud. I know how it is in Southeast Asia. It's all about the national pride. So I think we'll end it on that. That's a high note. Once again, my name is Keith, and together with me, Danelie. Thank you for sticking around this entire series. We'll see you in the next time.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling. Keep
trade off an ES for an ES. He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one. Falls off 1 and 2 in the back. 3 men back in the ball.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me, live this fantasy.